Right, back to Factorio. And you know what? We can just jump right in because the pressure is gone. Oh, it feels so good. Wait a second. Something isn't right. Ah, crap. The mods are running. Oh, jeez. So I turn on these mods whenever I'm not streaming Factorio. Not because they do anything. All they do is print evolution and time running at the top of the screen. I have them so that the game won't run achievement checks. Very important, because sometimes I do load up and play some other saves. Well, let's be honest, I have one save, one 200-hour save that I like to mess around in. But if I ever did that without mods enabled, it would suddenly fill in most of the achievements. You know, because one of my assemblers would make a Mark III quality module, and then suddenly the game would go, oh, congratulations, you made a Mark III module, and that would unlock the achievement permanently on the other save. Yeah, I love this game, but the way it handles achievements is very, very strange. Okay, they're off now. Making that mistake is no problem. Making the mistake the other way around would be a big problem. We're going for 100% run here, and when I say 100%, brother, I mean 100%. Every last one of these needs to be gotten. Feels so good not having the timer breathing down. You know, the fact that I could just sit back and not run around and be panicking over every single thing here. It feels so good. Right, what does need to be done then? Well, let's take a quick review of the achievements, both what we've achieved so far and what needs to be done. Got all the easy achievements, of course, all the easy early ones, been to every planet. Thankfully there isn't one for getting to the Shattered Planet, because no way in hell would I be wanting to do that. And we've gotten all the conditional achievements, meaning I could spend 50 years playing this game and slowly but surely get through all the achievements. I think the only possible way to bungle this is if I stranded myself on Aquilo with no resources and destroyed every factory and every automated thing everywhere else. And even then, I wonder if the game has a failsafe. I should test that out sometime. Sudden DDR face down with a landlord. Now, my landlord's a lovely guy. It's just that I don't speak Hungarian and he doesn't speak English. So there's a lot of lost in translation whenever we try to communicate. And, you know, he's an old guy, so there's a lot of bumbling when he tries to use his phone to run translation. So what needs to be done? I think we ran through this before. To be honest, this is all really simple stuff, right? Build Spidertron, we're researching Spider... We're not researching Spidertron right now. We'll look into that in a moment. A lot of things are just research something and build something. It's no big deal. And some of these are just do something, but do it a lot of times, which there's generally a trick to do very quickly for all of them. I made the bold claim that I think my ship could make it to Shattered Planet as is, but we're not going to test that claim until we're ready for it, and I think it needs to get a whole lot of ammo after that journey to System Edge. No, there's really only one achievement here. And it's this one. My modules are legendary, and that's largely what we're going to be doing today. I'm going to need a dedicated quality factory to get this. Or rather, there are a few different ways to do quality. There's the correct cringe way, and there's the more enjoyable way. And of course I'll do the more enjoyable way because it involves my favorite planet, Fulgora. Wait, did I say it was my legend? No, it's no room for more that's the big one. Fill every tile of a legendary mech armor with legendary equipment. This is regular mech armor equipment, 10 by 12. The legendary is 15 by 17. So not only do we have to make this legendary, and this is made of expensive stuff, one of which is made of expensive stuff, we also need to fill it with legendary expensive stuff. A lot of time for gacha. Yeah, but I'm quite confident we get it done, no problem. Right, we had a couple of questions, right? One is, how's the ship doing? The ship seems to be doing fine. It's banking ammo, it's banking rockets. How many of those things is it banking these days? 10,000 and 10,000. That seems reasonable. I wonder if I want more than that. I think I might want more than that, but to be honest, I would quite like some larger cargo bays for the thing as well. Let's be extremely hardcore about this. Bank 20,000 ammo. And how many railgun things do we bank? Wait, we only bank 300 railgun shots? These things stack to what? Only 10. That's not a big stack. I'm gonna wish I'd left myself more storage space in here, because I need to grab promethium chunks later on. You know what? The clue is in the wording there. Later on. This is not relevant right now. What is relevant is why my research appears to have stopped. We're out of space science, of all things. Oh, good lord. Right, how about we don't have all this iron? That's right, there was something wrong with this earlier. Something about making steel, and I don't think I ever limited you. Well, that changes right now. You there. Please only enable when I have fewer than 200 iron plates. Yeah, this thing got clogged pretty badly. And now it's being filled up with asteroids that were clogged up as well. That's okay, it'll unclog rather rapidly. And that should restart the Novice science. So we'll get Spidertron done. What do we want after Spidertron? This has been a completely deathless run, by the way. Let's keep it deathless by giving ourselves some maximum hit points. And then after that, honestly, it could be anything. We'll figure out when we're closer to the fact. What to do with Aquilo? To be honest, I never want to come back to Aquilo. I shouldn't say to be honest. It implies that I'm not always honest when I'm speaking. I'm a very honest fellow. Do I believe that Aquilo is uncloggable? I did quite a lot of jiggery-pokery with it earlier. Could it even clog? There's no active provider chests. The power, I'm quite certain, will last forever. I'm not quite certain that these oil platforms will not pose a problem. Now, oil can go down to 20% of its output. So I think the safest thing is just to take all of this. And that way we can be assured that the maximum amount of oil is being pumped out here. Have I exploited all of the oil? No, I have not. There's one here. There's one here. And there's one here. Sorry, friend, you have to go. And now we have the great fun of forgetting to remove starting shortly, as usual. Thank you, Thagnus. It won't stay completely deathless, though. We'll see about that. Maybe I have a trick up my sleeve. I don't, but maybe I do. I'll have to come up with something. Do I have the iron plates for this? Of course I do. I was thinking ahead. No, God no. I don't need a whole lot of rail signals. I would be very impressed to see somebody do rail stuff on Aquilo. How would it even work? Right, bots, off you go whilst I think about how this thing gets laid out. Perhaps you could go here. And then we would do something like, but not necessarily. Anything that limits the amount of heat pipes that go into this is got to be good. So the reason I hesitate on using the underground pipes is because underground pipes cost a lot more heat than not using them. In fact, using an underground pipe costs 150 times the amount of heat that a regular pipe uses. How does this even get up here? Can't put it up there, it blocks that heat pipe. Although, is that a problem? I'm inclined to believe that yes, it is. So we're going to do it really awkwardly. We're going to do it like that. And then the heat pipe comes down here. I've mentioned many times that I'm not Aquilo's biggest fan. This is probably my least favorite planet. I mean, thematically wise, oh, I love it. But in terms of actually playing this planet, heavens no. Although it's a great way to always remind yourself that there's no such thing as heat loss in Factorio. And indeed that's the case here as well. Heat is not being lost, heat is being spent or absorbed by the entities. Different entities absorb different amounts of heat in order to function. There we go, that should cover everything. Fly, my pretties. I've been heavily enjoying the game, says Tarkin, all thanks to DDR Jake. That's why they call it influencing, right? But don't thank me too hard. You know, well, I'm sure you've seen and can understand that this game is a considerable drain on one's well-being. It's like Mahjong, but a little less deplorable. So be careful with your time, because this game makes it disappear real fast. You telling me I still don't have enough of these? I think that's exactly what it's saying. Come on, bring the pipes to me. So once I have this, I will be safe in the knowledge that I didn't even link this up to my main oil pipeline, did I? No, I most assuredly did not. How do I do such a thing? Like so. There we go. Excellent. Now all of the oil pipes are pumping out oil. So if this goes... Oh, wait. No. I missed a couple over here. And I do want all of them. The reason being is that I always want this factory to be producing as much as it can. And it's not going to produce diddly if it runs out of fuel. Because if it ends up in a death spiral of fuel... Well, I think you can imagine how that's going to go for everybody involved, especially me. It's okay, just bring that out here. And then this is a little less okay. It's a lot less okay. But as long as I have the heat pipes, which I might... then this will be okay. I was afraid of that. When I was bringing heat pipes over initially, I did go, is this going to be enough heat pipes? But I did bring backup copper. And as it happens, that is enough. Excellent. Although I should probably make a few extra to leave behind. I'm sure I'll be cursing you soon enough, says Tarkin. That's more like it. As you should. I mean, I love this game. It's fantastic, but... treat it with a healthier respect. Because it won't respect your time. Look at that ground cover. We just can plan it with your factory. The amount of starting space we got on our Aquilo was disgusting. I haven't seen a lot of Aquilos. In fact, this is only the second Aquilo I've ever seen, but the first one had easily double this land mass. And that meant, one, I didn't have a lot of space to put down my initial bootstrapping factory, and when I did get it up, I needed a whole lot of ice platforms made quickly. Thankfully, this did exactly that. So it seems like the heat will keep flowing. The heat is trending up, even with the latest expansion. That's great, by the way. The power has no issue holding. And the roboports are real power gluggers, and those won't be operating very often. You're looking empty. Oh, right, these things. Let's keep them going. I do want the science to continue. And these things don't need to produce anymore because there is no use for quantum processors anymore. That is not true. I will need a fusion reactor and a fusion generator. And that will require, what was that, like 250 quantum processors? Which I notably don't have. But that is because I lack superconductors, and these things are set up ready to rock and roll. So all I need to do is deliver some superconductors. These things will crank out some of these things, and then all I need to do is set up the production of a couple of fusion plants. Which have I researched? I don't know. I have. In fact, it was a necessity. It was a prerequisite. These things are made in the cryogenic plant. Yes, cryogenic plants. Wow, to my surprise, I actually do have one. It would be prudent then to put it down. No need to heat the bloody thing. Right, so you just need parts to make it. And if I wanted to make the reactor, also just parts. In fact, I think it's the same parts. So that's nice and simple. I can just leave this thing set up so that I can remotely create this. I can even remotely place it and power it. What about making the fusion power cell? I want to place this somewhere that can get all of the ingredients that it needs. And it needs access to ammoniacal solution. How do I get that stuff out easily? Well, would you look at that ammoniacal solution? Can be brought right out over here, nice and easily. So if I do something like, but not necessarily this, then I will have you set up. Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, so I can just make these, and I can make everything remotely. So I want to make sure that I have you at the ready to put over the goods that it needs. I don't really care that this costs me extra heat. That's no skin off my nose. And then, yes, we'll set this to get the materials. I'll drop them off. I'll create it. And we can get fusion power built up and generating completely remotely. Is everything running? We have too much hot fluoroketone. We have too much cold fluoroketone. I can't process the hot if I don't have space for all the cold. So is the takeaway here that I make too much cold fluoroketone? I think it is, actually. This thing shouldn't operate if I have too much cold fluoroketone. Wait a second. Something doesn't feel right. The problem is that this output is poorly made. It shouldn't output hot fluoroketone if there's already a lot of cold fluoroketone. That's the main thing it should be sorting out. So. We can keep it simple, real simple. Fluoroketone is backed up here. Remove that, check that, read contents on that, and if there is like even 5,000 cold fluoroketone, yeah, you are enabled if there is less than 5,000 cold fluoroketone here. That way the cold fluoroketone always flows, the hot stuff flows, because it's cold that's used. Hot isn't used in anything. Yeah, the only thing you want fluoroketone to be done with is cooled down. So if there is already cooled stuff, let's not add to the pile of hot stuff. Because there is a loss of fluoroketone when making the cryogenic science pack. We turn 6 into 3. However, I can't help but feel that if you put enough efficiency modules on this, you could give it plus 200% efficiency, you would end up making more fluoroketone. So you'd need to be able to void the stuff. Or spend it elsewhere. I mean, there is a very easy way to void excess fluid using circuit networks. You can pump something into a machine and then every other tick change its recipe, and that will get rid of its fluids. I didn't know Factorio had achievements as holding my ground. It's got a whole load of achievements. I don't think they're the most inspired achievements out there, but there are some very interesting ones. Got Lap and Keeping Your Hands Clean and Lazy Bastard, all very interesting achievements. Because they're difficult, they're conditional, they change how you approach the game. It's wonderful. There's some talk about an output chest for the cryo plant. You mean this one right here? Yeah, I don't think I finished with it quite yet. And it's not difficult to make it so. I'm going to very heavily limit this because I know I don't need a lot in it, and I would hate to accidentally make an excessive glut of fusion plants of all things. But yeah, this planet looks like it's going to run indefinitely without my input. It's constantly making plates, and if the plates back up, that's not a problem. Is it not a problem? No, because if nothing else, the lithium can completely back up, and then what little lithium still gets produced goes into making additional hot fluoroketone, which is needed sparingly. This stuff consumes ice, which is made forever, lithium plate, which we are vastly overproducing, and the fluoroketone. So actually, I think this relatively modest Aquilo base has everything covered. There is one thing, on the other hand, and that is... I had not actually considered that fluorine is powered by a single pump, but I think it's used so sparingly that even this thing, if this thing goes down to the dregs, it won't be a problem. It's also beaconed. Yeah, lithium brine is actually finite. To my knowledge, it's the only liquid in the game where you can actually pump it all out. So if we, say, got rid of this, you'd see that there's actually an amount of lithium brine here, 193,000 of it. Once it's gone, it's gone. It is not an unlimited resource like, say, oil or water or sulfuric acid. So if you are going hardcore in cryogenic science, something you're going to have to do is explore. And yeah, exploring in Aquilo is exactly as fun as it looks. You're just hovering over an infinitely large area of liquid ammonia. Frozen liquid ammonia. And it's one of the reasons that I really don't like this planet. It's just nothing, man. Let's make a planet with nothing. Factorio Space Age really drops the ball at the very end, but let's not discredit how much of a great ride it is until then. But yeah, I don't like Aquilo. Look at how exciting this is. Just flying around looking for little patches here. If you want to build anything, you have to make every ice platform to put everything down on. Which means you either vastly overproduce it to give yourself a large building space, or you do everything with bots. And the bots need to get 5 times as much energy on this godforsaken planet. Anyway, I just want to discover a backup load of that stuff. And this is it, 5.5 million lithium brine. So if for some reason this runs out on me, I can't imagine it would, there's a million of the stuff there. And we have efficiency bonus output here, so we actually get 30% on top of that, so it's like 1.3 million. If somehow that runs out, I can order my bots to build a long heat pipe and pipe system over and pump these out. The heat may go. There's a throughput issue with heat. There's a limit to how far the heat can travel. But it's pretty far. I think it was a lot shorter in pre-Space Age. Alright, we became nice and healthy. What do we want to research now? How about tree seeding? Sure, it doesn't really cost anything. You can plant trees on Novice, and they will gobble up your pollution because they'll take 15 minutes to grow. As they grow, even from a sapling, they absorb just as much pollution as a fully grown tree, and they'll take damage from the pollution, which absorbs a lot of pollution. They'll do that several times, and then you just destroy them. Burn them or recycle them or whatever, and then plant more trees. It's wonderful. I don't think we're going to be doing that, but let's just cross it off the list. Oh, right, for God's sake, we're going to need this and this and this. We need to get quality researched. And that does include cryogenic science pack quality. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I'm going to need Kovarex enrichment as well. Epic quality doesn't need to be done as a matter of priorities. Let's get some stuff done that needs to be done. As a Paradox veteran, Jake has good authority on good achievements. Great achievements. You should have seen the Aquilo and the Alpha multiplayer. Is there perchance a save where I can see all the beautiful designs that were made in that? I would like to check it out. Anyway, speaking of checking out, that's what we're doing around here. Oh, I've left behind everything I care to leave behind. Not a lot of some of these resources, but you must leave a planet empty-handed. You can only have your armor and your guns, not even the ammo for the guns. And I still have 2 submachine guns because at the very start when I was automating, or trying to automate some production, I accidentally made multiple machine guns, but it does give me an extra ammo slot, I think. I can quickly switch to another gun if I need to. Just double checking because I really don't want to come back here. Everything seems to be holding, including the power, including the temperature. Temperature's maxed out. Very good. I mean, sure, Aquilo, you still kind of suck, but I appreciate the time that we had together. It was a good time, and everything is completely covered by the RoboPort network. So we're good. Should I be bothered about that? Do I even have one of these going spare to put down? You there. Just in case there's some silly buggers going on, let's have that. Yeah, that does connect. So they put down the ice platforms, they put the concrete on top of the ice platforms, and now they have a little home to go to. Because these things just hemorrhage energy on this planet. 5 times faster is how I read the numbers. Alright, now everything is well and truly covered in the Roboport network, and there are no hostiles here, so nothing to worry about. The fluoroketone situation should be taken care of easily. Hot fluoroketone I don't even want produced if we can avoid it. Ice is at the ready for everybody. Ice gets recycled faster than we even produce it, is that right? This is the test case right now, and it's doing just fine. And yeah, we're not even close to pumping out the maximum amount of, what's this stuff called? Ammoniacal solution. 2 ammonia. Okay, I think I mixed those up earlier. Alright, let's get going then. Travel back to Win Lobby, and we'll get moving. Imagine you get this a lot, but Lord, you have such a soothing, pleasant voice. I don't know, I don't think my friends feel that way. I'm quite certain they don't. Okay, I'm sure hope I didn't forget anything here. Science is running a-okay. I'm sure we'll fix that power production problem over in Novice. You'd never know this factory was made under such duress. You think so? That's not my factory. I see signs of duress here. What the heck is going on around here? What was with this heat pipe placement? What's with this very ununiform production of heat? There was a lot of duress when I landed on Aquilo because I had no idea how long this would take. Truth be told, Aquilo ended up being a lot more simple than I thought. Because really, if you just try to imagine it as a bus, it's difficult to think of busing in Aquilo, but you essentially have one bus for heat production, and then you bus into lithium, you bus into hot fluoroketone, you bus into cold fluoroketone, then you bus into science. And I suppose we have a separate side bus over here for, what were these again? Quantum processors. So yeah, rather simple, just need to lay out 4 heat pipes. So yeah, I think I bigged it up a bit more in my mind than it really ended up being. I budgeted 6 hours for this, I extended that budget to 8 hours. I overshot some of the budgeted time, so I had to rack that back down to 6 hours, and this only took about 2.5, I think. The big problem with duress is making this ship. This ship, the design is sound, and it is solid even under extreme tests, but getting it up and on the go proved to be very challenging. Anyway, let's not worry about it too much. Let's worry about the fact that we are ready to go somewhere, but we don't know where. What do we need to do right now? So the main thing we need to get going with is No Room for More, the achievement where we need a legendary mech armor, and we need to fill it with legendary components. And I want to do that in Fulgora because it's my most enjoyable planet. So do we go to Fulgora and immediately fix things? Absolutely not. So this achievement, No Room for More, is the defining achievement that we have to do because it is going to take the longest and the most work. Everything else I can just, I'll grab thousands of fish and then recycle them to have a legendary one, and then all is well. Easy peasy. Or big demolisher. Okay, I'm going to go out with a weapon of my choice and kill a demolisher. No big deal. But this is so omnipresent. Thank God it's not on a timer. Could you imagine if this was also on the 40-hour timer? I'd be sweating bullets because you need a fair bit of time for this. So what I'm saying is we need to get this set up as early as possible. But on the other hand, it needs to be supported, and I don't have the support network in place. Vulcanus needs to be fixed. Vulcanus has died a death because it ran out of coal. It ran out of coal? Sure. Hold that thought. There we go. Okay, that put it on slight life support, but yeah, no coal, no oil, no plastic. No fuel thingamajiggers. We need to fix Vulcanus so it can still output. We don't really need to expand it. I'm happy enough with what it produces as long as things are active. I also need to make sure that the mines are reconfigured to actually exploit the calcite. Otherwise we're fine, which means we need this coal patch, which means we need this area. Could do it remotely, but I think I'll go over and take care of that kind of stuff in person. So Win lobby, please go to Vulcanus. I don't trust any of these things. I don't really want to automate win lobby right now, so let's just tell it wherever it goes, it has to wait forever. And I need to be present as well, so it doesn't automatically take off without me. Do not go to Solar System Edge anymore unless I tell you to go there. Quite happy to see this performance though, right? It just slaughters everything in its path. And I think a big part of that is because I stack ammo and rockets on the belt now. Someone added frostbiters to the mix. Yeah, one of the big disappointments of this run is that Deathworld stopped being relevant the moment I set up automated defenses in Novice. So now my heart doesn't need to do palpitations the moment I hear the dudunk noise of, hey, in comes some space science. The dudunk noise of big biters chewing on my walls. I have to ask myself what I want to do with Novice. There's a lot of nice things I could do. I could set up nuclear power and such here, but I think all I'm really going to do is I'm going to set up Coverix enrichment so I have a steady supply of uranium-235. Am I going to need that? Well, it just would be nice to have some of those fuel cells on hand, and I'll expand solar. I really don't see the reason or the need to expand Novice meaningfully. I mean, sure, it's absurdly sad that 40 hours in, you have a yellow belt smelter array. In fact, this isn't even a full smelter array. This could be double the size, but we didn't do that. How incredibly sad. In fact, it could be quadruple the size because now we stack ores on the belt. Although not uniformly, because I never got around to fully augmenting this with big mining drills. Yeesh, I should be ashamed of what I built here. Should be, but I'm not. It's fine. Does this place actually automate the importing of low-density structures? It does, very good. And it's also complaining that it doesn't have any. Master from ActRaiser 2, what are you doing? Couldn't help but notice that you... Oh, of course, you're not getting low-density structures from Vulcanus anymore. I could tell you to get them from Fulgora. In fact, why are you not getting them from Fulgora? I'm gonna tell you to do that as well. I do kind of want those on Fulgora, but no, you know what? Forget it. We're gonna fix Vulcanus, and it'll produce what we need. Although I do worry if Novice runs out of yellow science. It's actually gonna last for a bit. I'm not rushing on the science. You know, a steady rate of 100 science per minute is pretty good. Well, it's pretty good enough. What the hell is this? Basically, Novice is a wreck. But it's my wreck. It's a wreck that's going to become a bigger problem when evolution kicks in. Evolution. Yeah, we're 0.05 away from Big Biter territory. Takes a bit of time to get away from here. Maybe I shouldn't throttle throttle thrust anymore. You are no longer throttling anything. Go up to full speed. Full speed is less efficient, but do I care? I don't think I do. Now it's going to reach blistering speeds of 180 kilometers per second. It's running like a Kenyan. Frostbiters, though. So the concept art that they had when teasing Space Age did show some kind of hostile entity for Aquilo. This weird floating gaseous brain thing. But that never came to fruition. But I really feel like Aquilo just needed something more. It's such a dead place to be. Never mind the System Edge and the Shattered Planet. System Edge gets a bit of a free pass because it's roll credits moment, but Shattered Planet is just a why moment. Can't imagine the extra speed would cause any kind of issues here when we're in the inner planet system. How did it manage to start going even slower? The mind boggles. In fact, why is the speed fluctuating? thrusters seem to be working normally. Let's see, we've got lots and lots of ammo, lots and lots of rockets. We'll want to save those up so we can make the journey for the Shattered Planet. We're not going the 4 million miles, but we do need to cover 60,000 kilometers. And we'll do our utmost there. Oh, I should also set up mass production 3. Might even do that with quality, it's a thought. But right now I need to fix Vulcanus. Thanks to the wee journey there, Win Lobby. Gosh, it is nice not to have the pressure of the timer. If you haven't streamed something under pressure, I'm not sure you can ever truly appreciate the feel. But boy, is it stressful. Right, do I actually have construction bots as part of this? No. I will want my 50 construction bots, please. 50? Yeah, 50. And the bots around here, which are... oh, hang on, I think it would help if I actually... No, I am there. Excellent. Now I got my 50 constructor bots. This incredibly sad performance needs to be brought to an end, so these guys come with me. This coal patch will pretend it never existed. Something I quite like is you exhaust a coal patch completely, and then... Oh, you don't even have any coal under you. It just looks like you do. Once you exhaust a patch, you just have free land to work and build on and whatever. Are we doing long play vote now instead of after the punishment game? Yeah, I switched up my schedule a bit because of some real life things. Right, so I need to clear this area out. The question is, what kind of demolisher is there? Also, where in the world are all my guns? I think I store my guns somewhere. Like here. Is that enough guns and ammo? Let me double check my demolishing. 156 guns are needed. I don't have 156 guns. Why not? Did that many really get deleted? Let's see. Gun turret, gun turret. Apparently there's still 97 inside the logistics system. I can't be bothered to find out where they are, so instead I'm going to tell my buddy bots to go and get them for me. And as long as I'm inside the network, they will bring them to me. Excellent. Slowly but surely I will get that achievement. And now the... since I took all the guns, the Make Everything network has gone, hang on, we don't have all the gun turrets. Why are you only making that many? Make me tons of them. I order you to do so. It's going to replace them. How are you doing on ammo, by the way? I think there's some... Wait, does this thing even make ammo? It sure doesn't look like it does. Let me make this really rather clear. I want you to make 5,000 bullets. And then I want you to make 2,000 better bullets. No need to make uranium ammo. I'm not going to bother with uranium stuff outside of Novice. How goes the run? What achievements are left to do now? All of the timed and pressured achievements are gone. There's only really one achievement, so I might as well pin it. No room for more. It's a little too eye-catching. Don't bother having it there anymore. So yeah, I need to make legendary armor and fill it with legendary ingredients. That is the one real achievement that's left. Everything else is just, you know, pick it up as we go along. Research things, build things. The usual. Now, where is this demolisher and what size is it? It won't be bigger than medium because we've only ever dealt with smalls so far. So I don't think it jumps from small to big in one shot like that. I should also keep an eye on my own position because, whoa, yeah, I don't want to just run into the thing. Still a small demolisher. That's a little bit sad. Right, well then. Let's set up demolishing. It's nice how much faster it is to do this with, well, one, having 50 bots instead of 10, and two, having bot speed upgrades so they actually distribute the stuff a lot faster. All of these are disabled by control behavior. Yes, 780, 780. It's weird that it is disabled because I see a green light. I thought the light goes red when it's disabled. Anyway, the important thing is that it is disabled. Wait, is that actually the demolisher for this area? He's not taking any damage because... Well, I can actually shoot him once and he will get mad. I wonder if that means he's going to attack these things remotely. If so, that's a good indicator of why. Okay, never mind. I thought he might attack these things because I aggroed him, but the whole reason we have this set up is that they don't engage until one of these gets destroyed by the Demolisher. And then as soon as they do, we get to see this. Don't blink. Pop. Beautiful. Just freaking beautiful. There are many, many ways to kill a Demolisher. This is my favorite. We don't have repair packs. Well, I would like you to have repair packs, but evidently we don't have any, so don't bother. Yeah, I shouldn't have blinked, Freiheits. I told you not to. So very few losses, very little ammo used. In fact, how much ammo did that use? Only 93 clips. Amazing. And that just unlocked the coal area. Do I need any of this other stuff? I mean, do I need that 4.2 million calcite? It seems unlikely, right? It seems very unlikely. I'm here for the coal. Your machine gets slowed down if you run into this stuff. Right. Do I want to clear this area regardless? I'm just trying to convince myself that what I want to do is kill more Demolishers. What do they do to deserve such ire, though? What I can do is just set this up somewhere. The Demolisher will eventually notice it and get platinum mad. And then I just come up and pick up the pieces. Looks like I left this behind. Okay, well, that's where all my extra guns and ammo were. I thought it was a little light on them. Right, I'll go and collect those as well then. By the way, how long did our spaceship run off screen? Did we survive to the shattered planet and return with some promethium? We haven't done any of this run off screen. Every little bit of this has been streamed. It's kind of almost made me wish that I do edited content. Because then, you know, I could just do screen fade into Wonderful Factory and go, look at this, it only took us 5 minutes. And you look at the achievement timer and realize that 3 hours have passed. I could be as disingenuous as I want, but sadly when you're live streaming, you don't get that opportunity. Yeah, maybe I could think up some way. I do streams where I cheat and you have to figure out how I've cheated. How did you cheat in the bar exam in Louisiana? Oh, I'll never tell. Right, so we get our guns back, get our ammo back, although I don't think we need any more of this, so let's just... Rather frustratingly, you can't shove this stuff into your trash slots by control-clicking them. At least I don't think you can. Alright, well, that being how it is, let's just shove it over here into the force provider chests. Wonderful. Right, fit new. I need that coal, and I need it over here, and I need that done stat. By the way, I don't need this, or this, or this, or this, or... Why am I carrying an entire rocket silo? Wow, get out of here. I don't need this, 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 or this either. Just get them out of here. Shove them into these chests. I don't give a hoot. I don't need electric mining drills either. I do, however, need big mining drills. I would like a fat stack of 200 of those. While I'm at it, I would like them to run efficiently. I know people are horrified at my use of efficiency modules, but I do like them. I'm also going to need, let's just keep it simple, I want 50 of these, 50 of these, and I want a lot of this. Give me like 4,000, 4,000 is probably a crazy number. Give me 2,000 fast transport belts. Why are there almost none of them in logistics storage? Oh, that's right, I never really scaled up on the production of these things, did I? There's only one. Oh, I suppose they were bringing it over to me. But at least these things get made nice and quickly, provided they have the sprockets for it. I don't like the fact that I have to fly over here to get these sprockets. And I like even less how slowly you're doing this, but whatever. I'm not here to optimize everything, or anything as it seems. Yeah, carrying an entire rocket silo for the euphemism, says Nunu. No, I don't think we are. I appear to lack power poles as well. I'll take 100 of these, please. Might need a little bit more than that. Let's go 150. Is there anything else that needs to be sorted? Because really all I'm doing is I'm bringing over coal and I'm shoving it into my stuff here so that I can make more oil. I want that oil made efficiently because evidently I struggle on that part. And I want it made relatively quickly. Trying to see how these line up. Why do I have these set that they affect only 2 instead of 3 oil platforms? Because if they're there, they'll do 3 of them. More is more. There we go. Work harder and smarter. Should I even keep this here? They're really, really bad. I'm actually going to disable these now. Quickest and easiest way I've found to disable something is just connect it to the wireless logistic network, give it an enable disable function, and just don't set it. That way they'll have no way of turning back on unless you just go here and then uncheck this and then copy and paste. Quick, fast, easy, all the things I like in life. Now let's bring over that much, much needed coal. Just need to drag power out to here. What? See, now that the pressure's off, I'm going to find all the things that I thought I set up and find out that they are just absolutely miserable. Blue Peter. Jeez, that is a blast from the past. I can't even remember what it was about. It was just that thing on TV and you watched it because it was Blue Peter. I'm missing something very valuable for doing this. Cliff explosives. Yeah, I'm going to need cliff explosives aplenty. Please make sure that I have 200 of them. Don't worry, you'll mess up and miss stuff even without the pressure. Yeah, but it won't be so impactful. Previously, you do something, you mess up, and someone says, oh, you didn't do da-da-da, and you're going, oh god, what, where, why, was this causing da-da-da-da? But now it's just, okay, well, I'll go fix that. It's no big deal. It's not costing me anything. I've got the whole day for this. I do think we can get this done today. It's going to be a lot of work getting the quality stuff done on Fulgora, but I see no reason that we can't get it done. I should set up the green chips here as well, and I want to get some quality stuff while we're at it. But the coal must flow first and foremost. You just leave these dead demolishers around. It's kind of nice to have a little tribute to the land they used to hold. Right, please clear the area. Boopy boop. There are achievements for making all these kinds of modules, and we will get around to that. It's just not a pressing concern right now. There are certainly efficient ways I could set up big-ass mining drills, but I don't care. Just set them up however. I mean, there's also things like calculating how many could fill up a belt, but not happening. Just get these built, have them run efficiently, even though efficiency on these things is cringe. It's okay, we're living the cringe. You also don't need to have the spaces between them if you use some underground belting. Because because you can do that to shove the power poles between the drills. Right, how many lines have we got? We got 1, 2, 3. That is awkward. In that case, here's how I'll do it. You're going to come down here. You're going to feed into here. This one is going to feed out. And it's going to split into both of these. So one comes down here. And the other comes down hither. Just comes along and down. Eastbound and down, except we're going west. Load it up and trucking. I'll probably superfluously balance them later on as well. But whilst we're not under any pressure, we're also not under any obligation to build things to last. I'm here to get these achievements, and all will be said and done. I'm unsure down the line what I'm going to do with this run. Can't say I've thought much about it. As in, once I'm done with it, am I going to still be playing it in my free time? Am I going to start making mega bases and whatnot? I don't know. Mega bases have seldom really appealed much to me in Factorio. Oh, whew. I forgot I set that down, but I did. Well, we could take this as slow as we want. You know, looking at iron ore earlier reminded me of something. When I was making glorified concrete here, part of the problem was it required this concrete, and I think it's time to bring over that concrete. This is going to be very laborious for my poor bots. They got to take the concrete from all the way over here down to here just because I don't make this concrete over there. Whatever. What are the bots for if not working hard for my benefit? I need that recipe for the concrete. Because normally you make concrete using iron ore, and iron ore is not ready. It's not readily available here. You can pick it up from the rocks, but the rocks are, I suppose they're infinite because the map is infinite, but realistically you can't mine them out in the way you can other things. We're not on Novice here. There's another coal patch in the area to the south, yes, and my assertion is that I don't need it. I mean, how much coal is here? 7 million, doubled because of... Oh, I should put a radar over there. 7 million, doubled because of big mining drills, and then further adding 30% for mining productivity. And we could always use quality and whatnot to get even more out of it. But I think just having it as it is suitable for what we're trying to achieve here today. Covarex is done. Next up is Epic Quality. Epic Quality is gonna take 25 minutes. That's fine. We've got time to burn here. We're not in any rush, are you? So that coal, huh? It comes down here and it gets split into all of these. Thankfully, however, now we're in the glorious enlightened days of stacking goods onto belts. Never really figured out how to quickly make turns like that for multi-lane belts. This is actually using fast transport belts and not using my glorious yellows. My addiction to yellow belts maybe finally has been overcome. Drag and R? What a thought. Wow, you exhausted this patch already. Now there's truly almost nothing here. But almost nothing isn't nothing. I need to think how this stuff is going to be split. I think the answer is not very well. The plastic is not going to need that much of the stuff. What the heck is this? I was meant to bank calcite, and I assumed that I had because I was able to send up a bunch of calcite into space, but I guess I didn't do it as much as I thought. Alright, all this graveyard of power poles should be gone as well, please. Give myself space to work with and room in my head to think. Do not trim off the lubricant, please. I don't think that's severed power. No, good. That never powered inserter is going to be a lot of moments like that. I dread to think how bad Novice is going to look. Right, let's somewhat balance this. I mean, I don't know how or why I want it particularly well balanced, but it's fine. I mean, that is not as balanced as it might seem. I'll see if I can actually remember how to balance. It's been so long. That seems right. I would normally keep a book of balancers. It's one of the few things that I think. Wait, I don't have 4 belts to bring in. What am I doing? It's just 2 to 4. Oh well, maybe in the far-flung space future it will be more than that. Also just trim off whatever. It's one of the things that it's totally not a problem to have a blueprint for, an external one even, because it's a solved problem, balancing. Although I'm also of the opinion that you don't really need that many balancers in the game. There we go. The coal once again flows, meaning the oil flows. I still don't think that I have a very good setup for cracking. In fact, I'm quite certain I have an awful setup for cracking. But maybe, just maybe, with the modules that we've added in, we might be able to sustain our need for petroleum eventually. You know, once we actually fill up some of the buildings with it. That output doesn't look very balanced. It's balanced enough to me. It's all coming in and it's all going out. Well, that's not true, because that stuff's shuffling a bit. Is it fine? There is something I'm missing here. Switch one line in the bottom to the balancer. Well, now it's all flowing a bit better. Good enough. You know, good enough is good enough. The clue is in the name. So now things like low density structures are being created again. The plastic is flowing once more. The plastic is attempting to flow once more. My poor, pathetic lack of cracking. Lack of light oil being one of the reasons, because I make a lot of rocket fuel out of my light oil. But it's not like we're backing up on heavy oil, right? Right? Yeah, thinking about it, I don't crack nearly enough into light oil, and that's something you need a lot of. I'm just pondering if it's even worth fixing at this point, and part of me thinks no, because my main... I mean, this stuff is good enough to make most of what I need. My main issue going forward is making everything on Fulgora, so that's what I should be focusing on. Although I do... Well, get rid of this junk in my inventory. So if we're going to be bold enough to say that this is fixed, then what now? I need to fix the calcite, because as much as there is tons of calcite in the ground, this will run out, so let's... Ew. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of you. And let's have a more proper calcite extraction setup. It's kind of horrifying seeing all the things that I just built up rapidly. Does it work? Yep, good enough, move on. Hey, the logic is sound, but... Just cut off the base there. Come on, keep it powered. Alright, proper calcite extraction begins at home. I never did set up that radar over on the far side, did I? Alright, I would like a bunch of satellites, please. I know you make them. And yeah, I think I mix up saying satellite and radar all the time. I mean, I have no real mining operation here now. Okay. I was trying to copy one of these things for their modules. Or module setup, rather, but this will do. This is already overkill on calcite, but it's more that I want to make sure that the entire place gets extracted. What does this go down to? Ah, right. Perhaps the most important place to bring calcite is where it goes down to. Good to know. Yeah, I see no reason not just to max out the calcite here. I'll get it all mixed together and then pull it out and somewhat balance it. So we've got 1, 2, 3 lines of it. Okay. We'll just do a similar thing to what we did before. Ah, it's so relaxing. I mean, the stakes are off. Now, I love high stakes on my streaming. I like knowing that there's punishment games at the ready if I fail something, or having that omnipresent timer here and the surely eternal shame I'd be feeling if I didn't manage to get this Factorio achievement done. But we did. Why is there so much space between these? I don't think it matters, but why? There are no stakes now, but you can't appreciate this calm unless you've had that kind of stress. These all fully stack, so it's of no real concern to me. There we go, and while I'm here I may as well just upgrade this whole thing. Beautiful. Yeah, we set this thing up and never had to bother with it since. I will reward their service to the Imperium by making them run more efficiently. Not the right thing to do though, right? I should be making them run more productively and give them speed beacons. I even gave them room for beacons. But that hasn't been necessary, so we don't bother. I mean, productivity, you know, productivity means you're going to get more out per calcite, and calcite is your last concern here. It's one of my many, many reasons I am not particularly happy with Fulgora. Not Fulgora, this planet, Vulcanus. I mix the two up all the time. there's just too much here. You know, we finally ran out the coal patch, but this calcite patch is nowhere near it, and we've got millions right here. Compare that to Novice. Starting resources, bit of a joke, frankly. Really have to expand for more. Fulgora. The resources on most of the islands are not very good. You need to go to the vault ruins. In fact, it was quite fortunate that we found a place with 1 million on a decent-sized island. Fortunately, I don't have to do that again. When we go back to Fulgora, and we'll be going back to Fulgora pretty soon, we're going to just use a vault ruin, an additional vault ruin, and we might even use more. Alright, let's get that calcite flowing before I run out of it for my materials and my power. So yeah, this goes in, feeds out. This bottom bit is going to be prioritized because the stuff from the back of a belt is always the stuff that gets prioritized. That's part of the design of Win Lobby here, to ensure that the byproduct iron from advanced metal crushing gets used ahead of the dedicated metal crushing. This stuff goes in the back of the line and will be used ahead of this, which we finally sorted to no longer be on the artillery line, by the way. That's a lot of ammo. How much ammo is it? 13,000. I think it'll be fine. Don't think it'll overproduce to any truly obnoxious degree. The island I landed on in Fulgora had 30 million scrap. The one you landed on, it was surely a small one with a vault ruin. If it was not, then you got some absurd luck. Boy, these poor things are they backing up on heavy oil? They absolutely are. Does that mean that these things aren't all working? I really need to crack more light oil, or crack more heavy oil into light oil. You know what? Screw it. It takes like 2 minutes to do. Let's just do it. The only difficulty, if we can go so far, is to make sure I have enough water, and that water certainly looks like it's plentiful. And we all know that the steam is agonizingly plentiful. So let's just grab any unwitting setup here. And go vdumph, vdumph, vdumph. Mondo more cracking, please. Not even going to run the numbers, just assuming that it's going to be fine. There we go. Get that water in here. And yeah, that is the place for the water, right? It sure doesn't look like the place for the water. That looks like the place for the water. How about the heavy oil? I'm sure I can grab some heavy oil from somewhere. There we go. As for how they all get plugged in, it should be no big deal. Could module them, but instead I'll do something filthy. Now hold on there. If I start copying and pasting that, it'll rotate them around, and then it won't be right. There we go. That should be suitably disgusting for a lot of people. Victory lap. Is the legendary mech armor done? No, that's part of the victory lap. It's the victory lap because we finally finished the timed achievements and all the limited and gated achievements. That epic quality is coming along nicely. What happens after epic quality? I actually do need a bunch of follower robot count research done, funnily enough. Because there's an achievement for having, I think, 100 of these things following you. That's not a priority, though. I want my super speed module. I do actually want slightly faster robots. The atomic bomb is not a priority. Laser damage upgrade. I might as well get all the non-infinite ones done, because that is going to be quite useful for dealing with Novice's defenses, which will need to be made a bit better at some point. I do want more mining productivity done. Anything else here relevant? Not really. At least not currently. Once I have plenty of cryogenic science saved up, I will go and get that for legendary quality. And then we can get the quality stuff done without risking losing any legendary stuff. Legendary mech armor is hard to make. I imagine it a bit more than... It's not hard to make. In fact, it's quite the opposite of hard to make. Sure, it demands quite a lot of goods. So I need to get legendary processing units, holmium plates, superconductors, supercapacitor, and legendary power armor Mark II, which itself requires processing units, electric engines, low-density structures, speed modules, efficiency modules, but these aren't particularly difficult things to make in legendary quality, except perhaps the holmium and holmium byproducts, but we have a cunning plan for that. Although you could also just roll, right? Just max out your quality modules and roll for legendary. The odds are not very high, but if you roll enough times, you will get it. Right, whilst I'm faffing, is there anything else that I'm looking to do? Looks like we solved the coal crisis. Just leave a machine grinding and go AFK, says Max, with the completely wrong attitude towards quality. If you need quality, build up. Wanting a quality item is no different than wanting 100,000 of something. If you wanted 100,000 iron plates, would you set up one mining drill, one smelter, and then go AFK? No. You'd build a lot of mining drills, and you'd build a bunch of smelters. Maybe you'll upgrade them to foundries. You'll most certainly beacon them. And you would do a similar approach for quality. Scale it up. You will get it. I guarantee it. Right. I think we largely sorted everything that needs sorted here. It was just a case of restarting everything here and making sure that our poor oil issue can be solved, at least until that coal runs out. But that coal will last 7 times longer than the previous coal. One other thing I suppose I want to do is set up my electromagnetic plants. Now, as it happens, we have this very convenient load of lava here. Is there another even more convenient load of lava? Yeah, there's another batch right here. Am I going to do what I'm thinking of doing here? I have options. I might even do it here, by the way. Okay. So, let's talk a bit about the achievement that caused my previous 100% run to take so long. Mass production 3. Produced 20 million electric circuits. Now, pre-space age, this is a bit of a bum deal. 20 million electric circuits is a lot of electric circuits, but now it's not quite so many, because thanks to the power of electromagnetic plants and beacons and foundries, you can have these things crank them out willy-nilly. So this one's done 250,000. This one's done 250,000. That's pretty good, and these aren't even particularly high-quality devices. But something that I would also rather like is some quality green chips. I have several ways of getting quality ones, but I can't help but feel I'll have an easier time if I just take them from here. Their issue is actually that the iron plates are a touch slow. That is amusing to me. I would like my speed module 2s, please. Give me, I don't know, 200 of them. While we're at it, why don't you give me 200 of the productivity modules? I never bothered moduling these things up as much as I should have because, hey, it was early game. Now we're not early game. We're mid-game. Probably wouldn't mind restarting you guys for these beacons of mine. This is where all the beacons are made, huh? You don't do quality anymore. Right, there's another thing. I would like my quality modules, please. We're still only running quality module Mark IIs, which is a little bit sad. But only a little bit. I don't need a ton of these things. There are better ways to do this. As in, set up some proper circuit conditions, so I'm only producing as much and whatever as I need, but I just want these things to restart making me quality... Whoa, that's right, we've got quality module Mark 3s now. Don't think I'll bother with that here, though. I'll do that on Fulgora. Fulgora actually has the ingredients required for it. Anyway, quality, quality. I love my quality beacons. Please continue to make the quality beacons. Shove them in until we're full of them. It's not that expensive after all. Quality beacons output the modules at a higher degree. So normally it's what, 1.5? Now it's 1.7, 1.9 with Epic, up to something like 2.5 with the big daddies. I probably shouldn't even be bothering with the efficiency modules here, but I just want to make sure this thing's never running out of iron plating. It's working all the time with no issue, provided the copper cabling doesn't run out. 7, 6, 5. That is going to run out. Amusing. Keep up with it. What was the ratio? 3 and 1. Again, I don't particularly want to overthink this. I just want lots and lots of these circuits pouring out of here, because we're going to need that for an achievement eventually. Yes, yes. Speed up production, please. Not only that, I want a good baseline to work with here. Am I going to want stack inserters on Fulgora? Ultimately, yes, but in this run I don't think it's going to be necessary. So we're going to take what we have here. We're going to copy it. And then we're going to think about what we're doing with it. I'm going to slam it down here. I'm going to not have you. And I am ponderous about these beacons. Very ponderous. You see, if I want quality circuits, then I have to accept things going a little slower. Actually, I have to accept them going considerably slower. Because this thing's only going to make 4.5 per second instead of, what do these do? 18.2 per second. So here's my thing. Do I actually want these to be quality circuits then? I'm not sure I care that much. If I want quality circuits, I got a few ways of getting those on Fulgora. Maybe I'll have one of them set up and the other ones can just spit out lots of them rapido. But these ones I do want going fairly quickly. So here's my proposition. See you. I want you to grab everything that is epic and above. You, I want you to grab what is rare. And you, I want you to grab what is uncommon. And these guys, I want you to grab only what is common. Now, active provider chest them out. That could cause issues if I end up absolutely flooded with quality green chips, but the way I see it, I've got too much storage to care about that. So I won't care about that. And then the regular chips are going to come out here. Hey, what's all this stuff doing here? It's going away is where it's going. That's what we have bots for. Alright, glorious. That wasn't really what I was wanting to set up. I just wanted to have some kind of quality going. If I'm not doing quality, however... Gotta make sure the beacons don't overlap. I also want to make sure I'm still within the building range and the Logistobot range. Good enough. Also want to make sure all of these are linking up to each other. That does not quite link up. Oh, of course, I'm out of electroplants over here, aren't I? That's okay, I think we have some electroplants that we can pick up. V? No, I think I want H here. Not quite. It needs to be something like that. That's fine, though. And then the ultimate dream is that these all go up, up, and away. That merges, and it all comes up. So daisy. And what's going to happen to all these green chips? They're going to meet a very, very untimely end. Don't tell me I'm out of bulk inserters. Did I ever tell this thing to make me bulk inserters? I did. I told it to make me loads of them. Where are my bulk inserters? They're nowhere because this isn't part of the log net because it didn't actually connect to the power. Once it is powered up, all will be well. So my poor sick and twisted idea here is that these green circuits are just going into the soup. I do not care about their numbers. This is just for the achievement. That's what we're here for, 100% achievements after all. I need to get some electromagnetic plants here. I guess that's Wind Lobby's job. I want you to head over to Fulgora and grab me some of those, please. And Fulgora does have some going spare, right? It's got a staggering... Yeah, bring over 15 of them. That should be fine. So, Wind Lobby, I wish for you to go over there. And you have nothing that you're particularly asking for, so now I want you to grab 15 of these. That's 3 rocket launches. All should be well. Recycling, yeah, sure, recycling. Using a blueprint to speedrun this game. I bet these clowns don't add the time it took to create said blueprints. All voided runs, in my opinion, says Deadly Shadow. I would love to agree there, but I have to admit that I did create these spaceships with the timer paused. And actually, that took something like 7 hours total. And I was only 3.5 or 4 hours under time, so if I had made those with the timer going, it would have been a failure. That said, if I knew that I wasn't able to do that, I just would have spent a lot of time memorizing how to make good spaceships, or at least doing a lot of it so I had experience. So I'm not sure what to make of that, but I accepted from the outset that there was going to be spaceship design needing to be done, because it's not my forte. And ultimately, I'm the one making the rules. So I can have them be as arbitrary as I like. Right, this is going to require some of this. And to make life even uglier, it's going to require some of this. Oh, that's right, this stuff also needs to go up top. Hope I'm not creating some kind of issue down the line here, but again, this is just to get the green achievement. Mass production. Alright, there we go. Well, it's not even powered for some reason. Yeah, because the power poles don't reach, do they? How strange. Maybe they were covered by something else previously. Well, I will fix that, and I will fix that in a minute, because I'll be back in a few minutes. There we go. Better believe I'm not trimming that part out of the VOD. That takes effort. Okay, where are we at? Get those chips made. Have some of them be quality in case I need that for later. And then... Hang on, do these even need to be filtered if they're just going into active provider chests? Well, no, but we'll do it anyway. Destroy the excess, make sure everything is powered, get my electromagnetic plants down, and then maybe there's nothing else I need to do here. Ah, that's why things were powered here before. I had the audacity to use subsystems, substations, sub-something. That's lava. We don't want lava in this system. We want good old-fashioned copper. BRB is still up. Well, maybe I'm not quite back yet. Mentally, evidently. Yeah, once upon a time I was a professional streamer. How did it all come apart? How did I forget to do basic things? Cheers there, dragon. Right, so now more circuits are being made, more circuits are just being destroyed, because there's no point keeping these. We already have plenty of production of circuits, and you're not losing anything. Right, this stuff is made from lava. The lava gets made into the molten stuff, excess stones get tossed away, and or made into brick. And we toss them away by making landfill out of them, something we set up ages ago. If you just toss out stones on their own, well, there are a lot of stones to toss out. But if you toss out landfill, you're condensing it by a factor of 50. So I highly recommend you turn your stones into landfill and then chuck the landfill away. Scale's a lot better. So yes, all this stuff really cost me is calcite. And as we've covered, we have lots of calcite, literally millions of it. What's taking so long, Win Lobby? The thing that's taking so long is me. You've already got your stuff. All right, coming back to Vulcanus. I will just manually control Win Lobby. Lose Lobby and Master from Actraiser 2 are the automated ships. And it seems they're doing fine. Master from Actraiser 2 picks up the science and brings it back to Novice. It also moves processing units and low-density structures from Vulcanus over to Gleba. It can also get bulk inserters from Gleba. Maybe, just maybe, it would be handy if you picked up some of those in case I needed them later. So I want you to pick up 200 of these from Gleba, please. Yeah, that makes sense. Although that might mean that your time at Gleba... Yeah, you only spend 60 seconds there. I'll be generous, give you 120 seconds there. Grab some more stack insertion. Yeah, that way if I need stack inserters on any planet, I just tell you to drop them off there. Or I set a request, rather, for it, and then we get it that way. And Win Lobby, come on back as quick as you can. Oh, that's right, because of the position here, you have to go via Novice to get back to Vulcanus. We'll get these electromagnetic things plowed down, and we have one last chance here to think, is there anything we want to switch up here in Vulcanus before we're donezo? I wonder why more people don't use volcanoes for waste disposal. Seems awfully convenient. I mean, in real life or in the game? I mean, in real life, this stuff would eventually get cluttered if you keep throwing things into it, but in-game, I don't think a lot of people know about it. It's obvious the moment you know about it, but when you don't know about it, you wouldn't think so. It's not like you can throw things into the ocean in Novice or into the ammoniacal solution in Aquilo, so why here? It was covered in a dev diary, but I don't think it's mentioned anywhere in the game. Doesn't mention that it destroys entities, and funnily enough, if you land in the lava, you don't die. I don't think you die. I'm pretty sure I've landed in lava before. Yeah, because demolishers can disable your systems. You know what? Let's make this stuff more efficiently, because we're stuck on plastics, and we're horrifically still stuck on petroleum gas. Which I assume is... Is this stuff actually all going? Never actually checked to see if it's working fine. It is. It's just that my production of... my production of oils is just not good enough. Even with this added... Ah, right, actually. Actually, I see the problem now. Only half of this was engaged. What a mistake for Jake to make. Alright, there we go. Now we're getting even more light oil flowing. I think it's mentioned in the tips. Oh god, where are tips? Have I even opened this screen before? Tips and tricks. Cool, tell me about lava. Fluid lava can be pumped. It is possible to remove waste items by moving them directly into lava tile. Cool. The things we learn around here. Welcome a pizza knot and raiders. Win lobby, you've made it back. Please deliver unto me my electromagnetic plants. And then I reckon we're going to be leaving now, because I can't think of anything else I want to sort out here on Vulcanus. I mean, there might be, but nothing's coming to mind. We set up these just to be destroyed, so that we can get our 20 million chips done. I can't think of anything else I need to do here, at least with any priority. Reading tutorials, Alpha disapproves. Yeah, well, Alpha enjoys the struggle, because then he can continue to feel oppressed. Fulfilling one of Alpha's base needs in life. I don't have spare ones of these. I'll leave that there. Who knows if I'll ever want another rocket thing capable of launching around here. Oh, good point. We need to kill a big worm. We haven't even killed a medium worm. I think I'll do that towards the end, because I'm going to want Tesla weapons to do that better. I don't think gun turrets are going to be enough to kill Big Worm without a lot of damage improvements, so we'll come back here when we have electric weapons to clear that one off. Railgun is another option, but I prefer to use my DACA. And just grab a portable ring. Yeah, just grab one. I think it needs a few damage upgrades. No, it can't be ringed moving things around from Aquilo. Right, so these are active. Active, yes. Functional, not really. What is your problem? The iron ain't flowing. There we go. Well, that is a funny, funny problem. Can't actually dispose of it fast enough. These ones can, but the other one here cannot. Easily sorted. By just having more destruction. Unfortunately, the smoke gets in the way of things. It even gets in the way of filtered stuff. So if I filtered you, for example, to only do the chips, that gets obfuscated by the smoke, whereas filtering is normally not obfuscated by anything, not even a rocket launching. I think that's an oversight. But I really feel like the Factorio devs have kind of stopped bothering to do updates for some reason. Right, how's this going to work? I think we're going to merge you together. And then we're going to have you come along like so. There we go. Lots of disposal. And that should take care of these things rapidly. Of course, if I need 4 putting it out, then I'll need 4 taking it into the lava. But that'll do fine. So these things should be producing these rapidly. In fact, we can do a quick check, can't we? To see how long it's going to take. That stuff even going out at a reasonable rate. I think part of the problem is that it's coming out on a belt that's just a bit too slow. And I'm in the business of going fast, so let's do it like so. I could do this with an upgrade planner. But you know what? I'm not doing this with an upgrade planner. Oh, right, here's another thought. These are reversed. to go in like so. And it's okay, we have some some green belts here and there. Get that upgraded, get that all burnt, and then we're going to check how the production's going. No, I do mean the game updates. I haven't noticed any. The dev diaries, they did say they were stopping, but I would have thought there'd be a bit more post-release love for Space Age. Maybe there has been, I haven't noticed. I only really check by the Steam updates. Perhaps I should check elsewhere. Right, so curiously, the production of green circuits has now spiked up dramatically. So now we're looking at 5,000 or 6,000 a minute. That's still quite a few minutes to get to 20 million, though, isn't it? Who wants to crunch the numbers on that? 20 million. Yeah, it looks... Well, no, it's going up. It's going up. Does look to be about 6,000 a minute, though. 6,000 a minute, 600,000 in 100 minutes. Like 2,000 minutes? That's still quite a lot. I could double this yet and have even more of these flying out. Hopefully it doesn't make too much of an impact on my backed up supplies here. But this is a whole lot easier to scale up than doing production of this stuff in just Novice, or pre-Space Age rather. You missed a single green belt where the reds join. So I did. 16 hours at the current rate. Yeah, that is too slow. We're going to need this stuff actually done, so we're going to double this up. Maybe even triple it. Yeah, just bring it all out. There's no skin off my nose. So my assertion is if I feed these into 1, 2, 3, 4, then it's fine, because this stuff doesn't get output by more than 4 of them. Alright, I can believe that. And I believe we asserted that this was incorrectly balanced. One, 2, 3, 4. There we go. There we don't go. You can't put pipes under lava. That's okay. I can bring the stuff up from here. Yes. Create problem, create solution. Also extend lognet. Also make sure it remains connected by power. Not too worried about things just going in on ghosties here. I have bots to build this stuff for me. Who would have thought it would take so long, but the man finally deals with bots. This is the iron. And... copper. Copper, you say? Disgusting, but good enough. I love how we just have a machine making all of the stuff. The items, I mean, the make everything network creates everything we could ever want, and then some. How is this stuff possibly cut off from power? There we go. So maybe this will cut down time needed to 8 hours. Which still feels like it might be too slow. We'll see about that, though. After all, one of the things wasn't working to its fullest capacity earlier. If you're doing other things in the meantime, it should be fine. Yeah, we're not going to be sitting and watching paint dry here. We have a lot of other achievements to do. I just want to make sure that Mass Production 3 is on par to actually get done today. I would actually quite like to get this whole thing done today. Every last one of those remaining achievements. And it's going to take some time to get the legendary everything achievement, so that certainly gives us plenty of time for this stuff to be working. Alright, so the question is, this stuff should all work forever, provided... Oh, well, that was a big provided. I was going to say provided that the fuel is coming out a-okay. Not the fuel, but the smelted stuff. Which currently it is not, but we can deal with that rather well, because I can speed it up. The dumph, the dumph, the dumph, the dumph, the dumph. And why in the world am I using crappy beacons for that? I have good beacons for that. I thought I had good beacons for that. Well, I know I've got better beacons than that. Let's get those upgraded. Because, yeah, I can look at things like my production and consumption of the molten metals. And we can see that we now produce far too little of it. But with the power of beacons... with the power of beacons, he says. Still not entirely sure that's going to be keeping up. Funny, I thought the beacons would go a long way. Oh god, it's actually the lava. The lava is pumping out as fast as it can. Maybe it was the lava all along. Interestingly, you don't need to care about fluid dynamics here like you did in pre-space age. But yeah, I did not expect lava to be the issue. You know, you put down one of these things and you're used to pre-space age where just one is going to deal with all of your needs. Unless you're doing nuclear power and you need a lot of water. Good lord, even these ones are all working full-time. Let's, interestingly, keep an eye on the lava. You don't need to worry about flow rates anymore, which is nice. You know, pre-space age flow was just bonkers. People saying that they've simplified the system to the point of it being just for babies. Well, maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. But I prefer it how it is now. I don't make pumps. Make everything network. I demand offshore pumps. How many do I demand? I don't know, 100 of them? They're not difficult to make. They're agonizingly cheap. What is it? A bit of sprockets and a bit of sprockets, a bit of pipes. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 iron plates to make an offshore pump. And there we go. It's finally backing up a bit. And hopefully that means production. Oh yeah, there we go. Now we vastly overproduce. Good, very good. And then we can check how the production of the chips are going. Now that we make 15,000 a minute, that should be all right. That's 1.5 million in 100 minutes. Is that good enough? How long is it going to take to get 17 million? One of the chip's disposal belts is not working at full capacity. Which one would that be? They all look like they're going at full capacity. Are any of these guys backing up? You're not backing up. You're not backing up. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. I thought I corrected these. Maybe in correcting them, I ended up making them wrong. Or maybe I didn't correct it and just thought that I did. Well spotted over there, Ave. We'll have to once again recheck how our chip production really is going. This is what I get for not carrying just a bunch of green belts on my person. Make life easier for myself. I know, it's the belts that are wrong. Moot is saying, please, no more Factorio. I understand your pain, but I cannot comply. Well, actually I can. This is the last time we're likely to stream Factorio for a long, long time. There's no reason for it to return after this. I'll have achieved everything I want to do in this game. That needs to be a green belt as well. Oh, and I was able to just do that. Excellent. Okay, now there appears to be no problems. Everything is going through. Everything is getting absolutely deleted. I'm not even bothering doing quality recycling on them. That's just not how I operate here. Alright, production rates then. More like 16,000 a minute. Why are we burning green chips? For an achievement, of course. I need to get 20 million green chips made, and I don't really have a good use for them right now, so we just burn them all. So hopefully, during the time I spend getting the other achievements, that one will tick by, and everything will be hunky-dory. I can't think of anything else I need to do on this planet, so let's just leave. Yeah, it's a little sad to just leave, and I can't help but feel I might still want some stuff over in Fulgora. In fact, why didn't I think about that? What are some things that I could bring to Fulgora to make my life easier? Some bulk inserters, some big mining drills. Never set up a bleeding radar over there. Sure. I'll need to bring myself as well, of course. Alright, let's get ready to go then. No, sir, I don't need these things on me. No need to give it to me. Take it all back. Thank you for your concern, but I don't need it. I could set up different loadouts for different planets. I did that in my other save, but then this list became very long. Sadly, you can't condense these. It would be nice to have an expand button for these things, so you don't have to scroll all the way down to double check or change one of your other groups. But maybe I'm just impossible to make happy. By the way, I think it's time to finally say goodbye to this SMG. Never needed it. Poof, off it goes to the lava. It should take just under 19 hours to make all the chips at this rate. 19 hours? Really? That seems very, very slow. Really, really slow. We're making 17,000 a minute. Alright, well 17,000 a minute is 1 million an hour. Almost to the number. That's actually 17 hours. Oh gosh, Do I have more electromagnetic plants for this? Because that is too long. We do need to double this again. But I only have 3 electromagnetic plants. Maybe we can just, if we have to do the waiting game again, we could play more Slay the Spire whilst this goes. Although the correct thing to do is just take this entire thing copy it and paste it here. Hey, there's more lava to use here. That would be very clever. Although if we're doing that, we also need more of this being produced. Ultimately, it all needs more electromagnetic plants. Slay the Spire is the correct thing to do, points out Tarkin Rex. Alright, let's believe in Tarkin Rex. It's never let us down before, why would it let us down now? So yes, we'll expand that later, but we'll consider that during the Slay the Spire time. For now, I want to go and start dealing with Fulgora, because Gleba doesn't need to do anything. Gleba just sits back, infinitely feeding itself, which is one of the more gorgeous things about this. There is one problem potentially with Gleba, and that is too many seeds. But too many seeds isn't really a problem. You might want that down the line. Does Gleba have any additional storage boxes? No, it does not. And I should probably have more of these. I don't want to burn the seeds because you need them in bulk for... what do you need them for? I forget. Overgrowth soil. I don't have a lot of steel chests. And I don't think I have a lot of steel for more steel chests either, do I? No, in fact, I'm severely low on steel. You know what? We can solve that en route. So how about you give me 100 of these, please? 100 of these from you into Win Lobby. Right, what am I bringing over? Bring me over a bunch of bulk inserters. I would quite like, I don't know, give me like 200 of them. Just make my life easier when I'm over in Vulcanus. Not Vulcanus, Fulgora. I get the names mixed up all the bleeding time. While I'm at it, I'd also like about 200 assemblers from Vulcanus. How many of these fit into a rocket capacity? 10? I can easily make these over in Fulgora. I'm trying to think of anything else that I need in Fulgora. Pretty much everything you build in Fulgora can be provided by Fulgora. Ah yes, the big mining drills. The BMDs. I'm going to need some BMDs up here, please. Big mining drills. How many? I don't even know. Give me 200 of them for now. And just to get us started, how about you give me 200 of my Quality 2 modules? We'll make better ones when we're there. Only 44 available on the planet. Jeez, did I cut those off? I most assuredly did. Hey, if my memory is correct, I left myself exactly 3 electromagnetic plants, which means what I can do is this. It's just one off from what I want to do here and doesn't quite fit. No, it'll fit, it'll fit. There we go. Now you can make us more of those. I love the inherent production bonus these things get. Alright, huzzah. And that gives these green chips even more use, so who knows, that might even slightly increase my production rate of these things. Split the lanes at the start, one top, one bottom, then you can move it just towards the right. Yeah, I was thinking about how I could merge these over and then bring it over, but I also thought just reverse the inserters and all as well. The ratios aren't right, by the way, when making electromagnetic plants this way, but I'm not sure we care that much. Did we get everything launched up to Win Lobby already? We absolutely did. Is there really nothing else I'm going to want on Fulgora? I'll double check that. Going to need to extract, going to need to move over, going to need to process and here and here and here. Do I want another foundry? How many foundries do I have over here? Let's be ready for having more foundries, actually. How many can you fit in one rocket? 5? 5 will be fine. You do not need a lot of foundry for holmium. In fact, one foundry probably deals with everything. Supply belts to the top plant aren't linked up. Supply belts to the top plant. You telling me I never extended this over? Oh, you're saying exactly that. Thanks for pointing it out. But that did suddenly make me think, do I want a whole lot of belts for Fulgora? They're not difficult to just make over there, especially the fast transport belts, but maybe I want some more turbo transport belts for certain things on Fulgora? I'm of the opinion that with stack insertion, you really don't need turbo belts over there. But I'm also of the opinion that I don't not need them. It's a consideration. No one ever went wrong with having just a bunch of these things. Whoops, wrong one. These things you can only send up how many at a go? 50 at a go. Alright, let's send us up 1,000 of these, please. And please send me up another batch of undergrounds, and I don't appear to have any of these splitters. Let's change that. 2 rockets, 2 rockets. Something like 20 rockets. That's fine though. With the fuel flowing, Vulcanus can just send off loads of rockets. Honest to goodness, I'd rather have even more rocket launchers than this. Surprised you can't set logic rules for the requests. You absolutely can set logic rules for requests. I'm just not doing it. Master from ActRaiser 2 is getting me those stack inserters. I think... Oh, I know I'm going to want those stack inserters over in Fulgora. Could you please bring them over to Fulgora right now? Also, Gleba. It's not automated, I believe. So could you kindly request 200 of these? Just to make sure that we always have stack insertion at the ready. Poor stack inserters, they eat that jelly and then there's no use for the jelly. That's not entirely true though. Just consuming the jelly means that the jelly gets processed, meaning we get the nuts out. And nuts are good. Go, 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 Master from ActRaiser 2. You're not throttled. Funnily enough, you go faster than the Wind Lobby. And the Wind Lobby still needs a bit of time to get these goods delivered, doesn't it? Yeah, not enough to fill a rocket, not a problem. We can make those on site easily enough. 250 on the way. Available on the planet 187. What? Let me check that. Yeah, here we go. I just have one little dedicated guy making these. And he doesn't make them particularly fast or particularly well. And use lubricant, which we have plenty of. Okay, no problem there then. Master from ActRaiser 2, I know you don't like being here, so please just drop off those stack inserters and then you can continue doing what you do. Starting over in Vulcanus, or restarting over in Vulcanus. Yeah, because there's nothing else for you to faff around with. Excellent. Alright, Wind Lobby has everything. Then let's get moving. First off to Gleba. We're going to give Gleba storage chests. So it can amass a vast amount of seeds, which we will probably never need, but I don't want anything on my beloved Gleba clogging. So if you wanted to prevent the clog from the seeds, you would set up a requester chest or a buffer chest next to a heating tower that would burn excess seeds. Now, in the off chance that I end up continuing playing this save long after we're done in my own time, I would want those seeds so that I can make overgrowth soil, so I can make vastly more fruit, and then I'll figure out how to make this factory bigger and better. This factory does scale, by the way. You just need to drag it out a bit either side and keep this cycle of nutrients going. I could also make it create copper, plastic, and iron. There's a very simple setup you can do with biorefinery things here, where you turn the jelly into iron bacteria, and then the iron bacteria with bioflux into more iron bacteria. The iron bacteria spoils into iron ore, and then you smelt that, and then hey presto. It's like mining ore, but it's truly infinite, as long as the seeds can hold. Gosh, wind lobby is slow. Never did end up making enough red modules, but the plastic is always suffering on this poor planet. Yeah, this is just not enough fuel processing. But that's okay. As long as it ticks along, I'm fine. It doesn't need to be neck-breakingly fast. The main thing is that it just makes loads of green circuits, and the green circuits get burned. It should be well over 3 million by now. Yeah. See? All the time for Slay the Spire. What was I over Gleba for? Gleba deserve these chests. Good job, Gleba. And with Gleba having those, we can head over to Fulgora and begin working towards the big achievement. For a moment there, I thought I hadn't picked up the big mining drills, but no, there we go. Full rack of them. Alright, Glebs, I want you to amass loads and loads of seeds. Just keep it nice and simple. You guys take these. And you guys take these. So you can actually just add filters to storage chests, and you can use it as a very primitive sorting mechanism. What did I just research? Ah, the super speed module. Why did that take so long? I guess I'm just slow. Apart from the nighttime slump, everything is working fine enough on Novice, so no real problems there. More accumulators would solve that fine, but it's also not a problem that needs solved. Novice is doing just fine. Occasionally a wall gets broken or a bot dies to fire, and it gets replaced instantly and painlessly. Although, speaking of walls, let's have a lot more walls. Yeah, I don't think I ever buffered up enough walls, and now that I've solved my stone problem, we can deal with that handily. All of our problems on Novice are largely solved. It's just greed that would make us ever want more. Alright, we're setting this place up now, aren't we? Yeah, sure. Does Fulgora have space for everything I'm going to want to shove in here? That's not a lot of space, but let's check. Take the big mining drills. Take the assembly machines. Take the bulk inserters. Take, Where are all the stack inserters? I thought I was bringing stack inserters over here. Oh, right, the stack inserters are already dropped down from Master for Factorio 2, then there's no problem. Take some more stack inserters regardless. You're going to want these foundries, these turbo transports, more transport, more turbo. Is that everything for these guys? Probably. Whilst Wind Lobby continues to amass an ungodly amount of ammo for its inevitable trip to the shattered planet. Got a bunch of barrels. These barrels are pretty useless to me. But they're also pretty useless to Fulgora, so just drop me off and let's start building a base. It's insane how the majority of the industrial power in this solar system is dedicated to dumping chips into lava. Yep. Whee! Back to my favorite planet. I see no reason not to just take all of this into my possession. Oh god, remember all the stuff we set up here aeons ago? Wow. I might want an actual mall set up now. Like an actual mall, none of this nonsense. Give me these back. Give me all my goods back. back. It's almost filling up my inventory, which is a scary thought. Get rid of some of the junk here, and make no mistake, a lot of it is simply junk. This is an atrocity. Do I have any constructing bots of my own? I should have brought over bots, right? I absolutely should have brought over bots, logistic and construction. Alright, Win Lobby, I'm going to want those. Please make your way over to Vulcanus and steal some of their stuff. I want 500 logistibots. And I want 500 construction bots. I'm sure I could make them on site, but it's an annoying thing to do, so I don't want to do it. A knife to the hand feeding's back. What has hand feeding ever done for me? Alright, so construction bots in the network. There are 21? That doesn't seem right. Are you sure I don't have any construction bots myself? Well, actually, I have the wherewithal to make more for myself. Oh, that's right. I took some before. Wait, you're telling me I have to make those flying robot frames myself? Oh, the codex does not support such actions. Absolutely not. Yeah, you make these for me, right? Alright, you make some of those, and then I'll hand make myself the construction bots. I'll make life a little easier. The rest of this can just go, right? My dream is to make a little bot net, a little mall, so I can actually have goods that I want made on site. Probably just nestle it down over here or something. Ooh, I also want cliff explosives. That's quite important. Could you so kindly bring me over 400 cliff explosives? That's overkill, but it means I'll have cliff explosives forevermore. Why have I got 2 uranium fuel cells? I know why, but it's just a funny thing to have on my person. By electromagnetic science. I know you're making these. Where are they all going? Oh, I see. You make them into logistibots. That is cute, and it is important. But it's no longer important. We have enough logistibots, so stop doing that. And now they won't make any more because that used up all the electric engines. Well, not on my watch, it doesn't. The hand feeding never truly left. But I don't think we need all this oil anymore. Actually, I can just take this and I can transform it into the new mall, can't I? Yeah, there's no good reason why I can't. I prefer my mall to go lengthways. It's just easier to read on my eyes, but... I suppose that's just cowardly talk. Do not request anything. In fact, trash unrequested. I need to think about little things that I actually want made here. Keep it simple. I'm going to want inserters, fast inserters, long-handed inserters, bulk inserters. I know you can parameterize these, but I never actually figured out how. We already have steel chests being made over here, so I don't need more of that, but we will want some other kinds of chests. Actually, those can just be made by hand. I don't need bots making those for me. What else do I actually need made in bulk? Forget the transport belty stuff. I don't think I need that. Things that I can make on hand aren't a big deal. Roboports are pretty good, though. Oop. imagine needing huge amounts of half of these things. Maybe the expensive stuff I can limit, such as roboports. What else do I need a ton of around here? Have you built Spidertron? No. Will I build Spidertron? Oh, no doubt. We already make tons of accumulators. I'm gonna need more of those. Should I really be popping them out like that? I mean, the batteries are kind of looking like they back up a fair bit. I think I can get back to sparing myself some of these. Just keep a buffer of them. Gosh, what do you normally set up in a bot mall? You can see the lack of experience I have with making bot malls. What else would I even want here? I already brought over plenty of assemblers. I can't imagine I'll need more. Pipes and pipes to grounds, I suppose. Are you going to be doing upcycling for legendary stuff? Yeah. I'm not going to be doing asteroid stuff, though. I think asteroid stuff is ultra cringe. Gosh, I don't have a lot of transport belts around here. And I do still want to be doing quite a bit of fast transport belt stuff. I'd rather do that than waste all the green belts. And I have my foundry here, don't I? The thing is, I can make the foundry do that work. And that way it makes it more efficiently. Although I am going to run out of power over here during nightfall. I seem to recall the accumulator charge drops pretty far down around here. Oh, that's right. I probably want substations set up here too. And electroplants can make those better. And I'm almost out of electroplants, which is extra funny. Yeah, I'm going to need you to keep getting that stuff. Holmium plate or no, we're going to need some of these. And the recyclers actually be made? Excellent, I'm going to need some of those. Right, you there. I want transport belts. Although, funny thing is, I don't actually want transport belts. I actually want fast transport belts. Why am I using such slow inserters for these? I think my days of using yellow inserters should be behind me. We're not in 40-hour time limit zone anymore. Wonder why it took settings over to the passive provider chest. What settings might those even be? Right, you there. Take what you need, get them in there. Get them in quickly, no less. And then you also take in what you need and put out what you don't need. You want a lot of those? That's fine by me. Yeah, so there's the consideration of things that can be made in electromagnetic plants for cheaper. One such thing are the substations. There's a lot of copper cable. Do I even stack that somewhere? Apparently I do. I don't stack anywhere near enough of it, so get it over there. No, not Chaos Gate. Chaos Gate lost recently. I don't tend to put losers back in so swiftly. Although I suppose I could. Alright, there we go. Get those substations flowing. I don't need a ton of them. And I suppose for medium electric poles, it's no skin off my nose just to make them for myself. Even so, though. Even so. Make them for me. How's it going, Win Lobby? When Lobby got the goods for me, I can't think of anything else that I need from there, but then I said that before and managed to forget. Bring it back to Fulgora, please. What is taking you so long? How could it possibly be difficult to get your hands on lots of sprockets? I know for a fact I've been banking a bajillion of these things. Or is it that my Logibots are already overworking? They are overworking. Amazing. Well, that's what we're bringing over more Logibots for. Yeah, maybe that's overkill on subsystems. Or substations, rather. How about Kerbal Space Program? I did that before as a weekly one-shot. Game was fairly enjoyable. Shame what happened with the second game, or so I hear. Alright, good enough. Kind of staggering that you're low on these. I'll tell you what, I have a bunch of these, so take them. I like using these because you get a 50% production bonus on something that doesn't normally get productivity, which is a logistic item in the transport belt. Why did I want these? Because I didn't really have any. Although I have greens, I still prefer to use reds most of the time. That's entirely too much steel. Take my steel back. Also some other garbage that I don't need or want. Still getting research done. Surely mining productivity is far more important than laser damage. And I wanted a radar, because I forgot to set one up earlier. I need iron and I need sprockets. We're going to be setting up a whole new factory. I was pondering to myself, would I rather make a new factory or would I rather change this factory to make quality goods? And I think I'd rather just have this one tick away because in the end it makes science for me. And we're still going to need this science. There's a lot more science that I'm going to need. Frankly, it makes science a little too slowly. And that's an electrolyte problem, which is also in a way a holmium problem. Just problems all the way down, isn't it? Part of the problem is the scrap just doesn't come out as fast as I need it to. Yeah, we don't load it, we don't unload it fast enough. Now give me my radar so I can finally have my eyes over here. Why is this not moving? Oh wow. Okay, nobody saw that. Jeez, that was embarrassingly bad. No efficiency modules for me here, huh? Well, looks like the power doesn't go down meaningfully. There we go, let's get this thing filled up faster. There is an idea to bring 2 loads of that back so it doesn't unload as badly as it did before. Because, yeah, out it comes, back it comes. I could even stack insert this one on the other side if I felt really daring. How daring do I feel? Oh, this is definitely tanking the power. A few more accumulators would probably go a long way here. Don't want to overthink it, just see an opportunity to slam them down and slam them down. Efficiency modules and the foundries and assemblers, yeah, except I don't have any. Could make them though, and it wouldn't be difficult. Witness. There we go, just add a little bit more to that. Quality accumulators go a long way. Alright, I believe Wind Lobby is right above orbit, so I'm going to want those explosives. And I'm going to want those bots. Clearly I'm short on them. You have some efficiency modules, I could just take them off of you. But that's nowhere near enough of them. What is this nonsense? I dread to even think about what I've done before. I'm going to need a lot more of these, though. Are you guys even working? Kind of. I think your problem is that my poor Logistobots are overworked here, and they're going to be even more overworked if I add more of them. But the way I see it, once these things have actually finished their production and built what I need built, the bots are going to chill out a lot more. They won't have to be so overworked. They're also overworking the roboports, which is amusing to me. If I want more power, just build it over there. Do something about the staggering power issue. Gonna want those. I'm gonna want you. And if I'm not mistaken, part of what I do is using lightning rods. Although, lightning rods are made better in here, I believe. Yeah. Additionally, so are lightning towers, or collectors rather, but they use supercapacitors and electrolyte, and I really think they're a waste of time in most cases. Sometimes you want the extra coverage, but is this one of those times? I don't think so. Alright, give me that. Tell me I'm out of space. Alright, fine then. I sure as sugar don't need electric engines or the scrap. Probably a bunch of things that I don't need here. Here, have some more Logistobots, but that's probably the last you'll get of them. I need the rest for elsewhere. And that's actually a lot more cliff explosives than I need. And just like that, I have so much more space to build here. Not that we will be building here. Main thing about cliff explosives is opening up the edge, though. Notice none of this edge can be built on. Can make it difficult to extract oil in the right places. But like I said, not a big deal. Give me those. Take more, make more. Do I even want these efficiency modules? Not really. I was thinking about it, but no, not really. I may, however, want to get some quality holmium here. See, quality holmium is the main holmium problem. On the other hand, holmium is a problem, period, here. I guess I'll leave them be. Don't need to squeeze holmium, quality holmium out of you. Nice though it may be. I'm surprising myself that I haven't actually blueprinted this. Would make my life easier, wouldn't it? 1, 2, 3 above, 1, 2, 3 below. 1, 2, 3, 4 at the side. And I think that's about right. Now I can have one more at the bottom. So I think you work fine as you are. Yeah, it looks fine. Alright, in that case we'll add you to my blueprint thing, and then I can just slam you down willy-nilly. Except like that. Well, you do actually connect. It's very hard to see where the line starts connecting. Or rather where it stops connecting, but you're fine there. Gross, not using 2x2 lightning rods. They're just too expensive to make. And the upgrade is just not there, in my opinion. So it's off by 1 or 2, but it's quick and easy to throw down, and that's a win for me. And that should hopefully solve all of the power problems here, assuming I bring back a little bit more in the way of accumulators. The real sin here is not using quality accumulators. Quality accumulators double with each quality markup. From, was it 5 megajoules to 10 megajoules, then 15, 20, and 30 megajoule capacity. That is huge. But the upgrade to the lightning rods, it's more for the space, and honestly, they just take up 1 by 1 space and cover a frankly large amount of area. You there, for example. Look at how much area that covers, just slamming down one of these things, and they're very cheap to make. I like it. Alright, speaking of liking things, give me the reds. I like the reds. I probably should have set it up so that it just takes the sprockets directly from here. Wow, that really burned through the sprockets, and will continue to burn through the sprockets. Look at all the poor little logi bots trying to bring over more of them. Alright, maybe don't kill my production here too hard. Although I will need those, I can always make other things by demand. Oh, I am going to need underground though. And that's going to require a lot of sprockets. Well, it's a good thing we get lots and lots of sprockets. But I'm afraid that means I get the priority on these things. Am I going to need a lot of fast undergrounds? I feel like fast splitters are more the thing I'm going to need. And if I'm going to be making them, I should probably make them in a foundry to get the bonus productivity out of them. The hand feeding, it truly, truly never ended. But I appreciate the speed, and I appreciate that 50% extra output on the things. It's a shame it's so hard to make quality accumulators on Fulgora, says a gaming monkey, who's clearly being sarcastic, because it's an amazing place for quality. Keep having to steal stuff away from here. Oh lordy, I do not have a lot of green chips, which surprises me greatly. Yeah, because iron never really comes down here now, does it? That's funny though. Do I stack iron over here? Of course, all this stuff was built under duress, so remembering what I built and where can be difficult. There is iron over here, so what I could do is set up a little requester chest. Oh, that's right, we couldn't use requester chests back in the day. Or buffers, for that matter. So I can set this thing to request 100 iron. But also have it ready to accept more than 100 iron off the belt here. And that way I can always have this thing making me electric circuits. Still a hideous setup, but we are going to need the things. A really hideous setup. I feel quite bad for it ultimately. I think I'm going to need even more than that. Bricks. Yeah, there's a lot I find hideous about my setup here. I think I left a bunch of bricks back here. I certainly did. I'm sure past weekly one-shot Jake didn't cut corners just to get the challenge done, followed by sabotaging future Jake. I'm just paying for the necessities of the past, and they were necessities. So I get my lightning rods, and I think we start building the base. Although where will the base be built is part of the question. And it's part of the question I don't have the answer to. Close to here would be convenient, so I can come back and grab mall items. But yeah, we need to make a dedicated quality base now. And again, the correct way to do that is just build an asteroid reshuffler thing. But that's not how we're operating. Oh, that means the sooner I get legendary, the happier I'm going to be. So let's queue up legendary research. Legendary research is going to need about 2,000 cryogenic science. Aquilo, do you have 2,000 cryogenic science? You have 6.8 thousand cryogenic science. Well then, Win Lobby. I'm going to throttle you again. Hope you don't mind. And you are going to pick up all of that science from Aquilo. Cryogenic science, I want you to grab... There might even be 7,000 by the time you're there. Grab it all. Does Aquilo have the gubbins to launch enough rockets? It has the blue chips. Low density structures, how many do you have? None of them. Okay, how about rocket fuel? You know what? I don't make rocket fuel on site. That means Win Lobby. Circle back to Vulcanus. I need you to grab the... Yeah, maybe you can grab it from Fulgora. I need you to grab a bunch of these. Low density structures, we can have up to 200 in a stack. All right, bring up 800, please. The blue chip should be plentiful enough, and I think the rocket fuel will be plentiful enough. The clever thing to do on Aquilo is to make them produce their own rocket fuel. It's very easy to make. Very, very easy to make. Needs water. Yeah, the water can obviously be melted out of this ice. I'm just thinking how willing am I to do that? I could like melt it here and then bring it up here. You already join in with the heat system here. I didn't leave a lot of heat pipes, by the way, so I need to make do with what I have here. Make very do. Sure hope I have long hands and things like that. Right, melt the ice, please. And then how in God's green earth does the solution get over here? Well, I am quite surprised it'll work that well. Okay, with that in mind, I could have you like so. And the water comes out to here. The solution comes out to here. You make me that. I hope I have enough hot pipes to get over here. Okay, I do. You go here. And then you output to here. I should have thought about this long before I left, by the way, but I didn't. Oops, you don't output to there. You output to... where exactly? That's right, to here. Can't believe this thing somewhat works. Alright, there we go. Now we've automated the production of rocket fuel over here. It doesn't need more delivered. It does, however, need these low density structures. 400 are on the way. Once those are there, please get to Aquilo. You can delete things because it's already on the way. Alright, there we go. Do I limit this? No, I don't. Because it's just solid fuel, it's probably going to be input limited on that. And it's not something that we need a ton of anyway. And I'm sure you request all of the blue chips and all of the low density structures you could ever need. So that when Wind Lobby gets over there, it'll just unload them, pick up all of the cryogenic science, and everything is fine. Cryogenic science comes back, and we get legendary quality began. Although currently we can't really do that, can we? Let's learn to breed fish? I don't think so. I think breeding fish costs a lot more nutrients than you can get out of the fish, no matter how you stack productivity. I could be wrong about that, though. I would like to be wrong. I think if you want nutrients on Novice, you got to use biter eggs, and hopefully we can get around without using biter eggs, but I think we'll have to get them eventually. Yeah, we need them for high-level productivity modules, which would be useful anyway, so we should consider it. In that case, the laser stuff is back on the menu. Okay, anything else to concern myself with? Or can I get moving now? So I want to find a new area to build my quality factory on. I feel like I'm playing worse without the pressure now. Now it's just my factory building skills under scrutiny, and they're not very good. That's why I play under high pressure in this game, so I can lord over people that can actually competently build factories, unlike me. Fortunately, we built ourselves some quality exoskeletons, and for some reason, having nice strong legs allows you to fly faster in this game. What's important is that you hover over the oil, because the oil is really, really slowing you down a lot here. So we're just going to uncover land and hopefully find somewhere worth building on. So what am I looking for? I'm looking for a place with a lot of land. Doesn't matter if there are cliffs in the way, because now we have cliff explosives. It doesn't even matter if the vault ruin is close or far away. In fact, the vault ruin location is irrelevant, because that can be brought over by railway. All I need is a good large area, preferably close to this. So why am I searching so far away? Although this looks somewhat promising. It's certainly large. It's certainly very large. In fact, it's two islands merged together. Is this even something that could be covered? I think it is. Wow, you could use belts and get across here. This is a wonderful. It's two islands locked together. Gosh, if I'd found this place when I started... Wait, 2? 3? Not quite. Whatever it was here died. Nice vault ruin. Nice and close vault ruin. Not very large. Would have been a nice contender for a starting location, though. Where was my spawn again? I think I spawned here or here. I recall going out in a spiral trying to find a place to set up. Why did I come down here? Oh, I think I was driving around looking for scrap bits of Fulgorite to make holmium out of. At least I can just enjoy the relaxation. No more pressure, no more 40-hour thing dangling over me. I do like to have runs with pressure like that, though. It adds a lot knowing there's something on the line. The whole original challenge runs on the channel, we might think we stole them from a fellow streamer and longtime friend Lucky, but ultimately it came from the Retro Game Challenge. That old coot in Japan who sits down and plays retro games on a timer. Well, not really on a timer. Seems like he doesn't concern himself much with that. To hell with his son and all that. But it was the inspiration behind it all to begin with. I watched a lot of that. I wonder if he's still going. I really did enjoy them. Also, really, really nice location here. Tons of space. It is remarkably far away from my setup, though, so we'll consider that if we don't find something better. Is this better? It doesn't need to have any ores on it. In fact, the ores are completely irrelevant. Lightning strikes me when I'm flying around, which is not surprising, but the shields we have can somehow deflect lightning. So it costs us literally nothing because the energy we generate from our portable fusion reactor... Fusion? Portable fission reactor, that's right, that changed in Factorio Space Age, is more than enough to cover shield replenishment. And even if we didn't have our shields, we now have a super healthy body because of our Gleba research. Speaking of Gleba, how's that seed buffer doing? Yeah, we've got a lot of space for a lot of seeds, so I don't think that'll be a concern for quite some time. Let's check, I've checked all around here. The whole point was to check around here nearby where my production is, so I should stick to that so I can always go back and grab things out of the bottom hole if need be. Until you have foundations, you're limited to connecting up Fulgora, and foundations are incredibly expensive. I never actually got around to making those en masse in my long run. Okay, research speed is done there. How are you looking on the cryogens? Well, you've got one rocket worth. You're waiting on many more rockets worth. Which is fair, because I never really optimized Aquilo for sending rockets up rapidly. It does its best, but its best isn't very good. I know the feeling. Sizable. Awkwardly shaped, though. Kind of looks like Australia, so let's not set up there. Might catch something. Wake up in the morning with a druth for a Foster's. I'm a bit slower than I thought I'd be. I've got a lot of exoskeletons in this thing. This is very, very large. It's also a little bit far away. We could check around here and we can check around here. We'll do both of that. Catch unhappiness for being in the great land down under? Doesn't seem like my kind of place, I must say. That said, from what I saw in the Philippines, you grow a lot of oats, because all the bags of oats said made in Australia. And I do like oats. I like them a lot. They keep me going. Brought over to Scotland from Romans, who put them there to feed their horses, but Scots just couldn't get enough eating them themselves. How very typical. Chained to a Sheila. Now, do I know any Aussie women in real life? I know some Aussie men, and they're all top blokes, although they are, you know, Australian, and everything that comes with that. Australian lassies, though? Hope I'm not offending anybody forgetting them. Hang on, look at this space we got right here. This has been right under my nose the whole time. Unfortunately, it kind of tapers off into nothing here. I don't think this is quite large enough for the quality build I'm looking for. I'd like a significantly larger island than that. Nearby Vault Ruin. Main significance of a Vault Ruin is I want it to have space as well so I can set up accumulators and the big mining drills and the train station to bring it out. Maybe even a train station with 2 cars. Let's get fancy. This takes me back to first landing in Fulgora in this run, where we drove around trying to find the ideal place for a new colony. Finding our very own Syracuse. So it's nice enough, still a bit small. And getting further away now. Maybe I'm being punished for not putting down a satellite. Very slowly, a satellite would have revealed a lot of area around where I'd set up. But I only just set up my first satellite. Did I actually set it up? I guess so, because I don't have one on me. Yes, I did set up the satellite here. Wait, there was a satellite here. No, those are Roboport satellites. Yeah, that was a change in space age as well. Roboports now check a small area, I think a 5x5 chunk around them, with no additional scanning. I'm happy about that, because Roboports are really expensive on energy, so I like them to actually do something for all that energy. This island is much too small. Come on, where's the Goldilocks Island? The one that's just right. This one's awkwardly shaped. Awkwardly shaped isn't just bad for logistics. It's bad for danger to the bots, because let's say we did set up here. You would have some stuff going on here, some stuff going on here. If the bots ever flew from here to here, they'd be exposed to the lightning in this area. Unless we could cover it like so. But yeah, these are way too small. Can't cover it. And I'm not in the mood to have my bots killed on this planet. Because I don't want to set up bot production. Yeah, I know the run is too exciting. These are yawns of excitement. Right, well this is not working out very well. Let's check here and here, see if we can find something good. If not, I'm going to have to settle for not very good. Well, there was a good island, it was just further away than I wanted it to be. That means a lot of back and forth to get my mall items. I could set up an elaborate train system to check for necessary items and then set a request for them. But I won't. You can actually set up a planet-wide network using radars. You can plug green and red wires into a radar, and then any other radar on that planet will pick up the same signal. And I think, although I'm not entirely sure, that that also applies to the signal from the orbiting spaceship. Wind Lobby, how are we doing on that science? There's still a little bit to go, so I could probably do one more research while we're waiting, and that research should be Tesla. Unless there was something more pressing than Tesla. There's some nice to-haves, but we're actually in a position where we can have nice to-haves. Tesla is something I wouldn't mind getting my hands on, because I want it to kill big demolishers. Lolnude is saying that they missed when I did Gleba. Gleba is the thing I'm most proud of in this run. My Gleba factory is wonderful. Built in one shot, never gave me any trouble. It's beautiful, it's small, gets everything done, no complaints. The only two issues we needed to fix were the rotting bioflux. Not that any bioflux was rotting, but if it ever did, I wanted it taken care of. And too many seeds being produced. Hello, this is... yeah, it's a bit small. Gosh, are we finding anything relevant? I mean, there is this, it's very close. It's not quite as big. It might have to be what we do with, though. Why not handheld railgun for demolishers? I think it would need some damage upgrades. And I'm not sure I'm willing to invest in that when I can rather cheaply take them out with bullets and a few Teslas. Which is what I will do. Big game hunting, though. Yeah, I wish they were a bit more of a threat on Vulcanus, so you had an impending need to get bigger guns to take care of them. Or a lot more production with which to take care of them. Okay, I've completely failed to find a good location to expand, so where are we going to use? There's here, there's here... I'm using a bit of fingers on screen. Actually, I should use debug mode to count chunks. This is what, like 1, 2, 3, 4 by 1, 2, 3, 4, roughly. And this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is considerably larger. I think we use this area then for the quality production. There's 45 million scrap to be had here, which is rather nice. 7 million scrap, although the amount isn't a big deal. That stuff will not be exhaustible. Yeah, I guess we set up here then. You have the research already. The ammo is the same as a spaceship. Cheap. They 1 or 2 shot even the biggest demolishers. Truth is, I haven't tried it. Ugh, but then I have to go and make it over there. Fluoroketone, quantum processors, superconductors. Nope. Gonna make do with stuff that we have more to hand. Besides, I love the DACA. Haven't got Foundation going? God, no. Foundation needs everything from all the places, and it's incredibly expensive. Oh, we also don't have it researched. But yeah, here's Foundation. To make 1 square of Foundation, 20 stone from Novice or Fulgora or even Vulcanus, 4 tungsten plate, 4 carbon fiber, 4 lithium plate, and 20 fluoroketone. So you need to make this stuff over in... no, I suppose you could barrel the fluoroketone. Either way, this stuff involves Aquilo, which is not pleasant. So yeah, 1 barrel of fluoroketone can make you 2.5 of one of these. Horrifying thought. No productivity bonuses either. Probably easier to make than the needed Teslas, though. Teslas aren't difficult to make, though. Alright, so am I saying we're setting up here and we're taking our scrap from... You know, this isn't a bad place. But I struggle to bring the train around. You need special research to be able to build your platforms on deep parts of the oil. Although we could do that, it's not too far away. This Tesla's 6 minutes away. How's Wind Lobby doing on that? Oh good, you got them all. Maybe take 1 more load of it. So I have tons of cryogenic science. Bring that back to Novice and we'll call it a day. And I will start thinking about how we make use of this land. Unfortunately, I'm going to end up with a lot of scrap. That is rather unfortunate. You there. Take damn good care. Why do I have iron chests? Why do I not have steel chests? Oh, God. Take care of some of these things for me. Just free up some space whilst I go and remove a lot of this stuff. See, at least now I don't mind my bots getting to work here. They were so slow when I first came to this planet. So agonizingly slow. Now look at them go. Makes me so proud. I don't have enough explosives for this, do I? Gotta be a little bit careful, the bots can easily die to the lightning. There we go, they already burned through all of my bits. Alright, guess we set this up, although that means we have to figure out how to set it up. Already wishing I had toolboxes for additional slots in my inventory. But that is my cross to bear. Look at this thing go. I could even hitch a ride back. There's a point in having rails if we don't put them to use. In fact, look at how this goes. It's doing an alright job. Let's have it do an even more alright job. Let's stack outsert these. That way there's going to be big stacks of it rolling in. That means more consistent output here. In fact, I was thinking about doing stacking stuff here, but I guess it's not necessary yet. Or is it? There are gaps here, so I don't think it would actually benefit from that. Although I could always expand the recycling. I think I'd rather stick to enhancing what my quality part of the factory is going to do. What's your problem, by the way? Oh, we really, really lack these, don't we? Kind of crazy how badly we lack those. How is iron actually a problem? Oh, because sprockets are gobbled up here. That's highly amusing. I don't want those, by the way. Don't give them to me. I'll let the bots take care of that. Although, in their defense, I can do it faster. And that's a lot of construction bots work. Yeah, I'm also going to want some more chests for myself. But yeah, the lack of green chips is a little harrowing. Is that telling me I want a bunch of green chips brought over from somewhere else? Because currently I am struggling on that front, and I'm probably going to struggle for quite some time on that front. It needs iron, it needs copper cables. Both of those aren't made in huge amounts, although I suppose when I'm making the quality factory... sadly, supercapacitors is something else that I need in quality. However, I think quality green chips I'm going to take over from Vulcanus. Why is this out? Oh no. Oh no. This expansion ate up so much power that it drank my sulfuric acid dry. That is a problem. A problem that we can kind of solve. If we cut that off here, then these will be able to very slowly pump out a bit more sulfuric acid for these guys to neutralize. And then that will immediately solve the problem for these guys. But now I have a bigger problem. I don't actually produce enough power on this planet. Alright, how do I solve this? And what was the problem? I guess the problem was pure output of sulfuric acid. I could module these things, that way they would make more. And then I probably beacon them so they make even more. I don't think it's a neutralization question, it's a running out of sulfuric acid question. Thank goodness this didn't happen during the timed part, because I think we've already spent so much time that would be over time by now. The reason I'm not just copy-pasting this is because it would change the orientation of my, my pump jacks. I certainly wouldn't want that. So yeah, let's speed mod them up and then add even more speed by way of the beacons. And then restart the power to the base once there's some of this stuff backed up. Am I missing any of them right now? Well, we got some steam backed up, although look at that, only having one of these things backed up is a bad idea. So let's rebuild this. Let's actually set up an automated alarm so that this never happens again. So you there, if I don't already, I would like a programmable speaker, please. Make me 50 of them because I know they're cheap to make. Connect the factory once more. Donk. Everything works again. How long has that been down for, by the way? Almost an hour. That didn't last long. Yeah, we can see that sulfuric acid dribbling away already. Alright, so we need to beacon up the existing extraction. Don't worry, my RGOs, it happens to everybody. Although importantly, this time it happened to you. And that should hopefully sufficiently speed up the extraction. And now I want my programmable speaker set up right here. Wired into this, and if it ever reads that sulfuric acid is below 20,000, please don't yell at me, just make an alert. Show a little alert. Acid running low. And then huzzah. So it's doing that right now because it isn't backed up yet. But it is increasing thanks to what we've done here. Okay, there are still some more of these to exploit, and maybe that's a good idea to do so. Where else is unexploited? Any more for any more? Yeah, that one's kind of hidden, but it is there. Same with these. The game is not kind enough to give you little squares when you're copy-pasting one of these, but it will if you just have this. Normally it gives a little green square around where these can be built. Yeah, running out of power on Vulcanus was a concern before. It is still mega overpowered, how much power you can get out of acid neutralization. But it is foolish to think mega overpowered means absolutely never going to run out. Because it will, and it did. Right, hopefully that gets them all. Yeah, I know you can get a lot of greens by recycling blues, but I also want my blues. It's also not that many. You get 5 greens per blue. Right, so what I'm getting there is that all those greens that I wanted to be producing, I wasn't producing. What about all those quality greens? Well, we've already gotten 20 epic ones, which is epic. We're going to end up drowning in uncommons. Thankfully, I have a lot of space for chips over here. Working on that legendary quality. It's going to take about an hour. That's fine, though. It's probably the last major research we have to do for the whole run. Okay, well, there's an atomic bomb, but that can wait a long time. Gives me an hour to set up my quality base here, though. Anyway, I believe what I was getting at was that when I have all of this cryogenic science, I want it brought over to Novice. Novice, I'm sure you understand why I'm going to ask you to request all of the cryogenic science. Cryogenic science goes in, cryogenic science gets used for legendary quality. Hopefully it doesn't run out soon. Wow. Of all the things it could destroy, taking out a power pole is one of the most relevant. Relevantly annoying. Why didn't I connect this, by the way? This could happily just become one. And this is where I find that I don't actually have the gubbins for it. But that's okay. Novice is capable of having gubbins. That's totally a requester chest. My Novice base makes me so sad. There are so many things I'd like to fix here. Right, get rid of all of these and just make me one stack of those. Also upgrade it to a better assembler, please. And that way I'll be able to actually put down more of those. So I didn't want to do that before because I don't want bots flying from here to here, going over byte territory and dying. But how often is that really going to happen? Also, I cleared it out and it's taking its sweet time rebuilding it. Or so it seems. Evening, great builder. Are we going for quality? That's why I'm on Fulgora, says man, currently looking at not Fulgora. There we go. Now, finally, the network is completely covered and connected. Not the wall stuff, though, but that's on purpose. Hey, I think this guy... Well, he might be part of an attack group, but he might also be trying to make a wee base, or he might just be lost. They're kind of cute in their own way, the little biters, but they still all need to burn. Right, be that as it may, do I finally get going with this? Well, I'm glad we have these. If we have so many of them, make more of them, please. Man, also not looking at quality construction, any sense of the word. That's okay, we only need quality for one thing, really. So you get back to Gleba and all is well. And I do think you'll go to Vulcanus and pick up some green chips for me, because green chips is something I struggle with over here. And now, if nothing else, I need to start planning out my base. Gosh, I still feel so light on circuit-related things. I mean, sure, we got the reds, but the greens are so sad and bad. Maybe I will take some advice and actually grab some green chips. Do I still have my old dedicated recyclers? Absolutely not. I also feel incredibly shy on chests. And greens are needed for making more of those chests. Alright, here's what I'll do then. I'll just make my life a little easier. Not H, but V. You're not allowed these bots, but I want them. One of the problems with blues is that they're very, very slow to recycle. But yeah, sure enough, they will chomp me out 5 greens each, and there's a chance that I get a red each. I think the chance is 50% on recycling these. Yeah, because you get 75% of the stuff that goes into them back. You can do it, Novice. Yeah, and then with that I can start making things. Funnily enough, I'm going to want a lot of arithmetic combinators. Arithmetic? No, I'm going to want a lot of decider combinators. Let me just cram down a whole bunch of those right now. I'm also going to need a lot of chests. I would rather have quality chests right now, which is kind of funny. But the quality chest part could come later, I suppose. Is that going to be enough to do me? Yeah, that's plenty of those to do me for now. Take some more of these so I can always come back for some more chips. Actually, maybe I should be sporting and give access to the bots for that. I will make a bunch of these just so I have chests at the ready. Red chests more needed than others. Yeah, I've got a glut of blue chips. Let's not be greedy. Let's give these available to the bots so they can actually make things for me. But as for me, I got work to do. So we decided we were going to use this area, right? Still annoyingly far away from where we set up. Am I sure I don't want to use something else? This is very close. Let me take one further look at it. I can totally use this. There's loads of space, right? No need to be that greedy. I'm gonna bring my gubbins over here so I can actually make this place habitable. The thing is, I'm probably constantly gonna go, oh, I need roboports, oh, I need belts and whatnot, and come back here, and I don't want that to be a whole hullabaloo. But why did I come back here? Because I need more of my cliff explosives. Yoink. Certainly don't need engines. Or LDS, for that matter. Yeah, get some constructor bots for now. They'll nick the last of my bits of rubbish off of me. And all will be well. Alpha Gamma wants to remind me that Max took 10 hours to build his quality Fulgora in editor mode. Come now, come now. It doesn't work that way. Max gets to laugh at other people. Other people don't get to laugh at Max. That's the power of having an amazing head of hair. Alright, so we should be a little bit conservative with the space that we have, but we must still destroy and make room. Yeah, I know. Fulgorite and whatnot. There's a lot of garbage to get rid of here. Well, there's an argument that says if you need to get rid of the garbage, why not make the bots do it? Like, not even your personal bots. Set up some roboports to do it. I'm just putting down some cursory lightning attractors, so that when I get rid of all the existing lightning attractors, my bots and myself will still be safe. I'll set up a destructor tool that does not hit these lightning attractors. Make 2 of them there? I just make 2 of them there. I'm not doing any favors for that achievement where I need to have my bots construct more things than me. And although it's called construct, I'm pretty sure it means place more items than me. So I think I can get that just by having them place like 1,000 crummy pipes, and then have them delete them and then make them do it again. Good practice as a manager, making people do crappy jobs over and over and over again, pointlessly so. And there's space enough up here for power generation. Okay, glad I kept some of these. So let's also get this set up, shall we? You telling me you don't want to put it down here? Oh, yeah, because there's cliff in the way. How dare you? Alright, good enough. I almost brought enough, but that'll certainly get some power flowing to begin with. We'll need a lot more than that. Ideally, quality more than that. But for now, let's just say this is my power bank. Yeah, I doubled the size of this just by making quality accumulators. Also, I think that I could be so cheeky as to set this up. Oh yeah, oh that's good, that's really good. So I can actually use this island for more power banking. Because otherwise this island is too small and crummy to do anything for me. Oh, this is excellent. This is where the power gets made then. And most of the islands aren't close enough for you to just connect power like that, or connect roboports for that matter. But we can, because we're just that good. Okay, very good. Now make a deconstruction tool. Deconstruction tool blacklists the power thingamajigger. Won't be me doing this, by the way. And then we just drag it all over here. And then I need to make sure that my bot friends take care of this, because this is not a me job. Drag the power out. Drag the power down. Now how exactly this gets distributed, I don't particularly care. I just want this place freed up so I can easily start planning my base. Ruins in the way, yes, lots of things are going to be in the way. Now get to bloody work. And where are you going to store this stuff? Hopefully somewhere that I don't have to think too much about it. I don't even think I want to sort this stuff, but I do want it available. Having it available in one of these is just fine, but it needs to be within the log net. And somewhere preferably out of the way that I'm not likely to use. This corner seems fine. It's a bit far for the bots to go, but remember, we're not under a time limit anymore, so get to work. Oh, that's beautiful. I can help them by running over these items to pick them up myself, but then I would have to, you know, get rid of them, which I don't want to. That's for the bots to do. They'll even somewhat sort them, one item per box. Although they may run out of boxes. I'm also going to give them access to the cliff explosives. That way they can blow up some of the cliff corners and that. Storage could also be off island. I could, but that's certainly outside of the realms of what I'm trying to do right now. Whilst they do this, I can spend some time planning on what exactly is going to happen here. For one, I need a railway coming in to offload the scrap. So I can imagine a situation where the railway comes in here, drops off, and then goes into a big scrap recycler machine here. Scrap machine recycler then puts it around, up and around and down and back round into scrap recycler 2, which then feeds back into the thing. All right, sounds pretty good. However, I want to do fancy things with this one. Oh man, these poor guys, right. It's not that I'm caring for you here, it's that I'm caring about my bottom line. I want you guys to actually go and use these to rejig yourself while you pick up all these goods. All thousands upon thousands of them. Hilarious. Right. In that case, I should plan. I'm going to plan this coming in and down like so. I want to save myself a bit of space so that... well, actually, where's this stuff going to come from? The obvious idea seems like it's going to come from here. How much am I going to want rail support foundations, though? I think we can make do without them. Seems more like a nice to have to me. The island just to the north, there's 7 million there, but there's a lot of stuff down here. I reckon it can come and join an elevated system that comes out here, right? Yeah, I mean, they can join onto this line. One way or another. So yeah, they come in where there's space. Can you signal on these, by the way? Never actually tried this. Can you put signals on these? No. In that case, I'm going to have to signal it when it's at this point. Alright, I would ideally like this to handle 2 loads. That's not what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. What do you mean you won't preview the length? I could have sworn this thing previews the length of... There we go. The length of the train that it makes available for you. Curiously, do I have the gubbins to make one of these rail ramps? Absolutely. There we go. Why is this no longer wanting to connect here? Did I, like, build this thing one bit too far back? Let me undo things until it was how it was before. Yeah, that's what it liked. Bots, go and build this for me. Oh, I gave them all of my bots. Bots, go and partially build this for me. Was that within the build area? It's within it enough. Get to work. Yeah, I should never be trusted on anything railway related. Did Jake explain why he's using lightning rods instead of lightning collectors? Lack of holmium? Lightning collectors just are not worth it, in my opinion. They're a pain in the arse to make because they do need, what is it, electrolyte? Yeah, they need quite a bit of electrolyte, and they need supercapacitors, and for what? A admittedly considerably larger catchment area, but I could just put down 2 lightning rods. And they're only 1 by 1, so they're hardly a big consideration for using up space. And the efficiency is irrelevant, in my opinion. How often do you not max out on lightning through the night? No, I think it's a nice-to-have thing, which I'm not going to bother with. Not least of all, I need to automate it, and holmium is still in very short supply. Now, about these train stops. I'm going to need at least one right here. Now it shows me. So, guess that would be good enough. I want to minimize the space being used. Actually, even so far as that would probably be good enough. Ooh, but I will need to fuel the guy at the back here. Also, why is this not connecting? There we go. Sounds good, but it's not quite good enough. I need you to be there. So you go there, and there. Oh, the bots are almost done. I kind of want mine back now, but... Okay, they're going to steal the ones I put down and then probably put down these new ones in better places. Yeah, good enough. Well, they'll try to at least. And this stuff will come up to my beautiful area here. Now they're getting to it. They're really getting to it. This stuff will be brought out into steel chests. Of course, I don't have enough, but we can deal with that in due time. This game is so good, I'm really afraid to sink into it again, says RKV33. Yeah, you need to give yourself at least a week off if you want to get into space age. Space exploration was the mod, space age is the DLC. Right, how am I actually going to want to sort these out, by the way? I mean, there are simple ways to do it, and there are good ways to do it. Am I a simpleton, or am I good? Feeling a bit simplistic, to be honest. Da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. And then it can join something like this. That should fill up one green belt. The question is one green belt enough? It can go such a long distance, though. Right, how about these guys? Huh, that almost makes more sense. It goes on the far side, that's fine. Far side, near side, okay, that's good. Does this work if I just reverse it? Because sometimes belts don't. No, that would work fine. And then you also join onto one of my green belts of fun. And now I have 2 belts. Seems extreme. Merge into 1 belt, please. And then as 1 belt comes on up. Well, no, two belts I can do. Also, you might have noticed a big boo-boo here. I certainly noticed the boo-boo, but I'm building it, so I should. These things need to go into boxes. It's one of the things you absolutely do want to buffer in this game. If I'm there, we can go as far as that. Okay, no, then you need to come out just a bit further. Alright, now we're going to go into a big recycling machine. Hey, they're pretty much done. Sweet. Very impressed with the work of these guys. I'll take this stuff back. Evidently you don't need all of these boxes. That was overkill. I want my bots back, by the way, at least 50 of them, because I have the capacity to build with 50 of them. And then I can tell them to make this. Yay! I can even make more of these. Yay! And they don't seem to need to go on the deep oil. Although, I think that's a clever thing to research next, just in case. Legendary quality is only having its dips through the night, which I knew it would. I was prepared for that. We'll set this up with boxes and stuff in a wee bit. One thing worth noting, though, is that I do want fuel brought over for these guys. So fuel does need to be handled here some way or another. Recht. How does this man do his recycling? I have an idea in my head. It's just a question of how I actually build it. Okay. Try not to have them rotated. I'd rather have them completely mirrored. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Alright, like so then. So far, so okay. They're going to need to output onto a mega nerdy turbo belt. Why is it saying that the lightning strikers don't get affected by the electricity? Isn't that a bit weird? There you go. Let's just make sure this place is super, super safe. How many of these am I going to need? I don't know. Lots, I would say. So let's be ready with lots. And even lots might not be enough, so let's be ready to have many. Just have this available to be expanded one way or another. But you don't go here. You branch off to these places. Meow. That research is going fine, right? That must mean that Win Lobby is sitting pretty over here with a whole lot of not much. Additional uranium fuel cells. That's good, it needs to have those. There's every possibility that I need you to pick up a few more things from Vulcanus, so please go over there. And in fact, while you're at Vulcanus, you know what, grab more bots, because bots are fun. And on top of that, I am going to want some green chips. I don't think I need the green chips right now. I could just recycle blues if I desperately need those, but do head over there regardless. What are you doing then? I'm going to bulk insert into you. Okay. There will be a need for power, but I think the power is going to come from substations, because substations have the reach to get to the center. And sometimes you just need that extra reach. Let's bring it up a bit more just for saturation's sake. All right. Keep you all good and connected. Except you, apparently. Alright, there you go. You can have that if you really want. Alternatively, if stretch is really needed and subsystems are very cheap, why don't I just use more of them? I'm not the world's biggest fan of them, but there we go. And frankly, I'll want another one down here, because there's more work to be done. Except you are unhappy. There we go. Oh, now the other one's unhappy. Alright, there we go. Overkill. Makes it look like a nice archway coming into the recycling base. So these come in, but I'm not satisfied with this, because I want to stack these things enormously. So how am I going to do that? These things are going to outsert into a chest. They're going to outsert into a passive provider chest, because there might be a situation where I want this to be bot controlled. Something like legendary stuff comes very slowly, so I want to make it priority grabbed. Then I want to grab it with a stack inserter, because I want these things stacked on here. Stack onto 4 times the throughput, all sounds very good. But there's a problem. Let me show you the problem. I managed to get, I don't know, 9 bits of concrete here. Okay, we're grabbing concrete. Concrete doesn't come in for a while, and now this thing fills up with red chips and blue chips. And now imagine it's full of all that stuff. This thing can't grab any more concrete, so it won't flow around. The system backs up. Incomprehensibly bad. So what do? We use all-powerful circuit logic, which is why I brought some decider combinators, and I'm certainly hoping decider combinator is the right one. I often mix up my combinators. So let's keep it nice and simple. I want you to track every item in here. And if the item is greater than or equal to 16, which I believe is the grappling limit here, yes, 16, then output one of that item. And you set your filter according to what the item is. So now, if I drop in several bits of concrete, there's now 13 concrete, but this isn't grabbing it. And now I shove in 200 red circuits. Bam, it loves red circuits. And now we shove in concrete. Bam, it loves that as well. Oh, life is amazing. And now we're getting everything sent out here along the way. This is too complicated for me, says Archvie. This is unbelievably simple. Oh my lord, it's as simple can be. I didn't want that there. How is this going to work? Can I just do it like that? No, I cannot. I got different ways I can do this. Certainly don't want to do it manually, though. Let's just do it the painful way, which is make a bunch of them and then copy this. I could make a little blueprint which is locked to a bunch of things, really. And then let's just flip it around and doop-de-doop-de-doop-de-doop-de-doop. And there we go. Now these will all come out in beautifully arranged stacks. Stacks. Alright, so now it can begin its beautiful journey. How does he mess up the copying step? I sure hope I didn't mess up the copying step. Come on, the circuit logic's really, really simple, right? It's the whole thing with programming. Just think, what do I want to do? Okay, this, then do it. It's that initial thinking step. It's like planning to cut a tree before you cut a tree. If you just jump in, you're going to have a bad time. Unfortunately, I can very seldom help myself. Also, I'm miserable at programming. There's a game about that I'm tempted to stream, but I'm even more tempted to make other people stream, called Farmer Was Replaced. It's all about programming a drone in faux Python to sow and reap a field. It's an idle game, but the better that you program it, the faster you're going to go. And that is quite appealing, even though, to emphasize, I'm a miserable coder. I have very little experience coding. And I do not feel an overwhelming urge to change that. Leave good coding to the good coders. Alright, I lost my train of thought because I was busy thinking about this stuff. Let's finish off what is still needed for these buildings. I'm going to need more steel chests, which I could go back and just grab. Is that really what they're lacking? Ah, my bots aren't on, that's the problem. Righty-tighty. I could start bringing in the scrap and having it dealt with, but is that really going to solve any problems? No, because we have a number of other problems. One is quality. The whole point in this base is to make quality. And hang on, I couldn't help but notice I don't really have quality modules. Please tell me the Vulcanus base has been successful in making quality modules. I'd call that relatively successful. I want all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 50. 250 of them brought up to win lobby, please. And if that's the case, just bring up as many as you can, please. I hope you're not too full of ammo. No, we still have space in here. You have 20,000 ammo and 10,000 rockets, as I instructed, so you might just be able to make the journey over to Shattered Planet. Not all the way, of course. You only need to go 60,000 kilometers, but I don't want you dying on the way or on the way back. Right, yes, so I'm going to need a lot more quality modules if I want to get this stuff going, and I do want to get this stuff going. But the most important quality steps are quality grinding here and quality grinding on the big mining drills. And the step up from Quality Mod 2 to Quality Mod 3 is not so huge that I'm going to be crying to have that done. It's just going to reduce the rate at which quality comes on through. Anyway, I still want to leave all this space available if this needs to be dramatically increased in size. But let's imagine that it comes out and then comes along here, and now I need to start processing some goods. So some items come out of recycling and it's just garbage, and I pretty much need to go through the steps we had before. One is ice. Water is easy to move around, ice is easy to move around, but the difference here is now we have quality ice coming out. So We take all the ice, and I don't need to do the triple splitter thing here. I could, but I'd rather not because I'm limited on these and they're expensive. And also, ice is so easy to deal with that there's no reason to think that we can't just handle it simply. You know, up comes this, up comes the ice, and most of the ice is still going to be of basic quality. So we take our chem plants, of which we have several, right? Of course, you're getting in the way. The water can flow pretty much anywhere. That's not a big deal. And maybe this time I can deign to afford the pipes for it. So you guys are going to make simple water from simple ice in a very simple way. And then any ice that survives the journey is going to go into ice recyclers. Now, sometimes when I recycle, I'm going to want or need to segregate by quality. Because if you have quality ice, it might back it up when quality ice is thrown into this and it can't get recycled because something else is clogging it. But ice recycles so quickly that I don't think it's going to be a problem, especially since we're grabbing a bunch of the ice from here. So let's just have this as our ice setup and speak no more in the matter. Got a lot of steel here. Let me just make myself some steel chests. Man, you know, substations are nice. Don't even have to think about things. Just slam it down and everything is covered. It's too nice. Shouldn't be allowed to use them. They're overpowered. Right. The water is there and at the ready, but that is just one of the things. One of the more annoying things to deal with are the sprockets. There are a gorillion sprockets. But hang on, before sprockets, why don't we deal with solid fuel? Because solid fuel isn't useful at all outside of my new inherent need to fuel these trains. What do you mean that's outside of the network range? I don't give a hoot. Get it back in there. Do I fuel these things with rocket fuel? I mean, I guess so. Rocket fuel is marginally faster, right? Acceleration 180 as opposed to 120. All right, sure. Let's play that game. Let's fuel these things with rocket fuel. Which does mean I'll need to process this stuff into rocket fuel. Not quality stuff, mind you. Wait a second. I'm getting baited here. Don't bother doing that. This is not a rocket fuel place, and that is way too much effort for something that doesn't matter. Give them 100 solid fuel, no quality. What does high quality do for this? No, not doing that. You won't be grabbing any off the line once your water storage is full. Top 2, middle and right recycler doesn't have output inserters. How did that happen? I copied and pasted the whole lot up, right? So how in the world did they not get theirs? Tis a mystery. Well spotted though, JJ. You didn't copy it right. That sounds like me. That's why you should never copy-paste. Right, now, that fuel. Also, I don't need to waste my precious green belts on this. Red belts will suffice. Basically, if I say this needs green belts, that's saying that... what is that saying? It's saying that more than 50% of the stuff coming through here is going to be ice. There are short periods where that could be true, but generally no. Right, so fuel. For one, I want to grab a bunch of regular fuel and just make it available to the lognet. And these are going to be filtered for regular quality solid fuel. While we're at it, although it doesn't need to be filtered, I find it's a good practice to set filters in areas where you do have different kinds of things. Also, let's just get those things in very quickly. Never know how fast this stuff's going to be coming. Is this modded or just basically 0 mods? If you run any mods at all, you break achievements. I'm not... Why did science die for as long as it died? I guess just looking at looking at Novice isn't going to solve that problem for me, but... Maybe a vast amount of my agricultural science suddenly spoiled. Maybe. Let's double check a few places. Space science seems to be working fine. No sign of it blocking up there. Gleba is flowing without problem. That's my best guess, though. I bet Gleba science just grinded to a halt for a bit. There's nothing weird like my pentapod eggs stopping, is there? No, I think we just ran into a bad moment where suddenly all the science was dead. Although that was a long moment. Right, never mind that. So the... blah, blah, blah. This stuff comes out and all is relatively well, and now I need to sort these. And these will, again, just kind of recycle into each other. Now, how are we going to do this? Now, this is a case where I do want to triage it by quality. So these ones are going to take... Where is it now? Where is it now? There it is. You're going to take greater than or equal to epic, because epic and legendary stuff is going to be very rare to be here. Similarly, the... Sorry, it's epic and legendary, right? Yeah, the rare stuff. These names are stupid, by the way. I have never liked the naming convention that they used for the quality stuff. I'd prefer it was something like, pristine, flawless, immaculate, whatever. Just legendary. What legends are told about this one lump of solid fuel? Riddle me that, woob. Anyway, double the amount for the uncommon stuff. Oh, that's right. We actually need to get the common stuff going as well. In that case, let's just make it simple. Grab all of this. Move it up by a couple. Bada bing, bada boom. Copy this down to here. Give them this. And there we go. That should just destroy all of it. But some of it might survive. And if any of it survives, it just comes and feeds straight back into it. And if this somehow clogs up, well, I don't imagine how it could clog up. Nah, let's leave some space here. Might want it for something down the line. Don't know what, but maybe something. The fuel is epic. Epic for the win, Shepard. Right, so ice is dealt with. Fuel is dealt with. There's one other pain in the bum thing that you get, frankly, far too much of, and that is sprockets. But the sprockets need to be handled with a bit of care. I'm leaving this space available so that the second loop of recycling can be done around here. There's more space here than I gave it credit for. Guess I'm pretty bad at giving credit, huh? Want to make sure things are fine over there. Can you set up some kind of alert that tells you when science stops, by the way? Is there like a programmable thing? No, you can't. I don't think you can measure science. What I could do is measure when the logistic network has 0 of one kind of science. Yeah. But of course there's no programmable speaker here. Even so, I do want to be alerted about it. My best guess is that it's going to be Gleba science, though. I think Gleba science is the one that suffers the most. Even so, could you please make me a programmable speaker? Really, really do not need a lot of these. And then when I can, please get me a programmable speaker as part of the Loginet. Link it up here. Read the logistic network contents. And you please tell me when science as a concept... Oh, right. Yeah, there's a lot of circuit conditions here, aren't there? I could put it into a decider combinator. But do I even have decider combinators here? Of course not. Okay. There's no end to my my woes here, is there? Oh god, this stuff is too slow. Did I ever set up much of a mall over here? I can't help but feel that I didn't. I still want to be alerted, though, and I think this is worth doing. Alright, get that garbage out of there. Make me a... Wait, are these even available in the box? Okay, I give up. We'll never know. Okay. Officially just gave up at that point. Let's get back to making our quality factory. So this stuff doesn't need to be quality managed in any way. I sure would love to have a storage tank, but I used up all of my steel for some reason. Let's unuse up that steel. Just in case I somehow forget to actually set this up. Which could happen. Right, sprockets. Sprockets are a pain. How do we handle the pain? And again, take this out on red belts unless you think you're going to be absolutely drowning in sprockets. First and foremost, I want to bank any legendary and epic ones into the botnet. So you please, oh that's right, filter to the left for any sprocket that is greater than or equal to epic quality. This could conceivably clog up if we end up with too many of them, so we're going to do something that Maximilian in chat hates, and use active provider chests for something that is not spoilage. There we go. We get that over there, they get shoved in, I'll find some place to bank those. Not a big deal, this thing won't be running forever. I'm unsatisfied with this. I'm gonna do that. That way it won't back up. Right, so they get shoved into there. If I'm doing it like that, then I don't need to use an active provider chest. Yeah, I've seen the reason now. But these do need filtered. So this one filters for epoch. And this one will filter for legendary. And whilst it's not relevant to set the actual item, I think I will set the item just so it's more immediately clear what they're grabbing. I always like at a glance seeing this stuff. That's why I'm so satisfied when I look over at Gleba. And you know, all the little bits on the inserters tell me what's going where, you know. The nutrients are coming out here, the poop goes back on the outer edge of the nutrient belt. The jelly comes down here. Oh, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Some things like these don't have them, but it's very obvious what these are grabbing because this is dedicated fruit belt. And then this one says, oh no, we're not grabbing these. It's beautiful. Yeah, details. If they're not pulling from the same bit of belt, that'll jam once some epic leaks, though. Yeah, no longer, though, because now if I back up on epic, then it's going to flow down here and be dealt with the others. One such thing, however, is that I'm going to want to skim off the top to make sure I always have regular quality sprockets in the system. How many of those I need, I don't know, but just make sure it's quality 1. And then we need to handle these guys. Now, do I need quality metal? Difficult question. Let's just assume that I do. So. I feel like I didn't give myself enough space here. Let's do something more in the kin like this. Sorry, we've got tons of space. Don't be so niggardly with the space. We got that to work with. So, He's thinking pretty hard. These ones won't care about the quality that goes in, so just shove in anything that comes our way. And that's going to be made into metal. can't imagine this clogging up, but maybe I can. Let's be extremely prudent about it. We're going to triple this. And then maybe even bring it out like so. And now what we're going to end up with is me wishing that I had my belts on my quick bar. I don't use a quick bar often, as you might have noticed. It's a very sad looking quick bar. But there we go. Bring these in, and now what I'm going to end up with is a lot of non-stacked metal. Non-stacked metal plates over here. The metal plates themselves, I think I should, again, make a habit of grabbing the good stuff. Yeah, so just skim right off the top right here, will you? If there are epic and legendary ones, let's grab them. Epic filter and ledge filter. Can't imagine what I'd need more than a whole chest of just regular metal for. And then what we're going to do is void the metal. Oh, I should also just make sure that I have regular metal to hand. So you please filter for just regular quality. That way we've got all that going. And now we destroy. Something like this, perhaps. So this one is going to filter out regular quality. And then it's going to change out for uncommon, rare, epoch, and legendary, which we now have researched. I think it's real foundations, whether we need it or not. The fact that research just spikes up tells me that it's probably a problem with... I was going to say Gleba, but look at all that Gleba science we've got. It must be a terrestrial science, right? What the heck? Are you telling me it's something like red or green? No, I'll tell you what it is. It's because legendary quality was a 60-second research, and this is 30 seconds. Okay. I'm getting paranoid for no good reason, it seems. So, now that we're at this stage, what are we doing? We are grabbing the metal plates now, and these ones don't need to be filtered rather handily, because it's already been pre-filtered by the splitter. We're going to shove them in here, and we are going to make chests. Regular iron chests. Except their quality needs to change. This needs to be quality 2, this needs to be quality 3, which is frankly a better way of... Wait, did it not save that? Oh, you need to click on the bleeding item again, don't you? Quality 4 chest and quality 5 chest. Although, if we're getting to the point of having to recycle and even void our quality stuff, then I don't know what to tell you. Right, and then... What I could do is try and quality cycle this stuff again, but that's really not what we're looking for, is it? Really is not. I could just feed it back in, no harm, no foul. Put it in, put it out, sure. I hope that works the way I want it to work. It'd be quite funny if it doesn't. But yeah, there we go. The iron goes into iron chest making. The iron chesting gets recycled back into the iron of its quality, because there are no quality modules here, to be brought back in and recycled, and this should void the iron. Should void the iron. Not entirely sure how it's going to work, but we'll see it in action. But in any case, this should hopefully take care of all of the sprockets. You know, we keep some of various qualities available to the lognet, same with the iron plates. We don't care about uncommon or rare, and we keep moving. That should loop back onto the main belt instead of ending, probably. What do you mean by that? You mean this? Yeah, just in case something somehow slips through, although I can't imagine how it would clog if nothing got into here. But just in case, let's throw it back out. And there's no way these need to be that fast, right? The bulk of it comes out here, so let's just slow it right down at this stage. I mean, there's greed, and there's not wasting all of these belts that I like. What's happening? That's just Novice problems. And Novice will be forever complaining that it doesn't have this thing. Alright, well, you're not getting it. Let's use the crutch device. And then it will complain bitterly about the lack of energy. I should probably set these up in a grid, but I could also not. There you go. Now you're all powered. Enjoy it. You're even siphoning the energy for us. Alright, very good. So the big three are dealt with. The ice, the water, the solid fuel. And the rest of the stuff is actually valuable, so it's going to be put to use in my beautiful quality area. By the way, how's it going, Win Lobby? Did you grab the items I requested? You actually managed to get 450 of these quality modules. Otherwise, I'm pretty happy with the rest of the goods you have. Is there anything else I need from there? Probably not. Although I still feel like I'm going to be hungry for more green chips. Let's just be extra greedy and tell you to grab me a whole bunch of green chips. I'm sure there's a gorillion of them down there, and you have gorillions of space yet. So while you're over there, please grab me... How many can grab in a rocket? 2,000? Alright. Grab me 20,000 of these, please. Not from Fulgora, from Vulcanus. I'm sure they have them to spare. And a quick check on Vulcanus shows that things are indeed still flowing. And a quick check on our green science green circuit achievement. Look at that blistering pace. We've got another 1.5 million done in, frankly, too long. I'm really going to need to speed that up, but I want the quality stuff started. Looping everything makes quality setups way more resilient. But if it works perfectly, it doesn't need to be looped. You are, however, well, the spirit of what you say is correct. Right, I need to reflect on my old base to consider what goes next. So there are red chips. I'm going to have red chips of various quality. What am I going to be doing with that? Also, do I want to skim off the top for mall-related reasons? You just have a bunch of items here available in the log net. Couldn't hurt? Do I believe that? Kind of believe that. Also kind of wonder... I'm running out of fast inserters here. I'll go back and grab some. Not my big drills, though, although I can't help but feel I brought entirely too many big drills. Yeah, far too many big drills. Get rid of some of this nonsense for me, please. And tell me the green chip situation. Hey, electroplants. I know I'm going to need those, so just top me up, please. Now, that sure does not look like a man who has more green chips than he knows what to do with. How disappointing. Funnily enough, the iron is still a little dry. I don't really see iron on the belt here. So yeah, I guess it's getting grabbed by the log net and then dealt with. Why did I come back here? Because I wanted these. Yoink. Anything else that I need? I got quite a few stack inserters, but oh wow, more is always good. And who knows, I might even want more of these. Otherwise, take my scrap off of me. The holmium ore, you know, I can donate that to a worthy cause. There's a lot of things that I now need to deal with in a quality manner. Am I going to need more belts, more splitters? I'll probably need more red belts. Now that the junk is dealt with, the rest of the belt could probably be red, but on the other hand, it could also be green. Am I in a position to grab another 1,000 green belts? You don't need to come back here rapidly. Could you grab like 2,000 of them? I might be a bit greedy, but go on. Think about me. Yeah, grab those and we're good to go. Otherwise I'll keep building. Fulgora is so much fun. I mean, even more fun if you get just enough foundation to actually build foundations, but we certainly don't have that. Right, so with that done, knowing that... Alright, those things hadn't been built. And you are going to constantly harass me about lacking these, aren't you? What if I forbid you from doing that? There we go. I suppose I could have also just built them, but I'm not made of stone. Although there's stone right there, isn't there? Alright, alright, alright. I didn't want to risk not having this rebuilt in the way that it's put in there. Alright, what's happening now? Is it holmium time, or do we do something else? Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about my red circuits. So I can take the red circuits and I can bank anything. I can bank all qualities of red circuits and make them available to the lognet. But otherwise, they don't really have much of a use, do they? And if I'm going to be doing fancy things with, say, quality beacons, then it'd be faster and easier just to pull them out of the lognet. So I think that's what's going on here. So the easiest and simplest solution, assuming that everything like comes back into here, we're going to imagine that the recycling loop comes up and around through here. So I'm going to take out my reds on a befittingly red belt, and it doesn't even need to be that long, does it? Just out, down, back in, left priority for nothing, and left priority for red circuits. Pretty much the same situation as we had before. Except these don't need to be particularly impressive, these grabbers. Use filter for quality 1, quality 2, quality 3, quality 4, quality 5. And then realize that I really lack these chests, don't I? No, it's just the chests are in a different place. I always expect to see the logistic chests up next to the regular chests, but do we ever see that? No, we do not. Alright, very simple. How that's somehow out of range with you, I don't care to think about. Now, beyond the reds, what else needs to be processed? Well, I guess we do holmium. Alright, well, I guess we got space for holmium, because it can go up and along, and I will probably want that extra space. And I brought my foundry, although I should only need one, that's fine. So, troubling, isn't it? Okay. Out comes the holmium ore. The reason we do this triple setup is so that if there's excess, it floods back in. I am really going to need some more of these splitters and possibly some undergrounds, aren't I? Win lobby, please do me a solid. I want more of these. Yeah, give me 100 more. Be a doll. Give me 100 of these as well. And then you're going to go, whoa, where's all the turbo transport belts? Vulcanus, you nerd. Tungsten plate? How is that an issue? How was that ever an issue? Oh. So when I said we had everything we could possibly need sorted on Vulcanus, what I meant was we're completely out of tungsten. plenty of tungsten to be had right here. Any other tungsten? Control F, tongue. There's a minuscule amount over here. There's a good amount there. Huh. Well, some of that is set up. Are we going to be fine like this? Let's go with yes. We'll be okay. We will be okay. Because I have oodles and oodles of metallurgic science. Yeah, more than I could need for a good long time. The problem is if I need this for anything. Speed mod 3 is not truly necessary. There's an achievement for making one, though. Maybe before everything truly dries up, I should make one or two. What's your problem, by the way? You lack greens? Wait, how? Because I never changed that for what you need, did I? No, I did not. Okay, let the beacon assembly continue. Recht, fair enough. I wouldn't happen to have a spare one of those, would I? I don't even like the fact that these two are still continuing to produce for no good reason. How about, especially the red one, goes away. And that way I can just make what I need here. Keep it simple, stupid. I want you to make me this. I don't need a ton of these things, just make me a few. Should they be made quality? I don't see why not. They'll be made slowly, but it's really just for the achievement. Anyway, I don't remember why I was getting distracted. Probably something about Win Lobby needing more pieces. Yeah, you don't get enough of those. Well, fair enough. How about these? You got 50, that'll have to do you, and these, you're no longer getting any. Alright, bring these back to Fulgora for me, please. Ugh, what a disaster. Right, anyway, that's all well and good, but we're also looking for... Stonen. I wonder if I could actually just stagger it like that, and it would work out the same way for stone. Hey, there we go. So if the left filter here were for stone... And then the left filter here were for nothing, would that work? Let me imagine, holmium comes through, it's full, it rejoins. The stone comes out, it's full, stone comes back in. If all is coming in and out, there's actually nothing getting blocked. So actually I think this works. I'm willing to believe this works. Of course, the question is, what in God's name do we do with this stuff? You need to set the splitters to accept any quality. Good point. Good point. Forgot about that. I thought it would grab any quality if you just set it like that. So this thing needs to accept these of any quality. Any other splitters I haven't been doing? Ice of any quality. And this is solid fuel of any quality. Thank you for that. God knows how long that would have been operating without me noticing. Thinking a long time. Input priority comes from... the stuff that has been already put through the Wrangler, I think. Okay, so the holmium. Oh, holy holmium. I think all holmium of greater than normal quality should just go into chests. Active provider chests, because it's quite important that this stuff doesn't clog us up. There shouldn't actually be that much of it, so 2 of you should do fine. And then the rest comes along here. Also, let's not go so expensive with the splitter. Also, how many more of these do you think I could make? As for you... Rocks. Do I need quality bricks for anything? I can't think of any reason that I do. So we can treat this similarly. This is quite funny. You're just in the right place to get away, or get in my way. However, it also means that I could do this. Combine the two. These don't need to be going into that. The rocks need to be taken care of a bit more subtly because there are so many of them. So what I'm thinking is... we do a similar setup with these. Where we take and bank one load of each of the fancy ones. Bank those into passive providing chests. And if it gets through all of that, God knows what I want legendary stones for. If it gets through all of that, then they get voided. And these shouldn't be difficult to void. This isn't needed here at all. Okay, very good. Alright, so every stone above regular quality, we siphon off some of them, because I'm going to need these for holmium production. These ones get forced into storage. Yes, I'm okay with that, because we're going to have an active request on these, and these are more important to preserve, whereas these ones, the overflow gets consumed, these ones, the overflow just get buffered. Okay, I'm fine with that. Now, I need a whole load of chemical plants. I do not have a whole load of them, so this will have to do. Am I going to have it like so? Let me remind myself how to make holmium solution. Needs water. That's fine. Needs a lot of pipe to ground. That's a lot less fine. How's a man meant to get by without much iron? And we do struggle on iron a whole lot here. A suspiciously large amount, I might add. This isn't how you mine for legendary fish. I'm just going to do legendary fish the brute forcey way. I'm going to do a lot of fishing and then just shove them through recyclers until we're done. Wind lobby is over there in orbit, as I want it to be. Logi robots, construction robots. I'll grab those in due time. By the way, do I have the gubbins for expanding the cargo bay here? If I had LDS and steel, the answer would be yes. Hey, would you look at that? I got LDS. Hey, would you look at that? I got steel. Alright, give me a bunch of these, please. Can't help but feel that I don't have enough space for these. It also allows me to accept more things from space, slightly. So... What is it I'm badly needing from here? All my quality mods, of course. Couldn't hurt to have a few more cliff explosives. What did I really get from over there, though? Ah, yes. Turbo transport belts, undergrounds, splitters, although I might have wanted those splitters up here. It says right here what I brought over, huh? Alright, bring me those electric circuits. Or are those this where you tell me that there's not enough space? Either of these two are good. There we go. Loads of space for everything now. But I came back here for iron more than anything. Iron seems tough, huh? Yeah, because the iron keeps getting made into green circuits, because I don't make enough green circuits through recycling, because I keep banking my my blues and my reds. Well, that wouldn't be a problem if we just made enough of both of them, huh? But that doesn't change the fact I'm low on iron. Are you actually going to tell me I'm low on sprockets as well? No, sir, you're not. He's thinking. He's thinking, gosh, I need a lot of iron, so I guess I'll just grab a bunch of sprockets, force recycle them, and take it for myself. How are you doing on reds? I have entirely too many reds. Although that means entirely too many... oh gosh, what about sticks for quality concrete? Alright, not my problem, but I will need to consider quality concrete for the quality part of the base. Anyone else expect this to take so long? Alright, I don't want these going into the log net. Make no mistake, that is my iron. Green production is required in Fulgora if you're actually making things. Yeah, it's not required once everything is set up and good to go, but the greens need to flow right now because I need them for building things. Chemical plants being an astute example. Pipes being another good example. Needing that right now. A whole lot of pipes needed for a whole lot of... Yeah, pipes to ground are also going to be needed. How frustrating. Alright, maybe that's enough iron to see me through for a little while. I don't like recycling blues because they're such a painful thing to make most of the time, but I suppose it should be. There's an idea that says start bringing in the scrap now, but I think I'll pass on that. Wait, I was meant to pick up those quality modules. There's a lot of quality. I mean, the whole point of this thing is for quality. The quality is largely going to go into the recyclers and the miners rather than the end productors, but some of them will get that. Hey, look at that, you get a whole bunch of these, just like you always wanted, but I'm taking these. Also take my stones off me. Yeah, they're not too busy. If only there was a planet that literally didn't know what to do with its greens. If only, right? How's that production of green stuff looking? 15,000 per minute? We'll have it any day now. Well, we're almost a quarter of the way there. It's a lot faster than doing it in pre-space age. Doesn't take a lot of setup either. If you're actually making stuff like modules, the way the ratios work out means you'll end up manufacturing greens. We'll see about that. Okay, we got the rail supports. That's good. That means they can be built over the deep oil. Now I really can just take whatever I want here. And what do I want? It's not an easy question. Anything that uses the Gleba science nice and early is quite nice. What about electric? Wait, you need to research the destroyer to get electric damage up? Alright, I'll take some electric damage up. It takes a bit before it starts impacting Tesla. But Tesla damage is good. And then beyond that... I should actually get some braking force. That'll speed up my trains coming in with the scrap. So it should probably be done before that, but oh well, the die is cast. Right, as I was thinking about these stones, right, stones get done, and then this stuff gets made into holmium. As you know, one needs a metric bugger ton of holmium. I would quite like it if I could module this, though. Speed and productivity, and yes, that's going to be expensive on power. And there's no buts there. It'll be expensive on power. Maybe the but is, but it'll be worth it. If we can convince ourselves of that. Holmium is annoying because it's virtually immune to quality. Because of the liquid step right here. Okay, this is certainly eating up my poor pipes, but we're waiting on those being made anyway. Right. Take some long arms for this one. It's not like these things need to be fed too much. I'll shove beacons up the middle. Hold on, did I bring beacons with me? I want better beacons, Win Lobby. Go and get them. After you drop off a few more greens. Don't bother getting those anymore. Get me some nice, good quality beacons. If you can grab 20 epic ones, well, that would be epic. Yeah, grab as many as like 60 epic ones. Hell, I'm greedy. Otherwise, grab me like 60 of the uncommon ones. And if somehow you get your hands on some epic ones, then grab those as well. Alright, we're cool. It's not like this thing is short on ammo. Like I'm short on long hands. Right. All is well here, except we need to handle uncommon, legendary, etc. And that will be done here, 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 and here. They will not need beaconed. This is probably already more than I can even handle. They will, of course, need this, though. Hold that thought. The water still needs to come up, so I guess that means the chests go here and here. Look at that research just flow on in. Right, so these need to hold onto a selection of my epic and legendary stones. And this one needs to hold onto significantly lesser quality stones. They also need to do the same with the holmium ore. So up here we take the holmium ore, grab the epic stuff, grab the legendary stuff. Alright, there we go. And then put these in accordingly. I need to make legendary and epic holmium, and then rare and uncommon holmium. Because it turns into a liquid, it just uses the rare ingredients and puts out regular holmium, same as everybody else gets. And if you think that's disappointing, you're right, it really, really is. It'd be nice if doing it with quality ingredients made, you know, better stuff, but I'm just being mad because holmium makes a man mad. It's such a difficult thing to make in quality. I also need the water over here. How? With relative ease. Could you come out even further? I mean, what's stopping this just coming straight along? Absolutely diddly. Very nice. Very, very nice. Oh wait, no, that's the holmium. We do not want to shove it into the holmium. That's how problems happen. And go on, we're not so poor that we can't underground that to make it neat. Alright, so when the ice flows, the water will flow up here, and the holmium is now made. The holmium deals with the rocks and the holmium ore. And the whole point is just to work through every single thing that scrap makes. So, gears done, solid fuel done, ice done. Wait a minute, I forgot concrete. However, concrete doesn't need to be siphoned off at the start because I'm going to need quality concrete. So it's actually something that can be dealt with towards the end. Normally I like to skim off the top things that are of no real use for the greater production chain, but this time quality will be of great use. So let's bring that around, shall we? Rhetorical question, we shall. Alright, what gets done after holmium? There is the holmium production cycle. I mean, I need to turn this holmium into something. So... How much of that do I actually need done? I actually think the sad answer is all of it. The whole point is really to make holmium plates in high quality, but unfortunately, I also need quality superconductors and quality supercapacitors. On the other hand, these could be made just out of the quality ingredients themselves, so maybe I don't automate this stuff. I simply automate the production of quality holmium plates, and then once we have enough quality holmium plates, then I can just set up a made-to-measure amount of superconductors and other things. It's going to need quality plastic and quality copper. Not a problem. The problem is holmium plating. And the superconductor No, that probably was what we were looking at. What's the other thing? Supercapacitor. Quality batteries, that's fine. Quality electric circuits, those will come out of quality reds and blues. And the aforementioned superconductors are being made. Electrolyte doesn't need quality, neither does the light oil, because it can't get quality. This is a different question altogether, a question that can be answered later. So yeah, we're not going to bother automating the production of electrolyte and whatever else. There's no need. Absolutely no need. It's the other side of the holmium connected to the water. Imagine that it was. Easy. JJ's got a good eye for this. Good eyes on that, man. Obviously, quality modules will do nothing for this. Nor do I need quality modules on anything else that we have here. I do want to make sure that these things are, of course, all quality modded up. They're only Mark IIs, but Mark II is all we're getting right now. So we'll have to make do. 60-second research for this? Jesus. Well, we'll be back in 30-second Researchville before we know it. So. I think just one of these will suffice, but we'll soon find out, won't we? So your job is to make me holmium plating. And thank God this thing can make holmium plating. Naturally, I want that stuff quality modded up. It might be slow. There is a chance that I need to make a second one of these. It's using 64 holmium per second. These things produce 110 seconds. However, what are the odds that they're all going to be running? Pretty damn slim, I'd even say. Where are my production mods? These things need to be production modded and... Oh well, production mods. I know a guy that has production mods. Available planet 2. Available on planet 7. Okay, I don't think we're getting these the way I'd want them to. Well, you know what? We can have modules, can't we? I forget if I ever brought any of these to begin with, but bring me 300 speed mod 2s and bring me... am I sure I don't already have these? It feels like something I would have picked up at the very start. Oh, I didn't. Maybe I brought them over to Aquilo. Seems more reasonable. Anyway, yes, grab me those. Yes, grab me these. I can't imagine needing this many, but we have them to hand, so why not use them? I might also use them to make higher quality ones, although that requires some planet-specific items. Alright, yeah, bring these over. Evidently these ones aren't happening. Maybe I should just be ready for this. Could happen. And again, junk. So, how do I handle these? By the way, if you think I have a plan for this, you're completely wrong. I'm making this up as we go along, as I have done for most of this run. But I like to have a flexible mind. We're just banking these, though, aren't we? So, why don't I just put them in the chests? I don't see why not. Just chest them. Wild. Somebody would hate a setup like this, but not me. Those have got to go somewhere. And if I find I make too many, it's really, really trivial just to say, hey, stop making these if there's so many in the Loginet. Yeah, but there we go. Just slam them out there. I'll have all the quality a man could need. Quality modules reduce speed. That they do. But this thing is still pretty fast. And it gets a 50% productivity bonus. One thing you could do is slam in productivity modules here. So this thing would get 150% bonus with maximum modules. And there is a chance that that is the better way to do it. But no, we're just going to quality module these plates. But they will be further dealt with. Not right now, but they will be. Good, I got my electro plants at the ready for that. So those things are available. Good. I'm going to need yet more power. I'll worry about the Loginet. I was going to say later, but I guess I'm worrying about it now. There you go. I just don't like the blinking icons all the time. Okay, so we discovered that we're not going to be doing supercapacitors, electro circuity things, electrolyte. That shaves a lot of problems for me. Well, problems. I just don't want to set this up because then you need to deal with plastics and copper plating and batteries and all that jazz. Speaking of batteries, although it's not necessary for a lot of the building here, I'm going to have a much, much easier time if I take the quality batteries and I turn them into quality accumulators. That can be botted because I already have the iron stuck into these. Wait a minute. If I really wanted some quality accumulators, then I wouldn't bother with doing the legendary stuff. I would actually grab the non-legendary stuff. Let's do it like this. Base iron, base iron. I've gone and left myself with just not enough room to do this, haven't I? Oh, wow, I don't even have undergrounds. What a disaster. Oh, God, don't make those out of iron. Iron is precious. It's probably because this stuff is made out of iron, right? No, it's pure sprockets. I have sprockets. There we go. Make me one little pair of these so that I can go like this. Then I'll grab the stuff, and then I'll grab the stuff. And then, to be sure, we'll grab the stuff. There we go. That way I back up all the iron. It's going to have a hard time grabbing it off of there, but that's just the low-quality iron. What I'm getting at, though, is batteries. Batteries. Let's just have a very, very simple battery. There's no need to cram everything in, though. I'm doing a lot of cramming here. We know we don't need to cram. So let's do something nice and simple. Out here, we're just going to grab the batteries. Output priority right for batteries of all shapes and sizes. And out here, nothing. And then again, I want to grabby grab. And I will also grab them of regular quality. All right, huzzah. Batteries are now taken care of. Nice and simple. And I guess if I want accumulators, then I don't even need to put anything on the belt for it. We'll just have a little area where they get made. And that area might as well be here. Right. Da-da-da-da-da. In and out, in and out. So very, very simple. I would like my accumulators made here. But I would like accumulator quality 2 made here. Accumulator quality 2. Accumulator quality 3. Accumulator quality 4. Yeah, that's out of line. There's no way I need more than accumulators 2 and 3. And I'm going to want those legendary goods for other things. So just make them here. No harm, no fuss. Don't know why I'm doing this as tight as I am, but yeah. Do I even have regular inserters still? There we go. It's not like these things are going to be made quickly. Donk, donk. Request, request. That's fine. And boom, make them quality-like. Would it make sense to productivity mod holmium solution? Yes. Do I have quality mods? No. Sorry, not quality. Production mods? No. Are they on their way? Yes. Get over here with those, please. But yes, we will be prod modding and probably... Egads, I really don't have undergrounds here. Undergrounds feel like a pain in the arse to make. Actually, Wind Lobby, while you're over there at Vulcanus, it seems... I'm at an impasse with splitters and undergrounds. Could you please help me with that? I'd like you to grab another 1,000 of these, because gracefully they don't cost any oil things. Please also grab me another, like, 100 of these. And another 100 of these. Not 1,000. And also not from Vulcanus. I really wish it... not from Novice. I really wish it would default to the planet that you're over. There we go. Right, so batteries are now being handled one way or another. Not a great way, but a way. Now what? I really find it satisfying setting up the Fulgora base, especially since once it's all set up, you can just boom, begin, and then see what doesn't work. Kind of similar to Gleba. And notably, Gleba and Fulgora here are my favorite bases. Greens. I guess we won't be making greens. It's not really necessary. Don't need to do rocket launches here either. Don't need to do science. Good lord, there's not a lot left to process, is there? Concrete, steel, chips, LDS. Is there anything else to worry about? Done, done, will be done, done, will be done, 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 done. That stuff gets made into quality copper plating, which I am going to need. But then low density structures are also made into that. I guess I'll store some and then deal with the rest. It gives me more space than I know what to do with. I might just loop it right back down instead of faffing around here. Yeah, faff is not on the menu, it seems. Saves me on green belts if I don't drag everything over there as well. And even coming down here is way more than it needs to be doing. Although it comes down and comes back up through one of these. I want to imagine a situation where you're going back through this. Directly up through here. Although maybe I want to leave space. No, this can go up that way, and I can't imagine myself needing more of those. That's already rather a lot of recyclers, even if they are going quality. Even so, space is on my side, so let's imagine a situation where I do want these coming up this way. Yeah, so we'll leave ourselves this space. I guess I can just leave that there, so it's a good sign of things to come. Somewhat regrettably, I need a bunch of decider combinators, which I don't have. Nor do I have the gubbins for it, it seems. But the missing parts will be surely filled in due time. Not least of all these. Yeah, so decider combinators require copper cables, which we distinctly lack. But that's okay, this thing won't be going on any fun adventures for a wee while. You get out of my way. Such intimidating music that plays during this point. Did I leave myself space for power around the side? Barely. But yes. Amusing. Could it be that I'm too good? It's possible. Alright, there we go. So I thought this area might be a little bit small, but it ended up being way more than I actually need. Make it easier for setting up more power soon. Oh god, he keeps copying the recycler without the output inserter. What? I'm seeing it. Oh, whoa, you're right, you're right. Look at that thing missing right there. Where was that one? There you are. Amazing. Does that mean it was copied over from this side? How did that one ever go missing? Well, it's a mystery for greater minds than mine, I think. Okay, maybe I could just start the thing. But to start it, it's going to need some stuff coming in. I mean, sure, some things aren't processed, but they'll go back through this and then get reprocessed and whatever. They'll get ground down to nothing eventually. And it does mean I can start my holmium. Yeah, although I do need to start mining, don't I? That's not a huge problem. My main problem is, if anything, that I really like, you know, just seeing that legendary blue chip going through and getting ground down would grind me down to tears. So probably it's a good idea to catch every legendary item, and maybe even every epic item through here. But then I'm never going to get legendaries if I don't grind down epics. The problem is, well, is there a problem? I guess I can just take them all. Alright. We'll call that like the last resort thing here. There's no way in hell these need to be green. If somehow anything legendary has made it this far, and of course anything epic, please make them available to me here. And then I get sad because I'm out of greens. I am shocked. Truly shocked. Alright, although it's not complete, far from it, I think we can actually start this. I'm really going to wish my power was gridded better. Right, is anything truly missing here? You're off by 1. But I think we can forgive you that. Alright, struggling to think of a reason not to just start her up, but that means we're going to need to start mining. That means we're going to need items. I need the copper cabling. Failing the copper cabling, I could just take some copper plates, but I think I have copper cables up the wazoo. Alright, make me a full load of decider. No! Full load of decider combinators, huh? Wow, we're backing up on these. How did that even happen? Must be the lack of production. Right. Don't know how many, just make me a bunch. Make me a bunch of these as well, but know that I can grab my abundance of iron chests for that as well. Otherwise, everything else seems okay. How's it going, Win Lobby? Win Lobby has all the gubbins that I want for now, so bring them back to Fulgora. It's really nice having one of these things that I can just direct around. Master from ActRaiser 2 distributes the science, the stack inserters, and whatnot. Am I going to need more stack inserters in Fulgora, by the way? Running a little... No, actually, I'm running fine on them, surprisingly. And then Lou's Lobby just goes back and forth grabbing me Gleba Science, which is far less of a priority now. We need almost no Gleba Science. We will need some way in the future for the complete endgame science, but that's a complete endgame question. Alright, good enough. Although I will probably still want a few more circuits and things. Also, we'll want more efficiency modules. Oh, that's a thought. Power needs to be local for the areas. So what I actually need are accumulators. Let's see, I have lightning rods, right? I have 22 lightning rods. Am I making more of those? Those are not lightning rods. Give me those anyway. Beautiful. Yeah, just give me a bunch of those. Clearly I need them. Iron, of all things, is lacking here. Yeah, funny how big a problem iron is. Why does iron... yeah, iron just keeps getting consumed as part of the problem. Well, that's not a huge problem. If it's being consumed, that means there's a need for it. And it's not like the stuff here is getting voided. Yeah, basically not my problem is what I'm hearing. Otherwise, I'll pick up more of my lightning rods and we'll get to work. Let the bots tickle me as they grab the goods that I have. Yoink. Worth noting that I'm also going to need to make a train network. That needs a lot of engines, which I don't have. Please tell me there are engines inside the Loginet. There are 72 engines in the Loginet. In addition, I'm going to need cargo wagons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those. And I actually think I need 6 locomotives, which is 120 engine units, and a bunch of steel as well. Well, I don't know where the engines are, but it sounds to me like we should automate the production of engines if it's such a problem. Beautiful, and it needs things that we surely have tons of. While we're at it, I don't want to bother with the whole train nonsense. Could you just make me the trains as well? Train stack to 5, I think. Just make me 10 trains and we'll be happy. Sure. I'll be coming back for the efficiency modules anyway. Just had a thought about rail supports. I'm going to need more of those as well. Gosh, there's a lot of things I need. How about we deal with that after we put down everything else? Although I also need the rail ramps down. A lot of things I need. And I sure don't feel like I have a lot of space in my inventory for some reason. How could this be? How about I turn off my personal logistics and put away the accumulators? Will the bots come and take them? Yes, they will. Get your hands off my accumulators. I need those. Curse this lack of space. Well, I'll tell you one thing I'm pretty sure I don't need are all these blues right now, so take them off my hands. I need this stuff. I'm going to need 1, 2, 3 of these. Yeah, because I have the one important one. 1, 2, 3 of these. I'm not sure this is viable for mining. There's not enough space on the thing. I want the 30 million. I want the 35 million. Maybe I can grab the 13 million, but again, space is kind of tight. 7 million up here seems viable, though. Either way, I only need 3 of the ramps to get up and down. I will need quite a lot of rail supports, though. And beyond that, I probably need steel, right? Yeah, at least these are... We make massive rail supports surprisingly easy by hand. Factorio engineer guy is... man of mystery. Oh, and am I about to find out I don't have space for these as well? I also need the rails themselves. I got sticks, I got the steel, and we'll need the stones. Stones are everywhere, and I have them back home as well. Even so... let's make ourselves a whole bunch of these. You can craft inventory bags for the occasion. I certainly can. Gleba has the stuff for that. But then that would take up valuable space, and you know, I need these shoulder strap personal defense lasers to keep me safe from something. Do I actually have any carbon fiber here, by the way? I don't. Does Wind Lobby have carbon fiber? The world is a cold and disappointing place. But you are overhead with the goods that I need. I might as well grab them, even though I continually lack space here. Does Master from Actraiser 2 carry carbon fiber? No, you do not. I can send Wind Lobby over to grab some, and we'll make the bags for the inventory. Would be rather nice. Especially while I'm doing all this work. Anyway, while you're here, I need the... and you are over here, right? Good. Modules. And... modules. I should have told you to keep some for yourself. And modules. And I wanted those beacons. Is there anything else I told you to go and get, which I really want? Yeah, I want those transport belts. Maybe that was too many of them. Now you got none for yourself. There we go. Goodies for me. Super Bangladeshi man comes in many guises. He's a pretty amazing guy. Those engines seem to be getting used up somewhere, but where? Of course, they're being made into trains, which is good, because I want those trains. this system works. While I'm at it, I may as well leave you with a bunch of these assemblers in case I want to remotely tell you to make assemblers. Now, I believe I want some of these. Going to need a lot of the efficiency modules right about now. As we go and put down these big old mining drills. Oh god, I'm actually making the sticks. Well, the sticks would have to be made one way or another. Right. So if I proclaim that I'm in a good position to be making the... I didn't bring over fuel. Ah, no, I know where I'll get some fuel. Yeah, if I proclaim it... Can I even be inserted? Concerning. Wait a minute. Just realized a problem here. How do I signal? I think I needed to leave some space here for signaling. Otherwise the trains are just going to come in and ram into each other. Unless you clear the whole area, but then this whole area is one big block. I could move this whole thing along a bit. It really, really would not be much of an issue. Because I've left myself the space here rather conveniently for myself. Can you place signals on elevated rail? I don't think so. I was trying to look at a way to... Oh, you can! Right, I guess you can't put it on ghosted elevated rail. Huh. Fascinating. And useful. Okay, well, let's get going with what we need to do here. Oh, this is going to take even more space that I don't have. Alright, how about first and foremost, we give you energy. You're going to need this energy. And my inventory is going to complain bitterly about lack of space. Let's just shove the modules in here for now. Is this going to be enough energy to keep those mining drills going? I don't know. But before we do anything with mining drills, we need to make sure that our train can come in and load. And unload, of course. Egads, that's a lot of junk. I don't see a reason why I can't just copy this this layout. Oh, I'll tell you why, because it's not actually complete. Tell me I at least brought some steel chests. And the gubbins for 3 more train stops. I don't think these need to be loaded from both sides. It's not a huge concern. And we can do this really, really, really lazily. Thank you, instantly demolishing little dudes. That seems incredibly simple. What are they waiting on? Space in my inventory? Probably. Yeah, they couldn't even join me because they needed extra space there. How quaint. It gets worse, I'm afraid. There's a lot more lack of space to come. Okay. Yeah, absolutely no space for all this junk. Don't worry though, we'll do what we can before we must. Maybe I really should have gone and gotten the extra capacity, because I'm certainly running low on it. Right, you there, you take a couple of my greenies. Now I can't even put you back in here. I just keep it really simple like that. Perhaps too simple. Good grief. There we go. Now each of these things, when they're minimum power, they really don't consume much. 60 kilowatts each. I think you'll be able to handle this, no problem. Are you in range of that? Yes, you are. Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. Spare me my precious, precious substations, which have long not been very precious. And then out the stuff comes. There we go. Something I just find a lot more rewarding about doing this than ever doing a similar thing over in Novice. Let's not delude ourselves into thinking that this is any particularly amazing setup for power. In fact, it's getting in the way of more mining. I shouldn't be thrilled about that, and I'm not. Can I get rid of some actually important stuff here? Get out the junk. Shove the junk in here and then pick this back up. Good research is being done. Could just finish off braking force so it's never on the list again, but perhaps it's far better to do something useful like scrap recycling productivity. That's going to be extra good considering the quality mining that we're trying to do. Wait, quality mining! What am I doing? No. These can't be efficiency moduled, they're meant to be quality moduled. I hope that doesn't cause problems for me. I mean, I could mix quality and efficiency, but I'd rather just nothing but quality. Because I can already only take 4 module slots. Okay, well thankfully there's quite a bit of space here, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal to just have a lot of power creation like so. Yeah, geez, there we go again. Why not quality 3 mods? Just because I don't have them. When I get them, I'll put them in. It's not huge. It goes from 2% to 2.5%. The much bigger jump is from quality 1 to quality 2, going from 1 to 2%. Okay, yeah, that was a mistake. Now I've got all this non-quality stuff, but well. Oh, well. There we go. Yeah, hopefully that's enough power to keep these things going. And they won't always be going. Surely this stuff will back up at some point. Question though. What about lack of quality? Sorry, lack of space for all the quality stuff in the vehicle. We'll figure that out once things start flowing, huh? First priority is just to get things going. I want you to come and join in here, please. Am I going to find that we don't actually capture enough electricity here, by the way? I should probably make sure that the non-canon catches of electricity are not the ones working here. I want the ones that give me energy. I don't think your power poles connect up to the existing ones. I could be wrong, though. I haven't actually tested that. There are many things I do not know. Have we got any more pre-made lightning catchers? Yeah, like that thing. These ones don't like where they are. There we go. Now we can start seeing some quality scrap around there. A little green dot for uncommon. Looks pretty uncommon to see anything with quality. I'm not seeing any rare stuff. Ah, there's some rare stuff. Okay, well, I'm not seeing any epic stuff. So one of the problems here is that they all just kind of bundle together here. That could cause me problems. Do I care? I don't think I care on the loading side. I might care on the unloading side. Ow. Oh, good shot. How am I going to care about this? For one, I want these stack outserted. Here's how I'm going to do it, I think. So most of the scrap is going to be regular quality. Trying to get hold of you, you know. So regular quality stuff gets the majority of it, and it's going to be a pretty big majority. Half of it? I guess half is fine. Uncommon stuff. We'll get 3 of them. The numbers definitely don't match up. 3 isn't quite right. Two, maybe. And we'll do 1 each for rare and epic and legendary. There we go. So it's going to pull out all the common stuff, uncommon, and basically get triaged. Well, triage is the wrong term, but they do get sorted. Okay, I'll believe that. I might even believe it's good. Let's see it working in practice, which does mean you need some fuel. Okay, well I can make fuel by just recycling the crappy scrappy that I have to hand. There we go, 1 bit of solid fuel. I think they're going to want a bit more than 1 or 2 bits of solid fuel. Just a suspicion I have. Oh hey, yeah, you're happy to finally use those bits that I got for you. Excellent. Does Jake not see that part of the loading inserters are not loading anything? Might need a refund on that laser vision. Loading inserters. Yes, there we go. Well, to be fair, I spent the whole time with half of my miners on the previous island doing a whole lot of nothing, so I think a lot of bets are off. Right. I mean, I should just go back and grab some of this stuff. There we go. Get that done. Get me some solid fuel. So I want you to have some better names for these places. This is quality scrap unload. Beautiful. Priority is train loading. We don't care about that. We want you to go to quality scrap unload, and then yeah, just wait until empty cargo. And then we want you to go to the other station that needs a better name. This is 35 million, so 35 million scrap. Please go to 35 million scrap. And waiting for full... Sometimes I wonder about the whole quality scrap part. Wait until there's inactivity of 2 seconds. Also, don't leave quality scrap until you are full of fuel. Alright, can you go to scrap 35 million without dying on lack of fuel? Jury's out on that one. No, I think it'll be fine. Over you go. I am once again reminded that I don't have a satellite there. Hey, even got some holmium out of that. Alright, so I can keep my eyes on this. Now you're bringing back the quality scrap. Scrap gets unloaded. Note that there was no legendary scrap to be had there. In fact, it was virtually all non-quality scrapped, but that's okay. It goes in rather quickly. It's all stacked up. It's getting thrown in here. They're crapping them out into these boxes. And then eventually a box will have at least 16 of one item, and it's going to join the illustrious belt of processed scrap. You know, eventually have 12 of something. Hey, there we go. Unsurprisingly, it's sprockets. The sprockets will not go up the ice way, not go up the fuel way. They will go up the sprocket way. And they're all regular sprockets, so through they go there. And then they get processed into iron. And then being regular iron, we grab them here, and if it's not going into there, they get transformed into a box. And then, hopefully, thrown back and destroyed yet further. So it seems. Excellent. I know I call the radars satellites. What am I to do? Alright, seems to work somewhat right now. Part of the problem, though, is that I told you to be fully fueled, and I don't have enough fuel to fully fuel you for now. Gosh, what a tongue twister. Alright, kind of good enough. Although I could kickstart it by bringing over some fuel. Might not be the world's worst idea. While I'm at it, perhaps I just leave behind some items that are really clogging me up. I have entirely too many big mining drills, cliff explosives, roboports that I'm not even using. And perhaps I need a general junk storage. Like you. Those to a degree. Just crap that I've picked up because I've been getting rid of my own junk. Be gone. You turn the legendary iron into legendary chests? Only if there's so much legendary iron that I fill up an entire buffer chest of it. Which is really not how things should be going. Hey, look at that. I spy some epic scrap. Nothing legendary yet, but legendary is very rare right now. Yeah, the turning legendary iron into legendary chests to void it is purely just so it doesn't back up if through some miracle I end up with far too much. Oh no, my modules. Oh, those are mine. You're not allowed them. Especially the quality modules. Those ones I need. Why did I come back here? Probably to kickstart the fuel situation. Do I buffer fuel? Better believe I do. Alright, let's grab some of that so that the train can truly be automated. Right now it struggles a bit on that. Take half the fuel, take the other half the fuel, and that'll keep that thing going back and forth with my scrap. Because right now it's not getting any scrap. And then all should flow, finally. Excellently. Right, what needs to be done? Concrete is flowing, concrete needs to be dealt with. Now the problem with concrete being dealt with is that it also needs iron. So the big problem here is that I actually need quality refined concrete, which is a baffling thought, but it is true. Unfortunately that concrete right now is going through the blender, which is going to turn into iron ore, but thankfully the iron ore will turn into nothing. Stone bricks will turn into stone, which will also turn into nothing, but I do need to process it right now. So how am I going to process that stuff? Also, is the power holding over here? Power's holding wonderfully over here. Yeah, big mining drills aren't as scary as they seem unless you start modulating them up. Yeah, this is why I set it to wait for 0 activity, because there's going to be a point where it doesn't have a full stack of a certain quality of scrap. There's certainly a preference on where these are grabbing from, but I don't think it's ultimately causing any issues. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. It certainly does show that I could do with a whole lot more scrap processors, though, which is kind of a good sign. I'm just happy to see the scrap flowing, really. Are those stones? Why are stones flowing? Because the stones don't flow out here. Is that right? Something doesn't feel right. Did I even forget how these are done? It's only taking half of them that way, isn't it? Ah, I'll tell you what's wrong. I didn't output priority. It's not that you need a filter, you need an output priority on the left. How simple I forget these things. Or how swiftly I forget these things. Maybe not left, but whatever direction you're going out in. Okay, there we go. That explains why there were stones over there. Batteries surviving this trip. I think that's because there are too many of them. You should be grabbing a full stack of them. Although, quite possibly, it's good to have more of them at the ready. Yeah, there we go. Because they stack so much, you can't actually grab them all in one go unless I gave you a stack inserter instead of a bulk inserter. Otherwise, other things are going around, and that's no big bad thing for now. Makes me anxious that I'm not grabbing them, but at the very least, if anything high quality comes through here, we will grab it. Stack inserters are putting too much stone at a time. Nah, the problem was I wasn't catching it all here. Otherwise, this is okay. Although I suppose, if I really want to grab them, I should be grabbing them like so. And I should be slowing down the rate at which they come through here considerably. That way these guys have a better chance to catch them. Or I have a second load of them. It's not unthinkable. See, the red circuits, they don't really matter too much to me. Just having a buffer here. But the stones do need to be processed, and I don't want to lose the opportunity of grabbing some high-value ones. The holmium, though. Where the heck's the holmium? The holmium will take a while to flow because it's going to need to wait until we've backed up to having a certain number of them. But also, here's a problem. This thing can't actually hold enough items. Scrap processes down into 12 different items of 5 different qualities. What's 5 times 12? I think you all know it's 60. So I need these to at least be uncommon passive provider chests. So hopefully I get enough uncommon iron and advanced circuits such that I can make some quality... Oh, I'll need uncommon greens as well, won't I? Yeah. You do realize you don't need holmium ore, but holmium plates, right? Huh? The holmium ore comes through here, and then we're going to make the holmium plates here, and then they're going to be shoved into the loginet somewhere. Although I haven't actually figured out where. Perhaps it would be prudent to have them stored here. But then it's not quality filtered. Whatever, I can figure that out later. You have a bunch of uncommon greens on Vulcanus. I certainly do, but I'd rather get them here. Been doing too much back and forth on Vulcanus. Right, there's a lot of things flowing here that I need to process, and I'm not processing currently. How are we going to do that? It's not really too bad a thing that, say, the copper cables go through and get turned into hopefully quality copper plates, and then the quality cycle goes on and on until I have high quality copper plates that come out here. And maybe it is a mistake that I grabbed them there because I really do want legendary quality, but once we get that high, we can certainly figure things out. The ore will be melted down and fluids have no quality, yes. Quality holmium ore, I mean, of course. I don't know what you're talking about. We're taking holmium ore of all quality through here. High quality holmium ore is put into specific high quality holmium ore solution makers. And then stuff that's not of high quality is going through and being turned into this eventually. Alright, things are being scrapped. Since it's green belts, they're going faster than I can even keep track of. Right, what do I need to process first? The problem with processing the concrete is many-fold, but I guess we do it anyway. This is a superfluous line of power, so I can get rid of it without feeling bad. And then maybe I just start dealing with the concrete over here. Right, but how am I going to deal with the concrete? I don't know. There's a lot of ways I need to deal with the concrete. Output priority right with concrete of all shapes and sizes. Output priority right with absolutely nothing. Grab this junk, and now I have my concrete here to be dealt with. Somehow. But how? Doesn't get in anyone's way, right? Good. The concrete itself I don't think I need for anything. No. Actually, yes. High quality recyclers could be useful to have. But more importantly is getting high quality refined concrete. The water is not an issue. In fact, the water is readily available right here. How incredibly convenient. Can't believe this guy didn't bring enough iron for his problems. Oh, Right. How are we processing this stuff? Don't know. So I guess to one degree I want to bank it into making quality concrete. So let's take it one step at a time, shall we? Imagine that I branch some of it off and then shove it into here. And this thing makes me qualler concrete. That stuff is also going to get delivered onto it. It's steel and its sticks. Which will come from God knows somewhere else. And then that quality concrete just gets stored. And it just becomes a buffer of stuff I can use. Alright, I'm behind this so far. Also needs to get access to this stuff, and this stuff can just be dragged out, that's no big deal. And then we need to do that for all qualities. So yeah, that's great, but you're now refined concrete level 2. You're now refined concrete level 3. You are refined concrete level 4. And you are refined concrete level 5. Alright, I'm with myself so far. I want to be able to avoid anything that we get too much of, and I might even want to buffer it going into here. So something like this. Comes out, goes in there, da-da-da-da-da. Comes out, goes in, da-da-da-da-da. Problem is it backs up if I don't do fancy crap with it. I don't want to miss any of it, especially if I get really good quality concrete. Okay then. How about something like this? I hope I'm not missing any really good materials coming along the belt whilst I'm faffing around with this. That way we siphon off the good quality stuff. I feel like I'm overcomplicating this stupendously. Why not just filter these to take the good quality stuff first? Yeah, so these guys use a filter for regular quality concrete. And we do the same here, and here, and here, and here. But the filters here are now for quality 2, quality 3, quality 4. You know, all this just to get my quality armor. Feels bad, but it is an achievement. Alright, kinda great, except it's not powered at all. Alright, kind of good. Now, if it manages to get through all of that, then we have a bit of a problem. And that problem needs to be voided. There is a problem with voiding quality concrete. It has quality. So... what do we do with that? If it passes through all of this and it's still not dealt with, then we're going to turn it into not so quality concrete. So, hazard concrete level 1. I have a setup for this. How did it go? Pretty nifty. Pretty nifty. Good thing I have my recyclers here. Wait, what recyclers? I swear I had more. I must have dropped them off somewhere. Possibly back home in the old place. Loginet here. How many recyclers do I have? None at all. Alright, I'll be right back. By the way, what's Wind Lobby doing? Not much, that's fine. Since you seem to appreciate Factorio, have you ever seen a game called Shape Hero Factory? I do. I think it's on my weekly one-shot list. Upcoming, maybe next week. I might have imagined that, but I think it's the case. I don't know what I pressed, but it gave me an error message there. Yeah, there we go. Got recyclers galore over here. Yeah, I need them pretty badly now. I believe I set up their automated production. Good. Let's bring that back then. There's certainly a lot of ways for quality we could do with just waiting, but I'm not interested in waiting. I'm interested in building a factory that'll get this done in due time, surely. So we make the hazard concrete. That's the wrong kind of hazard concrete. Regular hazard concrete. And then quality regular hazard concrete. Etc, etc. Hazard concrete gets no bonus from quality. It doesn't do anything, and it's also not required for anything. But it's a great way to handle this. I'm going to claim it's a great way to handle this. Shove it in aplenty. And then shove it out and shove it back in. There we go. That should keep it sorted. So if we're not getting the concrete turned into glorious hazard concrete, it'll get voided. And that should 100% deal with all the concrete. And on top of that, I also buffer concrete of all quality. However, I also need to make sure that I get these items over here. We won't have the concrete be in this. Otherwise the bots are going to faff around for things I don't want them faffing around for. Alright, there we go. So that should make me quality... quality... What is it even called? Refined concrete, provided I get the steel and the sticks. Now the steel's not a problem, the sticks are. How do we make the sticks less of a problem? Well, we're going to have access to iron, and I don't see a reason not to just make the sticks right here. They're going to be bolted again. A little bit unfortunate, but... oh well. I'm running low on my boxes. These can be severely limited. We do not need a lot of sticks. Not now, not ever. So these are our legendary sticks. How funny. Not going to need a lot of these. Let's keep it simple. Yeah, but then I'll have to do that for everything. Oh well. Alright, so you're not legendary, you are epic. You're not legendary, you're rare. You are somehow nothing. You are uncommon, and you're just unremarkable. And I need to change these out to... screw it. If it wants 75 plates, it gets 75 plates. It's not like it's used for anything other than batteries. This is getting messy. There we go. Gets them all powered as well. Good. How's power holding, by the way? Not well. Do I have additional... where did I put all my accumulators? The concrete doesn't have the water connected. Ah, yes. I did remove a... I did remove something and didn't even know why. Brilliant. No, don't make those. Don't need those. But I do need pipes. And thus the water flows. Good job, concrete. Now, how do we deal with that steel? The steel is only needed to be grabbed and then voided, so it actually gets treated very similarly to concrete. And it shouldn't actually need a lot of space, so let's see if I can get away with... murder. Right. Take it off here. What are we going to do? We're going to bring it down, void it, run it round. Might actually, instead of voiding the steel, I will quality void the steel. Yes. So out for the right, take the steel of all shapes and sizes. Output priority on the right. Output priority right for absolutely nothing. Clean it up a bit. And now we deal with Matthew Steele. How do we deal with Matthew Steele? First and foremost, I want to grab all the quality of steel. I really should be using the stack and the big bulk inserters. And the thing is, they get brought out in large amounts, so I'm probably going to miss some, even by doing it that way. Ah, well, whatever. Probably not a massive priority, but something I should keep in mind. Right, so these are quite simply going to be turned into boxes. Quite simple, huh? And this one is going to output the qualityless plebes. And rinse and repeat for higher quality. Till we get all the way down to legendary, and we really shouldn't be at the point of legendary steel making it this far, but if it does happen, start turning these into boxes. Steel chests, please, but I need quality 2 steel chest. Quality 3 steel chest. Quality 4 steel chest. It's a very different run now that we've got express delivery, isn't it? Hilariously so. So this is going to make us the glorious steel chests, and the steel chests, I want to actually quality mod them, because I then want to quality mod the scrappings that come out of them. I hope this isn't going to be too slow. And now this stuff gets brought back around. Out comes significantly quality enhanced steel. And that steel is going to be fed back into the system. And then if it comes out legendary, huzzah. And even if this all fills up, it just goes back around and gets voided. Because we make it into a steel chest and we lose 75% of the steel here. So it just needs to go around the circle twice, and it already has gotten rid of most of itself. Happy days. So there we go. Steel is now taken care of. I hope. We're certainly banking up a bunch of it here. Do you need higher quality chests for your scrap recycling? Yes, I do. But I'm just going to take some uncommon steel, which is going to flow in here pretty quickly anyway, and then put them down here. Although I'm probably going to need some uncommon circuits. How are we doing on that with Vulcanus, by the way? Have I made a disaster? 66,000 regular circuits. No, but lots of uncommon circuits. That's good. Even some rare ones. Even some epic ones. Even some legendary circuits. I don't know what legends have been told about these green circuits of yore, but there they are. And they all contribute towards mass production 3. 6 million, huh? We can look towards expanding that once this factory is truly up and on the go. Making things like plastic, which is bothering me, because I probably should have a preferential picking of them around here. You know, just buffer some basics. But the fact that they go round and round does mean that they become more and more ground down for quality. And who knows, maybe we'll eventually get something off of here which is epic or legendary. Right, what else needs to be handled on the bus? The fact that stones are still coming through bothers me greatly. That's because this clogs. Hadn't considered that. I should have considered that. How about... I'll take this and give myself a bit more breathing room. Man, copy and pasting like that might finally get me the "you're doing it right" achievement. To the left, we want the quality 1 rocks. Hope I'm not breaking anything by doing this. And then your output priority on the left. And then you are output priority, I don't care. And then the stuff can go. There we go, that should deal with it. And just in case I put any crap in there, let's get rid of it, and let's just void these rocks. Not my precious uncommon rocks, though. Save that over here. Yeah, just look how rapidly rocks get destroyed, so I'm not concerned about this backing up. Okay, so now the quality 1 rocks are preferentially going out here, but even so, everything else will still flow into there. Excellent. Very good. Forgot about these. I don't think they've produced anything, but there is an attempt. How long until he's back up? Wrong one. I was worried about what I saw there. That beautiful scrap recycling productivity. Some of them are getting there. Whoa, did I see legendary? Better believe I saw something legendary in there. I can actually just check the log net for legendary. Already got 2 legendary holmium plates. And I highly doubt they were made through processing here, but maybe they were. It's possible. Yeah, some legendary solid fuel. What legends have been spoken of these? Looks like I have no places to have those thrown. No, I have no logistibots to throw them anywhere. And they were both made out of here. Okay. The more we know. Where are my productivity modules? Here we go. We were meant to make more holmium long ago. This is going to destroy my my power, I'm sure. I believe I was also meant to go and grab myself some more of the accumulators so I can build up more of that. Also, I see no reason why I need all of this bleeding concrete on hand. Or why I ever want these bricks on hand. Let's go and get some accumulators and accumulate more. This is why I wanted my quality base next to my original base, because I still make mall-related things over here. And I don't want to set up a second mall. Period. And I don't know where all my accumulators are, but I know I've got a bunch over here. And I know that science is not particularly important anymore. Although, to be fair, it's decent enough for scrap recycling, which I don't know why it's going up and down over there. I wonder if it's due to lack of electromagnetic science. No, there's loads of that stuff. Purple science is hurting. Because steel is hurting. Well, that's nothing unusual. My production over here is just dreadful to begin with. Do I even make steel, by the way? Yeah, apparently I made a dedicated steel furnace area here. And it's bumbling along. Oh, what a sad, sorry excuse of a base. Whatever, it doesn't need to go well, it just needs to go. Poor Novice. And I'm probably never going to come back and make it better, Novice. Yeah, that power won't hold, so let's go and add some more accumulators. Whee! Slowly but surely I'm building more by bot than by hand. Very slowly. But yeah, quality versions of these would be a real nice step up. Any more for any more? I could probably do one more. Again, this isn't ratioed, and I'm not even considering what's going down. I'm just building it because I need power. 1.2 gigajoules capable of being held there. And the steel comes in. The steel is assuredly dealt with. We can even see some of the steel come in right now. Iron plates. Why are iron plates even on the bus? How were they on the bus? Oh, something must have escaped and gone around and around, but how and what? It wouldn't have been sprockets. What else is made of iron? Maybe some batteries. Perhaps some batteries escaped me here. That sounds plausible, actually, given my poor handling of batteries. What if I handled batteries better? Devilish. There we go. Now very few batteries, if any, should escape my grasp. So blue chips. The blue chips get ground down into greens and some reds. The reds will get caught, the greens will get... Oh, of course, the greens get ground down for iron. Yeah, that's right. There's ultimately some iron coming out of there. But the question is, what else do I even need to have processing here? Obviously, I need to process a lot more scrap. Look at the piddly rate that it's coming out of here. I could have a lot more scrappy things. Maybe I do want a second row of scrap. Scrap thingamajiggers. I'm going to make a whole load more of these decider combinators. I feel like I'm going to need more of it. And I can have more trains of scrap coming in as well. So what I can do is just grab all of this. And keep it flowing. Well, that just goes all the way up to the upper limit. And as I say in Scarface, push it to the limit. I didn't start Factorio because I know I will get addicted, says Detour. That's an excellent, excellent bit of reasoning. Because you're right, you most likely would. One, two, three, four, five. In they go. Alright, sweet. Most of what I care about is being dealt with here, and bear in mind the most important thing is to get some good quality holmium. But we're not done, are we? Holmium is being made. Quality refined concrete I could dream of being made. It's not, but a man can dream. I tell you, part of the problem is that I don't actually have logistic bots here. Logistic bots aren't moving things around to get made as I want them to. I mean, hey, we actually have some quality concrete here. Incredible. So let's bring over some logistibots and maybe not quite so haphazardly, but we should begin moving things around with the bots there. I'm a little worried about it, but only a little. Fortunately, I have all of these bots ready to do my bidding. Do I want more? Win Lobby, do I want more? Of course I want more. Take more. Thank you, Win Lobby. You got anything else for me, Win Lobby? You have things, but I don't think you have the things that I want. Even electronic circuits, I don't think I need more of those right now. Alright then, head back to Vulcanus. I might want you to pick up some of those quality green chips. Modules? Modules? I actually don't need... I don't need efficiency modules quite as much as I thought. Maybe grab some just in case. The beacons should be mine. But these guys need to be mine. And so do these. And so do you. So do you. Where's my space? Also turns out I need a whole lot more of these than I thought. Is any of this junk? Jeez, I lack space for things. I don't want to leave any quality garbage over on this island, by the way. Well, not garbage, but quality stuff. Do not mix quality and non-quality. Probably going to have a bad time if you do that. Is that everything I could think to grab with me? Yeah, good enough. I feel like I came back here for something. Oh, that's right, it's the bots. And I have the bots now. Underground reds? Yeah, I have 0 underground reds. How did that happen? At least 50 of them wouldn't go amiss. Not doing a lot of undergrounding, so we're not doing a lot of spaghetti. I'm somewhat holding my head above water with regards to that. It's, dare I say, a rather orderly Fulgora base currently. Good to see the scrap getting utterly unloaded here, though. Oh, epic scrap. Legendary scrap. What legends have been told about this piece of actual crap? One can only imagine. I should probably just get rid of all of these that are hanging around right now, and then place them in such a way that they cover everything gracefully. Although that's going to give me more Constructobots than I know what to do with. Yeah, for example, this one's just sitting right in the way of everybody. Any more for any more? You're going to be needed over there. That was actually a good place for you, so yeah, good job. Similarly, that's an alright place for you. We'll just tuck these into places that get good coverage and power and everything else I'm sure they need. And otherwise complete the logistic coverage. This is going to be needed. Actually, I feel like I'm causing myself some problems here because I can't catch it on all sides. You let it catch you? Maybe I just have to accept that there's going to be a hole in the recycling here. I'm strangely okay with that. It just means I lose out on 4 recyclers somewhere or another. So let's have it in line with these. It's agreeably in line. Doesn't need to be perfectly balanced or even balanced at all. Well, I'm making a pig's ear of this. If I was doing this in my own sweet time and I can take forever and ponderously, laboriously place everything where I want them, I would make a city block grid. And it would have different kinds of paving for the center and this. Why don't I just show you what I tend to use? Where is it? What I would normally use is this. Chunk aligned. Ports everywhere, power everywhere. And I change the shape depending on what I'm looking for, but we're not running with blueprints and I don't want that here anyway. Kind of that kind of stuff doesn't work so well with Fulgora anyway. Courtesy of Fulgora not being somewhere that you can just build uniformly on until you get lots and lots of foundation. Notably, I don't have lots and lots of foundation. Okay, do I have the balls for this? I guess I do. Go, my Logibots, go! They're gonna kill my power, by the way. I'll need to have even more power. I would much rather have a more central storage location. Maybe something like around here. At least for now, that can do me. They like segregating things to 1 item per chest. Or rather, put something in a chest that already has that item in it. So I guess I'll help them out a little bit for now. So our first 2 bits of legendary holmium. How many holmium do we need, Jake? Let's not ask questions we don't want the answers to. It's rather a lot of legendary holmium. We can get away with some non-legendary holmium, though. because... Hold that thought. Because we can take the non-legendary stuff, especially the epic stuff, and then try and make something out of it. Alright, so as expected, the power dies. It died rather quickly, so I need a whole lot more accumulators. Do I have quality accumulators yet, though? Not many. Funnily enough, we have equal. I guess that's just because they're getting started, thanks to the logistibots bringing stuff over, but all I can do right now is grab more of what we already have. The low-quality accumulators, that is. Take some of this garbage off of me. Central storage location is as far from the roboports as possible. There's even a hole. There's even a hole in the coverage right next to it. That's so funny. There we go. They can have a couple of roboports next to it. Oh, this is the power of the man that's no longer under duress as he builds. Come all the way back here. I could have sworn I have accumulators not in this chest over here. Well, apparently not many. I only have 62, and this is bitingly limited. Alright, tell you what, I think we've buffered enough batteries for now. I'm going to shove batteries back in here for you to enjoy. Because evidently I need more of these. It's like watching your favourite boxer grow fat and old Jake past the time limit. Past the time limit long ago, but now we're not under a time limit. And that feels great. Yeah, Dark Young put it a bit nicely. It's like, oh, he's like a samurai, he said. That was kind of nice. Oh, I do have loads of these things. Sweet. So we can temporarily solve our power problem. But the power problems will only continue. Which is bad. Does that even connect? It most assuredly does not. Yeah, these things, they pretty much need to be quality or have tons of them. Currently we do neither of those. But good to see the holmium slowing. But Jake, what are you planning on doing with all that holmium? Well, I have plans. For now, though, I think what I really need to do is get quality modules. My current quality is not quality enough. It's a huge order to ask for quality modules in all of these. Also, this is kind of scary. Huge amount of junk backing up here that's not getting processed fast enough. That tells me that I need better handling for some of this stuff. But what to handle and how? That we just have more of these. I'm yet unsure how to handle the situation. How's the scrap pouring in, by the way? How's the scrap processing? Yeah, I'm actually quite impressed that the scrap is going through the way it is. I was expecting to have a lot more problems with these. I think I would still like to grab reds, blues, and other such things that come along here. So maybe I should just make a grabber line here. Yeah, I got space for it. Oops, but maybe I don't have the chest for it. That's not a problem, that's just Novice doing what Novice does. And then I need you. I'm going to filter you for nothing, so you don't start grabbing things I don't want you to grab here. So how about we filter some blues here. It's kind of a weird thing to do, right? I don't need the blues. And I have loads of blues back at base, so why would I grab them here? Just to prevent them being ground down into greens, which could potentially be higher quality greens? I don't know, this doesn't make sense to me. Alright, undo that thinking. I need to think what I'm trying to achieve here. I suppose currently this isn't really a problem, is it? Quality recyclers, recycling quality scrap with quality modules for quality modules for quality recyclers. All true. I think what I need to be doing is making some quality module 3s. But what I also need to start doing is upcycling the holmium. We have rather a lot of holmium plates, which is good. Do we have a lot of this stuff? Not much, which is bad. But is that just because it gets made really slowly? Yes. Make it faster. The other stuff is probably not a big deal, but still needs to be made faster. Might actually be a sign that I need to make more regular refined concrete, although it comes out 10 at a time. How are we doing on holmium production, by the way? You know, it's pretty fast. Not bad. This is one of the places where I definitely want better quality modules. Alright, so let's start making quality modules, I guess. Gonna need a lot of reds, which of course I'm not, and blues, which of course I'm not taking after saying, I don't think I need to take these. Now I grab the reds here, don't I? In that case, maybe I should do the same for blues. Yeah, what if I just copy this whole thing and do it for blues? Seems harmless. And they still flow back in if there's no harm done there. Alright, that's good. I'm looking at those batteries. Batteries peel off over here. Chomp, 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 chomp. Goodbye, batteries. Excellent. Should I be concerned about the greens? Should I be concerned about the fact that iron just keeps flowing around and around? Not really, because the iron just gets ground down into quality iron, which I might want at some point. Some of the stuff gets really slowed down, especially when there's steel here. Why is there steel here? There's probably steel here because of low-density structures getting caught there. How do I feel about low-density structures, quality low-density structures? Maybe I do the same thing here again with low-density structures. Couldn't hurt, surely. You there, please do the same for LDS. Is there anything else I want to grab in a similar manner? Just watching the things that are coming along here. There goes the LDS, of course. There is plastic. Plastic I also need in good quality. But the thing is, it goes around and it keeps getting ground down for quality. And I don't need a ton of quality plastics, but I do need some. The fact that it keeps going around and getting ground down is probably for the better, because we need that eventually. And I can catch anything that gets good quality over here. So now it's kind of a weighting and numbers game. Unless there are other things to optimize, and I should keep my eye on this to make sure there isn't. Steel is there because you're only grabbing 3/4 of it. All the steel comes out here. Oh, that's right. Wait, what? How am I only grabbing 3/4 of it? Looks like I'm grabbing all of it. I think the steel was there from low-density structures being ground up beforehand. But it certainly looks like I'm grabbing all of it. You need to place a single green belt after the splitter to the red belts. Ah, I see what you mean. Yeah. Is that a problem with all of the places that grab things like that? That's a horrifying thought. It could be the case, though. I'm not seeing it be a problem anywhere else, though. I guess if you suddenly end up with a lot of them coming at you at once, then yeah, it can't get through all of this fast enough. I'd not considered that, but now I have. Cool. And the more you learn. That's what I get for cheapening out and using red belts as much as I do. Anyway, quality steel, lovely. Trying to get quality LDS, also kind of lovely. The iron, the copper cable and whatnot, that's also okay. Right, well, I need to start working on the actual plan, don't I? Need to make a legendary suit of power armor. I need to make a legendary mech armor using it. Quality modules will help. Do I have the gubbins for quality modules? Wonder if I just go back to the old hand-feeding meta here. They need reds, they need blues, they need superconductors, they need quality module Mark IIs. So about those quality module Mark IIs. It could be a problem, couldn't it? Do we just set it up like so? Whoops, no, not as an ingredient. Not allowed that as an ingredient. And to think I'm one shy here. At this point, you could just use green belts everywhere. Actually, no, I'm out of tungsten over on Vulcanus, and I can't be bothered going and fixing that. This is probably a very inconvenient place for you, right in the middle of everywhere. Although, where else would I reasonably put you? How about over here, where it's closer to where I'm going to fly away to get all my goods? Yeah, surely that's better. Alright, let's see if I can make something out of this. Alright, these things are going to grab anything greater than quality 1. Oh, what? No. Into the grabbers here, please. These are meant to make quality module 2s. Wait, how do you make quality module 2s again? Use quality module 1s, and I don't have those. For some reason I thought I could just pick those out of thin air. Do not despair. Okay, do slightly despair. Maybe I can shove them down here. That's still relatively close to where I do things. Now, these things are made at 30-second crafting time. How about these things? 15-second crafting time. Add quality into it, it might work out okay, but it also might not. I'm just wondering if I want to do quality from the very bottom, but I don't think I do. I want to do quality more from the top. Okay. Think. That gets them. And then have this again. They're probably going to claim that they're in danger. Baseless. As I said, these ones I actually do want to be quality, although I don't have enough quality modules for it. I'm sure we'll get there. And again, if it's high quality, shove it elsewhere. I was hoping I wouldn't be doing quality modules, but in the end I am going to need quality module Mark IIIs. On top of that, should I even be doing this here? Maybe I should be doing it where all of my green chips, red chips, and everything else are. Yeah, probably. Also, there's more power to be stealing over there, I think. I know I said don't mix my quality, but this is different. Use that incredible logic. No, it's different. Ah, we'll even put it nice and central. Which you don't have more of my quality modules for me. Hopefully nothing's within beacon range. And then hopefully I can just grab these things what they need. Incidentally, I think I can move these back a touch. And that way I can get everything what they need. Not you. But you. This is going to be automated badly, but the point is for it to be automated. Get these done, but give us an additional... No, thank you. Not interested in phone calls today. Right. Yeah, get that, but also get additional... Whoa, not quality 1 mods. Although I suppose if we have them floating around, shove them in there. But yes, take that and some additional... greens, please. Don't know if you could hear that. It was my phone going off. Even my phone is agonizing at me for my performance here. Can you module the 2 EM plant feeds into the module 3 ones? Can you module... Can one module 2 EM plant feed to... I'm struggling to parse that. What are you trying to say? I'm going to need more of these, and unsurprisingly I'm low on everything, especially greens. Although for some reason we've miraculously solved our greens problem. I guess I'm pretty happy about that. They're stacking weirdly, but whatever. I'm also going to need some reds, huh? I always seem to be hungry for chests. Don't bother having those. If I have those, I want them. Now, God knows what's going to be coming out of here, but I guess I'll come by and grab them periodically. In that case, maybe they should all just be belted over to one main chest so that I can check on it all. I do like to run beltless where I can, because I think things look snazzier that way, but let's just throw them in here so I can tell at a glance what I've ended up making. And that should probably be regular and better than regular. So you're going to be Qualler 1, and you will be not quality 1. Quality better than 1. Hey, getting the achievement for it as well. We're rolling in the achievements today. I think we've gotten like 3. Not a whole lot. Alright, so agonizingly slowly, these are going to make my modules for me. What is your problem, though? Your problem is you don't actually put them out to our friends. Build the modules to ratio. I certainly could, but I don't tend to bother with the ratios very much. I'm just building so they get made. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I hadn't considered these actually need 4 instead of 1, but these things get a 50% bonus, and these ones aren't doing quality, and these ones are. Some of them go slower, some of them go faster. It's too much to even think about. Just set it up and let it do its thing. Although this is nowhere near correct. I think I've far overbuilt the tier 3 ones. But give it time, it'll make me some quality modules. It's not a huge step up though, right? It's only 2.5%. But it's 3.2 at quality level 2. And yeah, it does go places. But I think we might be waiting a while. And oh crap, these were meant to be set to greater than quality 1. Otherwise, the big guys aren't getting their goods. It does, however, give me some of those quality 2s I was after. Because I'm still shy on these. Or I could just give these guys to them. Give them to these guys. You can now put quality modules in the plants that we're missing. That I can. There's the problem. Quality mods feed into quality mods to feed into quality mods. It's very, very self-gratifying for a long time. Which is why I probably should have set this up aeons ago. But I didn't. It's going to start eating my chip budget as well. Eating. Now that sounds like a good idea. Starting to get hungry here. I thought I might be able to get this done today, but I think I was delusional. Setting up the quality factory is a big undertaking. And it's not even really done, is it? Although, if you left this long enough, it would get me the items that I need. It would eventually get me enough, well, actually, I might end up with too much non-quality holmium, but yeah, look at that. I'm still only on 2. What's this? All requests fulfilled. What does that mean? Yeah, we're getting somewhere with that, but I want to get somewhere better with that. I wonder if this is consuming the concrete fast enough. Sure feels like a lot of concrete comes in. Alright, but I'm making a whole lot of refined concrete, so maybe we can move on to stage 2 here. For stage 2, I definitely want quality modules, like the quality level 3 modules. But what I'm looking to do is this. Nice thing about electromagnetic plants is that it can make electromagnetic plants with a 50% productivity bonus. Main thing that I'm looking to do is to make quality EM plants. Not for using quality EM plants, but because this is almost the best way to get holmium. Quality holmium, that is. So this is going to drag out the refined concrete, the regular holmium, the processing unit, and the steel. And it is going to make the electromagnetic plants for me. But the electromagnetic plants are going to be recycled into their base ingredients so that I can make even more of them. And the question is how I build this. Never actually built anything like this before. All I've done is kind of run the numbers. If it's a quality 1 electromagnetic plant, I want it put into here. And then I actually want some kept in reserve just in case. Although I make those back at base, don't I? So I don't need to keep any in reserve, right? Yeah, come on. I'm swimming in electromagnetic plants. Give me 40 of them. That's how swimming we are. Alright, in that case, why don't we just cut to the chase? I want it recycled. And then shove it in there. The recycler needs quality modules, this needs quality modules, and this will take the goodies and crap it out. Now what makes this better is that normally when you recycle something, you get 75% of what is returned. So let's say you want, well, in this case we do want quality holmium plate. If I just recycled a holmium plate, I would take a roll on increasing its quality, but it would cost me 75% of my holmium plates. But if you make something with quality mods with a holmium plate, you get 2 rolls. One where you get 1-to-1 holmium plate into the product that it makes, and another roll where you get the 75% reduction. So you're already getting 2 rolls for the price of 1. Here, we do the 2 rolls for the price of 1, rolling 1 holmium plate to make better electromag, and then rolling again to recycle it. But we get 50% more thanks to the built-in bonus here on the EM plant. So that is why I make EM plants to spit them out. Why specifically EM plants, though, is because these are the items that you can make with holmium. Electromagnetic plants that we're doing, superconductors recycle into superconductors, so you can't get the holmium back that way. Supercapacitors do recycle back into holmium, but they're a pain in the arse and they require electrolyte, so no thank you to that. And the electrolyte also requires holmium, so it's still costing you more holmium that way. Lithium recycles into lithium, so you lose the holmium. Fusion power cells recycle into fusion power cells, so you lose the holmium. The Tesla gun does recycle into holmium, but again it uses electrolyte, lots of it, so it's a pain in the arse. And finally, the mech armor. That comes with too many complicated pieces, so that's certainly not what we're doing. Also, this cannot be made in the electro plant, so we don't get a 50% bonus. So electromag plant seems like the best option here. So that's what we're doing. I'm going to set this up so that we can just scale up until we have we're making quality electromag plants to crap out more quality holmium, which is why we set up and buffered steel plates, processing units, and refined concrete. You might have thought, why in the world is he making refined concrete? It's for this. Anyway, I'm not turning that on until we get ourselves some quality 3 modules. What Chivos are left, asks Baron. We've got 69% of them, so we're looking for 27 of them. But the no room for more is the only real achievement. Everything else is just, we'll do it when we get around to it. On the plus side, I can do all the other achievements while I wait for this, so I kind of want this set up and then I bugger off and do other things. We've got 1 and we've got 28. Now, I'd really rather have quality modules. So the first thing I should quality module up are my quality module makers. That's a lot of waiting, though. It's far too much waiting. It would have been more sensible to set up a large-scale electromagnetic plant array of making quality modules. I hope my superconductor can keep up. Oh yeah, it can keep up. In fact, almost worryingly so. Look at that holmium backing up. Well, that's never really a problem, is it? It does tell me, though, that maybe I want to start rolling quality holmium here as well. Never know what you're going to get. It's slow anyway. I want you to get me the higher quality holmium, and I want you to get me the only level 1 holmium. And if somehow I make too much of it, here's some superfluous boxes. Yeah, there we go. We'll try our luck at getting some quality holmium here as well. I mean, I may as well. It's the main thing we're looking for. If we have quality holmium, we've got pretty much all the quality that we need. Ah, it's Yagamoth. I do think via map view you can select higher quality modules and insert them into the plants, and the bots will replace them as soon as they're available. That is true. That is absolutely true. But I feel good doing it by hand. That's my fox and grapes. Alright, there we go. We've almost got these all up to at least regular things here. This could probably be sped up, right? Because it's not doing quality. These poor guys are waiting on their quality modules. Yeah, quality modules for quality modules for quality modules. What a world. At least I'm keeping the good, honest Logistobot jobs for good, honest Logistobots. But yeah, look at these. Only like one of them's running every now and then. So I definitely got too many of these things. If that's the case, then I'm wasting all these quality modules, right? So I should just take them back like so. Yeah, the ratios are all wrong. There we go. At least save myself some of these things. Make sure these things are as quality can get. More quality. Quality modules are kind of a nice to have thing. I'm not going to be stressing out over getting them. Tier 3s are good enough for me for now. So for now, these guys all get their tier 3s. Have you been making any better than regular quality module Mark 2s? Because high quality module Mark 2s very quickly become better than tier 3 quality module regular ones. Because too many things indicating different quality levels. But as soon as I have 4 of these things, and I have 4, well, I need 5, don't I? Oops. In that case, here, have these. Get to work faster. So slow. So incredibly slow. 0.03 of these quality modules per second. Terrifying. But cheers to the good luck, Yagamoth. Always good to see you around. These poor guys go. Just give me one more of these quality modules and I will start with my electromagnetic plant farming. So the odds aren't great on the quality. I don't think I've actually explained how the numbers work, have I? So, let's plug it in and explain. The electromagnetic plant only gets base quality ingredients because we're making a base quality electromagnetic plant, so normally it gets no quality. The quality modules will allow it to get the quality. Each of these are giving 2.5, so it gets a total of 12.5% chance to output a quality item. What that means is that 12.5% of the items it puts out will be of a higher quality. 90% of the time that it rolls that, it's going to give me an uncommon. But 9% of the time, it's going to be rare. And then 0.9% of the time, it's going to be epic. It goes 1/10, 1/10, 1/10. So it's very, very rare to get something good, which is why I kind of need to keep grinding for these 12.5% things. So now I can tell it to just grab the goods that it needs for this. It'll bring over the holmium, it'll bring over the steel and the blues and whatnot, and it's going to start making these plants for me. And if it's crappy quality, it's going to go into here. Wait a minute, I don't have quality modules for this. Don't destroy that thing just yet. I absolutely don't want to grind them down until those also have quality modules. Whoops. That kind of ruins the point of the cycling. Alpha's in to say, actually, the information is inaccurate. Perhaps he can fill us in there. Whoa! I already got a rare one. That's a 4% boost. Whew. Also got, I think, like triple or quadruple struck by lightning there. There's a lot of my shield to break down, but Factorio guy's really healthy, so don't worry about it. Right, very nearly made a big boo-boo there. Quality, please. Also, quality, please. Now you may put that back out. I have to ask myself, do I really want to... do I really want to grind down even my uncommon ones? I guess so, because in the end it's all getting ground down for ingredients that I need. So I guess everything that isn't legendary, or maybe everything that isn't, everything that isn't epic. So the epics and above can go... Gosh, I don't know. Is it getting fed enough? I mean, how many ingredients do it need? It needs rather a lot. There you go. So that means you're going to be 1, 2, and 3. At least when you grind down quality, you get at least that same quality, so... Look at that, already got quite a bit of uncommon holmium out of that. This guy's pretty slow, but he's not that slow. Electromagnetic plants are fast, after all. So it's certainly going to do away with a lot of my ingredients here. Anyway, that's a great way to get our hands on plenty of holmium. And once we have plenty of high-quality holmium, hopefully, in addition to that, some high-quality low-density structures for plastics and copper, so that I can make the semiconductors, or whatever they're called. What are they called? Yeah, so I need high-quality, low-density structures, so I get high-quality copper plate and plastic bars. Although I don't need many of them for the superconductors, thankfully. The supercapacitors, unfortunately, need the superconductors. The electrolyte does not need to be quality, but the holmium plates do. The electronic circuits, I might just bring those over from Vulcanus. And the batteries, well, we're more or less at the mercy of batteries coming out from quality scrap. Although if I get quality copper plate and metal plate, I could make it out of sulfuric acid if I were desperate for it, which I may or may not be. Don't you need the same input for uncommon? Yes. So if I wanted to set this thing up again, and I wanted to make uncommon electroplants, which I will, once we have plenty of uncommon ingredients, it wants the uncommon steel plate, uncommon processing unit, etc., etc. So what we do is we copy pasta this over, and then we, I guess, invert it. Well, that thing kind of gets in the way, doesn't it? Oh. How about there? Because then I can do that. Trash unrequested, folks. Whoops, whoops, whoops. That thing I don't actually want to start just yet. Not until it has its quality modules shoved in. But yes, then I'm going to grind down the uncommon made electromagnetic plants. And then we keep things moving. Hey, look at that. We've got a big roll. So this must have spat out an uncommon, or even just a regular one. And then we got a big roll on this. We smashed out a whole load of epic concrete. Epic holmium. Epic for the win, Shepherd. So good. Var so good. Getting a bit chunky there, though. I wonder how my boxes are doing here. Not quite full, but they're getting full. So I'm going to want to make better versions of those. All in due time, though. Make sure we have a lot of space for these things. I wonder how they're doing on the power. I mean, surely that power is struggling. Yes. Oh well, not my problem. Take this garbage off my hands. I don't need it or want it. I still think Epic's such a stupid name for these things, but oh well. Kovarek says he just likes it. He liked the idea of getting epic items. So I'll let him think what he wants to think. Alright, all well and good. At this point, should I have a place that just requests the epic ingredients that I'm going to need? Well, the legendary ingredients, I suppose. Otherwise, this thing's going to fill up with regular trash. And it is filling up with regular trash. Get it out of here. Now let's go and grab more quality modules. Yeah, well, the mind boggles at the thought of what epic concrete must look like. Have you ever walked on a pavement, looked down and went, wow, this is epic. Never walked on a pavement quite like this. I'm going to write an epic about how awesome this pavement is. Alright, 12 more of the uncommon ones and 27 more regulars. We're getting somewhere. The question is, do I want to shove these in here to make better quality modules? And the answer is definitely. And have a couple for now. Yeah, the concrete wears cool sunglasses. So personally, I think the best place to do quality modules is over on Vulcanus. But I always think that Fulgora here is more fun because I love the scrap processing stuff. I like seeing it all jump. It goes from all this chaos into all this nicely sorted out big stacks of it. And the way they get filtered off and then sorted, voided, buffered, everything, it feels so good. This doesn't feel so good. I missed a trick here. There you go. Yeah, epic. Epic gear wheels. What a world we live in. Okay, unsurprisingly, I haven't voided any legendary iron chests yet. I voided 25 rare metal chests, though. But, you know, come on, it's metal. Rare though it may be, it's not that rare. We're very slowly and unsurely making this holmium solution with increased productivity. It's not backing up at all, which is good, because I want to just keep slamming this stuff out. But this stuff absolutely should be made in higher quality, so let's quality mod that up as a priority. Now that I have the modules, we can get this thing going as well. So go for it. That's going to start eating up the uncommons. The rares are considerably less likely to come in to the point where I need it automated so hard, but it'll still be good to see. Look at that. 41 epic holmium, getting somewhere. Sadly, round and round though our goods may go, we're not really banking any epic plastic or the like. And the low-density structures aren't coming out particularly epic either, but those are only getting 2 rolls, one for the scrap and one for the scrap refining. So we're not counting on that to be particularly good, especially since we're just using quality module 2s on these. But it's all I got for now. Let's see, the Logistobots are not dying. I'm going to give some construction bots just in case anything happens there. I don't know what could happen, but we have them at our ready. You shouldn't have that. And there are very few things coming along the belt that we aren't processing right now. Copper cables will get ground down into copper plates, which I will need some high quality ones of. Just quite unlikely that we're going to get that anytime soon. But I think we're at the point where I could just leave this going for a while and see where we end up. Although I will probably need a lot more buffer chests because I might be cranking out a whole lot of goods, especially with active provider chests. So I want to make sure that I have lots and lots of space for that. I would also really rather like to have my high quality passive provider chests. That needs quality steel. I'm not sure I banked up enough quality steel. Maybe I did. Maybe I did. Let me think. How many of these things do I even need? And do I need them here is another question. That is a good question. Am I going to need them? The thing is, bots come and grab some of these items. And that's actually a good thought. I probably actually have more legendary stuff caught in there. 4 legendary holmium plates. I don't know what legends are written about this piece of ice. Maybe it came out specifically in Jesus' face style. Part of the LDS is still going past the storage because of the belt compression. Ah, yes, I did miss some of this. Well spotted. Damn those common plastics. We will at some point need some very legendary plastics. Once I have the legendary goods, funnily enough, I can use productivity modules to squeeze the most out of them. So if I were making legendary superconductors, we'll get the 50%, plus I'll cram in as many of my productivity modules as I can, which isn't many, and I don't have very good quality ones, but I'm not sure if I can be bothered to make even better ones. I think we can leave this be. Has the legendary gear inserter clogged with epic gears yet? Can't imagine why it ever would. All 8 gear wheels that we've got here are A-OK. I could imagine a situation where this faces clogging, so let's do this. Check the output of the higher quality plants you're making. Crappy quality ones still get ground down, although I didn't actually make a high quality one here, did I? Yeah, I never actually caught that. Although we haven't made any high quality ones just yet. Have you done the quality stuff without Space DLC? No. This is only my second playthrough of Space Age, and I was using all the features in both runs. Right. Steel chests. I guess I better start making the good stuff. Right, do I have enough reds for that? I actually got rather a lot of good reds. Excellent. How about good quality greens? Now, good quality greens we don't really do here. I guess if I want quality greens, I'm just going to pick them up from Vulcanus, which, hey, that's where you are. All right, glorious. Let's get rid of a lot of this tosh. And just say, please get me good quality electronic circuits. You can get me 2,000? Alright, give me 4,000. Yeah, give me 8,000. We don't need them down there. And I know they've got them down there. Tens of thousands of them. Grabbed in a heartbeat. So each of these have made 250,000, is that right? 280,000, 280,000, 275,000. Alright, sweet. So, given how long this looks like it's going to be taking, maybe setting aside all this time to get mass production 3 is right. We're about 7 million already. I've almost got delivery service. Whoa, chopping through them. Quite a few of these will require going back to Novice. Factorio Express. I'll probably just do that the old-fashioned way. Build a long, useless railway. Favorite planet? We're on it right now. I love Fulgora. Novice has a special place in my heart, and I like Gleba. Vulcanus is a bit boring. I dislike strongly Aquilo. The theming is great, but the gameplay is garbage. And Shattered Planet is just, why is it there? If you want to bring in this interesting challenge, at least give it some payoff, but the Shattered Planet has no payoff. Excuse me. Seems fine. Don't think I'm going to be backing up on regular holmium, because the holmium is getting ground down like nobody's business in this electromag plant. I'm a little saddened that we're not actually making any high-quality electromag plants, but it is a tall order. But yeah, if we make just one legendary electromag plant, then we wouldn't make one, there's a 50% chance we'd make 2. Then just like that, we're getting 37 legendary holmium plates. Although we need hundreds of those, which is a bit intimidatingly saddening. But I think we can leave this be to just chunder away for a while, as long as I make additional storage chests. Which I should probably get on straight away, huh? And Win Lobby, I want you back here to give me the quality circuits, and then take me away to somewhere that we can get more achievements done. Why am I still making engines here? I no longer need engines. I mean, there might be a day when I need more engines, but I don't see the pressing need right now. Greens are doing okay. Quite a few things are doing okay, in fact. But I'm mostly here to see my quality modules. Another 7 quality ones. Another 40 non-quality ones. It's over 70 of that. Excellent. These things are already module 3'd, which is fine. Yeah, I might as well just slam these things in. I want more quality modules as a matter of priority. These are pretty good, though. The rare quality module Mark IIs are better than, I think, even the uncommon. 3.2 versus 3.2. So this is on par with uncommon quality module 3. So that is a step up, and this is on par with it. Which is why I even quality modded this in the first place. Because if I can get this to just crank me out a quality one, then that's as good as shoving it into here, where I would need 4 of them to take a roll at quality module 3. It's a lot of thinking. Quality is a hell of a drug in this game. I lost like 2 or 3 days of my life just rolling quality for fun, even back on just being on Novice days. Alright, the power holds over here, no reason to think that it wouldn't. My science per minute is pathetic due to my lack of purple science. Can I do something that doesn't involve purple science for a while? Because I really don't want to fix my steel issues back on Novice. I'm inclined to believe that no, I cannot. I could always just pause science after this for a while. That wouldn't be too bad. Do you have any thoughts on how you make Vulcanus more interesting or engaging? Yeah, I want those worms to actually do something rather than just be there. Big dumb things for me to blow up, especially with Deathworld on. And also, I want there to be an incentive for you to expand. Power is currently way too powerful, so it would be good if your main thing was to get solar, so you are encouraged to go and expand and take over more space. Suddenly that makes getting the lava out of your way more of a pressing concern. Same with making quality. Basically, acid neutralization completely undoes your power struggle on Vulcanus, because there's an ungodly amount of sulfuric acid, so just tap into that and power is solved. There's no threat, so you don't need to worry about defenses, and iron is ores are infinite as well. And the patches of goods that you get are so enormous. It's just a glut. Absolute glut. Millions upon millions of resources. We haven't even come close to exhausting our initial calcite, because 1 scrap of calcite gets you huge amounts of everything. It's just too powerful. Everything is too powerful in Vulcanus. And since there's no pressure, you don't even have to do well. Just build and build. At least on Deathworld, it should count for something. But maybe I'm just being a moany old fart. Certainly am the old part of that. There we go. A couple of quality modules short of this being A-OK. And would you look at that, we have just as good through you. So I'll bring these back. Although, Win Lobby, are you here with my goodies? You're almost here with my goodies. You did run out of 1 Vulcanus thing, right? Yes, we ran out of our starter patch of... Hold on. Let's get rid of this view. That's very obscuring. We did run out of our tungsten, and I forgot to even check on that. Although getting more tungsten is really rather simple, because there's 6.5 million of it right here. And because you get big mining drills, that's actually 13 million. And because we have productivity boost, it's even more than that. But yes, if I just went and took this, we'd be able to restart this. In fact, I'll probably do that. I'll go and turn this back on, because I do want things like green belts to flow once again. And who knows, I might even need the science kicked back on. And then we'll go and grab some achievements. Tungsten mine can only be mined with big mines, I believe. Tells you can't use the small crappy ones on it. Anyway, nice distraction. Win Lobby is here with my quality circuits. I don't think there's anything else I need out of you, so you will be picking me up shortly to take me away from here. One slight concern is that these quality modules, I can't transport them over here by bot. I could, I suppose, set up a train station for it. Ooh, hang on, what's going on here? The scrap is coming in a little slowly. That's an excellent sign. Good, good. Then I can expand the amount of harvesting that I do here. I guess we're not leaving the planet just yet. I'll be having that. Oh, yeah, of course. Space. Well, I don't need that many of them, do I? No, sir, I do not. And I certainly don't need engines on me. I do need those locomotives, though. Where do those locomotives go? I think I need those locomotives on me. I have 4 and 4. Actually, that's all that I need. Don't need more then. In that case, yeah, do take these engines off of me. I certainly don't need them. That must tickle. Imagine being frisked by a flying drone. Accurately as well. It can just take what it needs. You picked up a bunch of accumulators. You didn't put them down. That I didn't. Since this is one of the places that's more likely to expand in things that it does, it is certainly the place that should have more of this. Such a satisfying noise. Simple noise as well, just pop, 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 but feels good. I also might want to consider if I've made enough quality accumulators to add, because every quality bit is just like having another accumulator. Legendary! The legends that have been spoken about this accumulator. Otherworldly. Alright, you have earned a step up in your quality game. Why do I have holmium ore on me? Get out of here. Why do I have stones on me? Get out of here. It's like popping bubble wrap, kind of. Epic steel. Such stupid naming. Okay, would you look at that? We finally got ourselves an electromagnetic plant of epic proportion. I think I'll hold on to these and I won't burn them until I have the best quality modules for them, because I want the best chance of getting legendary goods out of these. Unfortunately, this is slowed down due to severe lack of refined concrete. And that's through no shortage of regular concrete, so you know what this means? It means I need more refining. Fortunately, I left myself with lots of space with which to do that. And I made it in a beautifully copy-pastable manner. That's what I would say, but I've gone and done this to myself. Hold that thought. There we go. Then I can just copy, well, all of you, I suppose. Oop. And then we go... Dump. Dump. And then we triple the... Wait a minute. That might pose a problem for you. Actually, that only poses a problem if the amount of concrete that comes in is higher than the amount that we process. Although it will take a while for this stuff to actually back up, won't it? In that case, you take a limited amount of the stuff. Wow, finally out of something. And that's still not enough for it, huh? There we go. Let's hope I don't need to put down any more power poles. Why not use it for upcycling? What do you mean by that? Maybe you mean use all the excess concrete I have for upcycling, which... Well, I need the concrete so that I can keep upcycling electromagnetic plants. If I waste it on upcycling, then I can't make these, which is the more important part of upcycling, because I get a productivity bonus on them. Whoa! We just got 2 more of these. We're going to be done faster than I thought. Not bad. Although I'm a little sad to see that we have not once rolled anything better than uncommon when it comes to low-density structures. Should I consider... Well, where should I consider using my productivity modules, quality modules the most? Maybe in the scrap processing itself. I'll do some at the end and then some at the start. Well, that didn't last long. But we do need even more scrap pouring on in here. Epic electromagnetic plant. Quality is inherently slow. Use a faster EM plant to do quality. That is not a bad idea, except I'm limited on ingredients, not the speed of the electromagnetic plant. Although that might not be the case with accumulators. No, it's still the case with accumulators. Yeah, you are right. That's a good way to speed it up if I had these ingredients. But as you can see, I'm struggling on the ingredients. Kind of weird that I struggle on blues of all things, given how many we have over in the other place. Maybe I could just grab a load of blues and bring them over. If I'm drowning in them and blues are the problem, because steel certainly isn't the problem. Yeah, you know what? Those steels are doing nothing for me. Let's go and get them. Okay. I was trying to think how to lighten my load. Donk, donk, donk. My EM plants deserve the best, and these blues do virtually nothing for me. Although, I guess I could be grateful that I've banked them up for as long as I have. Trains are so cool. I don't use trains very often in Factorio because I think belts are even cooler. But they're still cool. Alright, here we go. Have an ungodly amount of blues. I put them a little bit further away so that my bots don't feel like they're not getting any work done. Then maybe I can make you fancy. Also, this other one, smash bang wallop. Whoa! The one I put in went legendary. I've just got that magical touch. What were the odds of that, you might wonder? Well. 10% chance to roll a level of quality. 1% for it to be, well, kind of 1% of it for it to be rare. 0.1% for it to be epic. 0.01 to be legendary. Yeah, I can see the gacha got you hook, line, and sinker. At least I don't have to pay for this one. What a time to be alive. Now, giving back my stuff. No, not that stuff. Not quite that stuff. I need to sort out my trains, including making signals for them. And of course I have things for that. And this is where you're going to discover the reason I don't like trains is because I'm bad with trains. It's a sad truth, but it is still the truth. And this refined concrete goes too slow. The sticks are there. The sticks are there. The sticks are there. They just need the concrete. And the wingcrete keeps coming in through here. I could limit the concrete buffering here. That'll allow more of it to flow down and fill these guys out, which might not be a bad idea. Bleh to this. How many upgraded accumulators do I have? Give me these considerably better ones, and let's drag an upgrade planner to turn... What do you mean you can't put this in here? Get the interface out of my way. I can't put it away. Alright, put it on the ground then. Jesus. Get these out of my face for now. Give me that. I want to turn regular accumulators into super accumulators. Make it so. I didn't keep track of how many I had. But this will significantly increase the amount of accumulator charge that I have. What was it before? Like 1.2 gigajoules? Granted, I expanded it a fair bit since then, but now we have so much more. This doubles the energy capacity of accumulators. It's one of the best things for quality. It's up there with asteroid grabbers. It's like an upgrade in Slay the Spire, right? It's an amazing upgrade if it doubles the output of a card. Now it's almost even, but the uncommon accumulators are going to account for a lot more storage. Once they do fill up, that is. Anyway, the rest of the nonsense that I have, I can just shove over here. Yep, yep. Legendary accumulator. Only particularly useful for a spaceship, in my opinion. So, was I ever going to make those quality boxes? Because I don't want these things overfilling. And they're very close to overfilling because they've got things like legendary concrete. Alright, I cannot afford to have these legends told. So we are going to make some boxes. We are going to make some legendary, well, not legendary, but we'll make some higher quality boxes. Whoops, that needs higher quality steel chests. And these we can use speed mods on, amusingly, because it's not like I'm trying to roll higher quality on these things. It would be amusing, but no. Do it faster. I didn't make anywhere near enough of those, did I? Alright, I think we'll calm down in the science for a wee while, unless there's like Gleba-only science. I don't want to stress my poor base in Novice now, do I? I need captive biter spawner. I don't even want captive biter spawner, because then I have to use fluoroketone. I don't want to use fluoroketone. Oh, but I do need this done eventually. There's an achievement for having 100 robots following you. I don't know what level of research you need for it, but we'll need something done for it. Health tech is Gleba only. It uses military and the other thing as well. Not limited enough, I'm afraid. Damn that plastic, never turning into quality plastic. What in the world did I copy over? Don't copy that, please. I believe I was lacking steel, right? Yes. I didn't take into account how many of these things I need to do. So I need to turn red boxes into red box Mark IIs. There we go. Number of which there are 64. Nintendo 64 of them. Well, I got 50 now. 60, and I've made too many, which is going to be a pain in my bum for sorting things out, but still. Took me the longest time to actually realize that you get a size increase from chests. Because I think I checked a couple of things that didn't increase, and I just assumed that none of them did. But yeah, there we go. Now I've got all the space a man could need. There are 12 different items that get recycled with 5 different quality levels. That's 60 with 2 left over. Beautiful. Is it going to be a problem for these things? Probably not. Not many things survive to go around and end up here. Well, I suppose if anything does, that could be a problem. Yeah, wagons don't increase in size, which is bizarre. Really bizarre. But I don't make the rules, I just follow them. How's that holmium stuff going, by the way? How are we looking on legendary item? 84? That is an insane amount of holmium already. Wow. I'm going to have this done in no time. I'm actually going to have trouble getting the other ingredients. And actually, there will be some legitimate problems there. For one, I need 60 legendary processing units, and I have how many? I don't even have an epic one. Part of the problem is that those are used in electromagnetic plants, so let's hope I don't have to roll for any really good ones. Although, cracking some of them will give me some good ones. Although, strange enough, where are they? Oh, that's right, they come out here, don't they? Does that mean I have some legendary ones? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Doing better than I thought, then. Excellent. And here I thought this might take some time. I am not thinking I'm needing that many transport belts of regular variety. Can't help but feel that I'm not going to need these. Right, so the scrap isn't coming in fast enough. We need to fix that with the power of trains. Do I have suspended train bits? I do. Okay. There's 13 million to be had here, but I'd rather have a bit more space. I think I'll grab the 7.2 million up here. Space is nary a concern. Stream has taken 7 hours so far. It's certainly taken a bit longer than I had thought or hoped, but maybe I was naive. Probably was naive. Alright, let's keep things nice and safe for us. And couldn't I just copy what I have here? Just looking at the layout of the scrap. That should work. And scrap we certainly found a load of here. Alright, brilliant. Let's hope that just one of these is going to be enough to fill all of our power needs. Says man with no accumulators, because he threw them all away. Ah, but quality accumulators would work here. Quality accumulators would help a lot, keeping the power up. And that's a decent idea. Also, I know this scrap isn't quality, but please get rid of it. After all, you guys will each get an 8% roll on increasing quality, and you get a boost in productivity. We're going to try gacha again. Oh, right, no, I shouldn't be doing that because I want to save that for my my awesome... whatchamacallums, my awesome quality modules. Still crapped out some epic stuff, but it was always going to do that at least. Ah, well, take it while it comes. Would investing in good quality mods for the miner be useful? Yes, we are constantly making more of them. We should probably be making a much better effort at making more of them. But the sheer amount that I'd need for them... Actually, that might be enough for the miners. Every step of the way is just as good as any other, though, I think. Am I right about that? I suppose the one that gets the bigger productivity boost gets the better bonus out of it. It's a 40% boost on miners, and it's a 30% boost on the recyclers. Interesting. Right, I believe I just forget everything all the time. I believe I need my accumulators. How many accumulators go into this thing? 79. Alright, just give me 91. Does this stream have an end point? I suppose when I get so hungry I can't keep going because I don't think we're getting all the achievements today. I would like to, but it seems really ambitious. Absurdly ambitious. Right, this I want copied over. In all its glory. Hopefully there's enough space to get this thing over here. It's going to have to come from this angle. Although we can put the things on deep oil, can't we? Alright, so it's not a big deal. In that case, I could just shove it here. Or here. Here seems fine. Bit further for the belt to go, but belting is free. Fulgoran lighting attractors in the way. That's why I'm telling you to build the bloody thing. They didn't want to ghost over that for some reason. Wow, somebody told me about that and I'd forgotten about it until that very moment. But yeah, you can tap R to turn those things. Amazing. Alright, get those built. Get these things complaining about lack of power. Solve the lack of power. These things you can make more of in an electroplant, and frankly I should be if I want to squeeze every penny. Yeah, they'll even do it much faster than I can do it by hand, and we get 50% more of them, so what's not to like? Can you bridge the gap within legendary big poles? What, bridge this gap? Not by a long shot. Legendary poles don't give that much of a boost in terms of reach. So I'm absolutely certain that I cannot do that. I want to be sure that these guys are getting plenty of electricity caught in these things. And I want to make sure they're not being grabbed by the precursor ones. Not sure if you can actually select those. Oh, no, you can. Okay, I'm making things up in my head. Just grab some junk while we're here. I think this will be fine. It's just, it needs a bit of time. Needs a bit of time to fill up. Doesn't it? Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. We just need to wait for a lightning storm to come down. Right, you there. Your name isn't Scrap 35M. Your name is Scrap 7M. Hopefully that doesn't change the name of both of them. No, we're good. And then this needs to transform and roll out over to here. I shouldn't be doing this during the lightning storm, by the way. It could kill my bots. Lightning loves bots. There are some points where legendary poles can make the difference there, but certainly not here. Right, so every time I play a game with trains, I relearn how to do signaling, and every time I forget. How in the world do I signal this? Easiest way to think about it is you just break things into blocks, but I don't know. Can't I just make it very simple where, you know, you can come into here when it's safe to do so, and you can leave when it's safe to do so? Doesn't that seem like the simplest thing in the world? Because this is the only place where it needs to bother about where it comes in and out from. Right, you're going here. You're getting your cargo wagon. Out you go. I'm impressed that you can insert all the way up there. And I essentially want this order on here. Did you even get that? Maybe you don't. How do you copy over commands? I think you make a group. Whatever. Who needs to think about these things? You need to go to scrap, quality scrap, unload, and wait until you have full fuel and empty cargo. Empty cargo. Empty cargo. And then you need to go to scraps 7.5 million, which for some reason you can't. And then go there until you're inactive for 2 seconds. But you can't go to scrap 7 million for some reason. Why not? Are you telling me that this isn't a good enough way for you to go? That might be exactly what they're saying, but I'm not wanting to hear it. What's the problem here? Why can't you move? Oh, because you're not an automatic. But now that you are, what's your problem? Train cannot find a path to destination. Why not? Why not? comes along, goes here, comes down into here. All should be well. Ah. Well, there we go. Signal issue. As if. Yeah, there we go. Now just fill her up. What's your problem, by the way? Maybe that shouldn't be there. Yeah, every time I learn trains and every time I forget trains, it's because I'm not interested. It's the simple and harsh truth of it all. Trains are cool, but they don't overly interest me. Which is why the simple setup like this is fine enough for me. And who knows, I might just thread in another one along here. As long as we keep the scrap flowing, all is well. And we are certainly keeping that scrap flowing. Not a lot of gaps in this setup. And then when you leave, this one should almost be ready to come on in. I hope he wasn't waiting there because of some weird problem, right? You'd think it would come all the way over to here until this thing is red. I mean, if I told you... Can I even select that thing? Who knows? Okay, it's moving even though this thing is kind of in the way, so I'm quite confident it's doing fine. And I probably shouldn't be standing out in the lightning storms. But yeah, if I can saturate this with scrap, then I'm satisfied. Yeah, I need a radar in the top scrap heap, that'll help. Help me, radar. I don't like not seeing what's going on. I also want to check that the power here is holding. Easily, right? These megajoules are disappearing. They're disappearing fast. I wonder if it's even getting all of its energy through the night. And lightning seems to be striking around here just fine. Filling us way up on accumulator charge, and then these things can keep on going. Yeah. It's simple and it works. Probably a dumb question. Suppose there's some way to make sure the trains either share the station and not collide with each other. Yeah, I'm using signals to make sure they don't collide with each other. So there's a simple two-way rail system here, so a rail signal system here, so that if a train is here, then it'll show red and it won't come further in, and then it'll wait for this one to bugger off out and then it'll come on in. But you can do things very complicated. Factorio is one of the best train games there is on the market. I'm just not very good with trains. Alright, so the scrap continues to flow. My collection of electromagnetic plants of epic proportion does not continue to grow, but we're grinding down what we can. Our collection of legendary pieces continues to hopefully grow. Although struggling to find epic proportions of red pieces, but it might just take a bit of time for that stuff to show up. Full up on these red bits. Those red bits get ground down for other goods. Have we managed to get anything on the cycle, though? No, none of this stuff is becoming high enough quality. Actually, not in high enough number to be put back around. We are getting some epic goods here, but not 16 of them to make them go back around and shoved into there. Which makes me wonder, how are we actually doing on the plastic? Whoa, there are 3 legendary pieces of plastic in there. Exciting stuff, isn't it? Right, well... Speed modules, efficiency modules, those are going to need high qualities of reds and greens. Low density structures I can eventually get on rolling this. Electric engines... It's just quality iron and steel, isn't it? Well, the circuits, of course, but yeah, it's just quality iron and steel. Which we'll get someday, I'm sure. First piece of plastic ever made by John Plastic. Freaking John Plastic. Alright, I got entirely too much stone, so I want these guys to just destroy it for me. Otherwise, I've got too much quality stuff. I want it off my person. In fact, generally, I want a lot of this stuff just off my person. Go, Logibots, work for me. Nice thing is that these guys will sort it out for me into these boxes. These boxes which I want them to have more of, because God knows how much of this we're going to need in my absence. Specific buffer chests for specific resources might be an idea, but this is only going to accumulate through stuff that comes out on these active provider chests. I don't think it's a big deal. Kind of nice to see the holmium flow like that, though. Good, good. We need more quality holmium. I need more quality electroplants. Maybe need more bots? Now, we can always check the bot situation here. I have 850 logistic bots, and they're almost all idle. I have 100 construction bots, and all of them are idle. Because it's not really a bot base. You could set this up with no belts whatsoever, but I like belts for my my quality ingredients. I love watching this flow. And look at it go. Good to know the ice is getting massacred. Good to know that the fuel is getting massacred. There's a lot of things we set up, and it's that's lovely to see it just disappear. Did I ever set this up for legendary fuel? I don't think I handle legendary fuel. That's funny. Let's face it, we're never actually going to see any legendary fuel, but we will see some. Look at that, we got 17 legendary solid fuel hanging around in containers, and it'll actually show us which containers have some of it. When eventually one of those containers has 16 of them, the stack inserter will grab it, shove it up, and then it'll come up here. Why don't you make rare EM plants for recycling? I'm considering it. Shortage of quality modules is one of the main reasons. The question also has to be, do I have enough rare processing units, refined concrete, holmium, and steel plates? Check for rare. Yes, 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 yes. I can make a few. And it's worth a shot because there's 10 times better odds every step up you make. But it's a very quick process of smelting down those, so it really doesn't achieve anything doing it now or doing it in 5 hours from now. Which is why I'm not jumping over myself to get it done. Right, how are we looking on these now? Oh, baby. Epic. Absolutely epic. Not only that, we're getting a decent number of these things, so the quality is going through the roof. First and foremost, we make sure that the quality modules are being made as high quality as possible. Try and remember to shove these. Actually, you know what? You deserve them. Probably not going to touch you in a long, long time. Whoa. Even this is epic. Incredible. Alright, the quality mod 2s can get the dog's ear of whatever these things are. There you go. Splendid. Well, now I have quite a lot of additional quality modules. It's time to put them in other things. Every time I do quality upgrade, we significantly increase the amount of quality stuff coming out. Let's put it in these. So let's just make sure that all of our recyclers are quality. Just shy in doing all of them. Although we have these quality modules. And for that, I want you guys working as hard as possible, including grinding them down as well as we can. Do I want these in anything in particular? I'll do that. I'll do a bit of this. See, the guys that get the goods earliest, they can be the one to get the higher quality. Yeah, ideally when I have my epic electromagnetic plants, at that point I might have, you know, about 4 epic or even some legendary Mark III quality modules, and then I'll grind them down for legendary bits. A strange loop in the game. I was always skeptical about quality. It is fun to do, maybe less fun on stream. The feeling of getting the good quality stuff out and the feeling of just making loads of it grinding down feels pretty good. But I would encourage somebody to make a better quality module maker than this. This is pathetic. It's not ratioed, it's not working half the time. But it is working. I hope I don't run out of ingredients for it here. No reason to think I will, although the green chips are trending down. Wow, the electromag science is having a hard time. Is that because I'm grabbing all this quality holmium? Some quality holmium coming out of there. This could clog, actually. If I end up with too much quality holmium, this whole thing will clog. Which is nae good. But I'm sure it'll be fine for a good while. And I'm sure my electromagnetic science is not really much of a priority right now either. Do you do anything with uncommon or higher quality 2 mods? Maybe the plants making them should use prod mods instead. Yes. Because an uncommon quality mod 2 is as good as a regular quality mod 3. And an uncommon one is as good as an uncommon quality mod 3. So essentially, if I get quality on that, it's as good as getting quality on the one above. But the difference is it takes 4 of these to make one of these. So I'd rather take the roll, and if the roll's good, then I can use this in the same way that I use a regular quality 3, which is probably a good reason to take these out and start shoving them in. Productivity modules would slow them down further for a pretty minimal gain. It already has a built-in 50% bonus after all. So, friends. There we go. Now all of these are effectively on quality module 3. That's nice. And now let's do the same for our miners. Because they're on quality module 2s. And now you're effectively on 3, and I don't have enough to make the other one effectively on 3. Certainly drowning in these quality module 2s now, which I can actually feed back in to speed up the creation of quality module 3s. It's funny, the more things change, the more they stay the same. In Factorio pre-space age, eventually everything is just making modules. And now, once again, everything is making modules. Hey Jake, congrats again. Why, thank you. The anxiousness, the anxiety of that 4-hour pressure is now behind me, and I'm glad that it is. And now it's just the pressure of legendary scrap. The legends written about this piece of garbage. It'll go down for millennia, or at least until it gets recycled into nothing. Relatively okay with how all this is going. Kind of surprised that I have 0 high... Oh, that's right. I never qualitied these. Was I planning on qualitying these? Do I even want quality iron? Why would I want quality iron of any quality? There are accumulators, but we already get enough of that. I'm not going to bother qualitying this stuff up. Nuts to that. It'll just make them run slower for no real good reason, in my opinion. Still waiting on getting more of these EM plants going. 50 more hours to get that sweet legendary armor. So another way you could do it is you could just make common or uncommon armor, but roll for it. Just take a chance. The chance is minuscule. It can be save scummed, but you better believe we're not doing that. Alright. Kind of good to see the concrete is flowing. Good. Good. Yeah, let that concrete flow. There are errant bits of red here, red and green, bothering me. There we go, so bring out that reinforced concrete. We don't bother qualitying this stuff up. Concrete comes out in such masses anyway. Pretty pleased to see all these accumulators working fine. Good use for all those batteries. They don't have many other uses, although I suppose I could make better equipment. I'm going to have awesome legendary armor at some point. I need stuff to put in it. But don't worry, I have a cunning plan for that. It involves these red chips, which are notably not legendary. But if we leave them long enough, someday they will be. I feel bad for blowing one of these. I thought I had 3. Oh, that's right, I used one on you to make you go faster. There we go. Come on. Show me the goods. Give me the chocolate, Hassau. Just went uncommon and then into more uncommon, so it didn't get this whatsoever. So the only way I could really speed this up is just by having more and more scrap going, which I totally could. If I think that the scrap is building up, I could build a second lane of scrap consumption. And maybe I should. I felt it was better to deal with Vulcanus for legendary materials. Yeah, I think it's better as well, but I prefer Fulgora. In Vulcanus, what you do is you just make things en masse. You've got unlimited amounts of ore and stuff, but this one I like the randomness. The random can feel good. I've done quality on both planets, and I just prefer doing it here in Fulgora. Notably, though, running out of throughput here, so I would want to set up a second load of processing here. Interesting. Do we have it done as overflow? I guess we could. It's not going to be as high a quality, though, because all these are effectively on quality 3. And I'd rather all the scrap we're getting processed at as high quality as I can. Kind of sad seeing all the common and occasionally uncommon. Where's the rare stuff? Holmium is the one thing I don't really want rare. Rare holmium just gets boiled down to 0 rarity liquids, and then you just have to start again with making them rare. It's tragic. By the way, these are better than what you have right now. Interestingly, that is on par as well. So yeah, that is plus 3.2, plus 3.2. So like I said, that's why I'm rolling quality on the quality module 2s as well. Quality 1s are garbage. 1% going up to 2.5% at maximum. So yeah, at legendary, it's as good as a common Mark III. Not worth your time. Not by a long shot. Come on, roll me the good stuff. You can just mass produce legendary blue circuits and convert. Yeah, I'm aware of that. We're nowhere near having enough research to be able to do 300% blue chip shuffle, though, where you only need 1 piece of legendary plastic. Not 1, like 2 or so. And you get unlimited copper, iron, steel, and whatnot through LDS and blue circuit shuffle. But we're absolutely not doing that. We're also not doing asteroid stuff. It might all work against me one way or another, but this is how we're doing it. Alright, I think I'm at the point where I can just leave it to keep ticking over whilst I go and do some other achievements. It's just the fact that if and when I make high quality modules here, I will not be free to go and insert them. Actually, that's a fair bit of them. I think I'll go and do the other miners, and then we'll go and do other achievements. Have you already got go X kilometers towards the shattered planet? Ah, you know what? That's a great idea. Let's give it a go. We might lose the ship in the process, so we'll... Since the stakes are no longer around after finishing the achievement, whatever it's called. Oh, that was perfect. Wait, 4 times 4 times 4? Huh. Weird. We'll try riding off to the shattered planet and see if we can get there. I have a good feeling about my ship. We might not. I don't know what was being said, especially by me. Why do we have holmium here? Ah. I don't think these actually consume my uncommon holmium fast enough. So I guess I make it slightly too fast for you. Is that worth beaconing for? I'm inclined to believe no, but power is free. Free-ish. Whoa, actually the holmium's backing up. That's an excellent sign. Maybe I really do need those beacons. Alright, alright. There you go. Won't really affect anything, and it's kind of sad I'm still using prod mod 2s, because prod mod 3s are a significant step up, going from +6 to +10. But even so, these will have to do them. For now. But only for now. Let's make this stronger. Let's make you stronger. Oh, it's here! The electromagnetic plant that went down in legend has been created. Wow. When I smite that thing, we get guaranteed steel processing, holmium, and refined concrete. And the fun thing is the thing other than the holmium can be used for making more of these EM plants. Hello, sir. Yellow ammo and rockets is really good against big biters. Yellow ammo? No. Rocket launcher? Well, rocket launcher, yeah. Rocket launcher can destroy big biters. But in this game, this is your answer to biters. Fire. Fire destroys all biters. Even behemoths. Behemoths will get through the walls, though. If you just automate repairs, they'll all die. But yes, if you make a rocket launcher and you set it to target big and behemoth biters, don't bother with spitters, then it will destroy them. Rocket launcher is good in Spidertron. Yeah, that's true. Never did build Spidertron, even though we have the ability to do so. Just need raw fish, portable fishing. Oh my god, you know what I never set up even after saying we now can set this up and we should? I never actually did Kovarex. That said, do I even need to? I have 102 shiny green rocks. That's quite a lot of shiny green rocks. Wind Lobby isn't even hungry for more. Gotta eat that legendary fish. It needs to be done eventually. I got my legendary fish achievement doing legendary Spidertron. Ooh. Legendary Spidertron has a very conveniently large grid, so it can go very, very fast. What I like about it is you just point it in a direction and it goes. Right, are we leaving now? Guess we could be leaving now. Let's make these things slightly better quality. What if I wanted to convert more scrap without needing more quality modules? What I could do is make quality recyclers. Steel, iron gear wheels, processing units, concrete. They're only made in assemblers, right? Yeah, that's a little sad, but it is a way to deal with this. So I guess I will. So, how am I doing this? You make me just regular ones. Wait, that needs... No, I thought it needed bricks for a moment there. It absolutely doesn't. Get those in there. Take your quality modules. If it's good quality... That is to say, greater than regular crap. Shove it in here. And if it's not that, then put it into a recycler. And the recycler will feed it back into you as well. There we go. Take a bit, but it will get me some higher quality recyclers, which I can put in here, and that will speed this up considerably, actually. Goes from crafting speed 0.5 to 0.65, a 30% boost. And if they come out rare, then it's even better. Did you just disable the filter? Stranger things have happened. Meaning I just destroyed the good stuff. Oh well. That's quite funny. Glad you noticed that. Evidently I didn't. Hope that holmium doesn't back up too much. It's the last thing I'd want to just lose. Should I set up a buffer for holmium, or am I confident that I'm consuming enough of it? If I'm really desperate, I can switch out the efficiency module for even more speed here. There we go. Did you look at that? We already got a rare one. Yeah, man. This is part of the reason why I never play gacha games. Dangerous that it might suck me in. I suppose, fortunately for me, gacha doesn't really tick my boxes. Is having too much holmium ever a problem? No, not really. This is all just the thankless quest to make this bleeding legendary holmium. When it comes to legendary items, though, we've got 88 of the many holmium that we need. How many holmium do we need? 200 plus probably another 100 or so for the other items. So let's say 300 holmium. 160 processing units. Some legendary iron and steel for the engine unit. Some legendary low density structures. Quite a lot of legendary greens and reds. The legendary reds could end up being a problem. There are far fewer reds coming out here than I'd like. How's Vulcanus doing on my green situation? $11 legendary ones over there. Gonna need a fair bit more than 11. Do you need legendary iron? Didn't you say earlier it wasn't worth setting that up? So I do need some legendary iron to make legendary engines, to make legendary electric engines. And sure enough, I did say I wasn't going to bother smelting this iron into something legendary. Maybe I should take that back rapidly. Yeah, alright. There we go. Not huge expenses on these things, but we'll put in some. It slows down the recycling here, but fortunately I think having 6 of these should be able to process all of these. Looks pretty good to me. I do wonder if these things can clog. I feel like there's a risk that they're going to shove... oh no, they won't clog, so they're not pointing at each other, they're pointing out to this output. Yeah, it's fine. No clog. No clog detected. And now we will get trace amounts of legendary iron. I won't need much of it, though. Although this man isn't getting any legendary sprockets. Well, I'm sure I am. If I check out for my sprockets, there are already 58 of them hidden around the boxes, so it's just that they're taking some time to come out here. So that's not a problem. Maybe that means there's actually plenty of legendary red circuits. Got 7 of them. Yeah, but if I need all of those... if I need all of those things for the power armor, what I might do is I might try and make the power armor Mark II out of epic stuff and just take a chance. Yeah, take a chance at making it legendary rather than waiting for legendary ingredients. Alright, am I willing to leave here? I could look over this all day because I rather like watching the gacha flow. Plastic is coming around, and plastic is constantly not turning into what I need it to be, which is high quality plastic. Good question, actually. How are we doing on the plastic situation? 5 legendary plastic already. Now, that would be enough to do the plastic shuffle if I had the research for it. The research is currently off. How are you doing, by the way? Slowly. Why so slowly? Logistic storage, 14,000 greens. blue circuits. I wonder if that's the vast number that I brought over earlier. That does sound like a huge amount of circuits, though. Well, good on me. Those circuits do get ground down for a possibility of more rare ones. I just feel a bit bad that not all of these are. I'll do one more switch with the high-quality modules, and then we're going to... to be honest, I've been going for a long time today, and this is going to take longer than I had hoped. We're going to do the Shattered Planet achievement, or at least attempt to do so. No guarantee our ship is going to survive, and if it breaks down, then that's going to be a lot more work ahead for us next time. But that's a next time problem. Are these all working fine? Well, they're working fine enough. Those aren't necessarily necessary, for now at least. And what level are you on? You're on level 2s? Not on my watch. When I want quality holmium, I want damn good quality holmium. There's no way I want to waste those on you, though. Nah, you can take those ones. I'm mostly here for holmium, after all. I did a weird stutter step there that seemed like it sped me up. Wonder what that's all about. What I can actually do... Whoa, epic recycling. What I can do is set these things to be better. Set them all to be turned into better versions of themselves, and then as they become available, the construction bots will make them better. So now they process 30% more scrap, which is good. Speaking of good, that's what these modules are. Keep it moving. Tempting to break that down into legendary pieces, but we'll save that coup de grace for later. Okay, since there's a bit of waiting to be done, I think we're going to go for a bit of a journey. So here's Wind Lobby. Wind Lobby is full of wonderful things. Lots of railgun ammo, lots of rockets, tons of firearm magazines, and a bunch of things that I'd rather not lose, but I suppose it's not the end of the world if I do. Even so, it's going to begin a dangerous journey to Shattered Planet. Good chance that we die here. Is there anything I can do to take better care of it, or am I just being baited into doing bad things? It doesn't have anything irreplaceable on it, but it does mean I'll have to take something like Lose Lobby for another ride if it can't make it for me. Speed is still throttled. I wonder if ammo is going to become a concern. I guess it's got lots of goods backed up. And we have a ton at the ready in here. Oh well, let's just go for it. You could slow it down even more, I guess. There comes a point where going even slower isn't doing you many favors. The slower you go, the more asteroids you have to deal with. It's just a flow problem. So first from Fulgora to Aquilo. So the achievement that we're going for here, I mean, it's pretty meaningless to make this journey unless we're getting the... oh, hang on. What we could do while we're going here is get the Promethium block things. Ah, geez, I do not have enough space for those. Let's get them anyway. Right, you there. You are now going to grab Promethium Science for me. Not science, but the chunks. Should I even do this? If I really need these, I can get them later. Yeah, I'm not going to bother with that just now. We can do a dedicated Promethium Science journey. That way I would make sure that I had more space available, and I'd set up the stuff for dealing with it. If I do it now, I'm just going to have it in my inventory for ages when we could easily just go and get it later. Might as well? No, those are the reasons why we might as well not. So, the railgun's going to hold? 4 railguns feels like not a lot, but I think it'll hold. Oh, this is the downside of ordering something to upgrade. It's going to constantly flash at me saying it doesn't have the upgrades. And I don't know of any way to disable this. Not a sausage. So the journey to Aquilo at this point is well trodden. Yes, it has the big asteroids, but yes, we know how to destroy them. I wonder if I could reasonably get some better DACA along the way. Yeah, better DACA doesn't require purple science, so my purple science is hurting. Maybe purple science will stop hurting enough to go for that. There are no huge sciences needed at this point, apart from doing some promethium science and whatnot. Does mean that these guys should blacklist taking in promethium for now. Because I don't want them filling me up with promethium. The belt is not designed to handle promethium on it. Promethium are these. You don't see them on the inner planets. Hell, you don't see them in the outer planets. You only see them on the way towards Shattered Planet. And the closer you get to Shattered Planet, the more promethium chunks there are, but they're really not relevant for a run like this. Worth keeping an eye on the ammo, by the way. 20,000 ammo, 10,000 rockets. It'll be a while before that starts going down, but it will start going down. Will you make promethium on the ship? You have to make promethium on the ship. This is Promethium Science Pack, and it can only be crafted on space platform, just like space science. So it's a logistical question. You got to get quantum processors from Aquilo, you got to get biter eggs from Novice, and the biter eggs expire after a while, and a staggering 25 promethium asteroid chunks. Promethium asteroid chunks do not stack. A single one takes up a single space in your inventory, so you need a massive inventory, or you put them on a lot of belts that weave into each other in an incredibly cursed way. I'm probably just going to do the inventory way because it's, for one level of science, it's not a lot. I'll only need something like, I don't know, 500 of them, maybe fewer. It's made in the cryogenic lab, so if I go big on productivity, I could probably bring it down to about 400 of them needed. Won't you crash into those chunks? Chunks. So the little bits like this don't actually harm your ship. It's the larger asteroids that do. So this will, that would, the smaller bits that it breaks off to would, but the little fragments here that you grab with the arms, those don't hurt the ship at all. Not a sausage. Okay, so we've made it to Aquilo. Now it's the, what is it, 30,000? No, Cribben's 100,000 kilometer journey over to the edge. We've done this one before, so I want to take an opportunity to check. Come on, where are my electromags of epic proportions? You can do it. No. Oh, and it just broke down into regular stuff as well. What a crippling disappointment. Must be horrible doing gacha. Also, please don't have that pinned there. Wait. Don't pin that there. Oh, right. Pins like that. Cool. So as we make this journey towards the system edge, which we've done before, we'll start seeing the real big asteroid chunks, which are as big as they get. Bring some holmium from the other island. Yeah, you know what? I can do that little bit of fetching. I do find myself rather fetching. Yeah, imagine doing this without your mech armor. Somebody was pointing out during the run, oh, Corey's got mech armor already. Why are you doing that? Because not having mech armor sounds like the real punishment. Massive inventory grid, and it gets much, much larger, including with storage capacity when you add quality into the mix. Which we, of course, don't have, but hey-ho. There we go. Go on, go on, go on. We get 2 rolls at this, or rather 1 roll with twice the output. It'll be at least uncommon. And it was uncommon. Well, uncommon gets mashed up, but it came out to rare pieces. More uncommon, but we get to roll again. Oh my, it's too addictive for words, isn't it? Nobody should be allowed to do this. It's bad for your health. This is why we don't do unboxing streams. Oh well, in the end it all gets ground down to help the greater good. 75% of it goes straight back into this if it comes in at uncommon quality. Out it goes, grind it down, uncommon pieces. Goes back in. Can almost do another one, but not quite. Common people. Alright, 20% of the way here. And check on the modules. Can't forget the hand feeding. Well, I didn't do hand feeding there at least. The bots are hand feeding for me. Artisanal bots. There's an argument for making this do all the stack stuff as well, but this factory really only exists to create electromagnetic science. And I suppose currently make me my better quality modules. It would be too much to ask to get a legendary one at this point. But if it was a legendary one, it would only be one of them. The problem is when you start cranking out legendary stuff, it starts to feel very pointless. You make legendary items to make more legendary items to make more legendary items, and you're kind of sitting there going, why am I doing this again? At least I am. Ooh. At this phase, though, when, you know, one legendary item makes you go, oh yeah, Kriven's great. Or it's things like decking out your armor with uncommon and rare versions, that feels good. But when you get to the point of just, you know, you got high quality things on tap, it loses quite a bit of the charm. But we ain't there yet, that's for sure. This be used for anything? I think this is all looking hunky-dory. I don't know anything else that needs my better modules at this point. I suppose the recycling. And I should have taken the wind lobby over to Vulcanus first so I can fix that stuff while we wait for this to happen. Wonder if it's going to make it. What'll I do if it doesn't? How's the ammo looking at least? We've used up 1,000 of the bullets. The rockets still seem to be holding strong. In fact, the rockets are paralyzed on the belt, hilariously. I'm not sure it's that hilarious, but it's a little bit funny. Some of them aren't fully stacked. It's not taking them even because there's just so much space, or there's so many of them held here. Joomph! Oh, I love it when it gets the multi-kill. Damage dealt by this railgun, 16 million. Or 1.6 million. Reading is hard. As I've mentioned many times, I do not have my railguns aim off to the side because large asteroids only fall downwards. Yeah, here's a great example. Look at this. Didn't waste ammo shooting it or having it explode into smaller bits that come closer to me. And it just falls harmlessly down. It's not going to fall to the left of this mouse cursor. Still not going to fall to the left of this mouse cursor. Oh no, I'm too rich. What a problem to have. If only poor people would just buy more money. So yeah, that's why my ablative armor is steam turbines. There's no need for more. Tons of oxide chunks here, and yet there's plenty of non-oxide chunks. I figured it would be a lot more frozen out here. Master from Actors 2 is just chilling out, bringing over the goods. Still picks up these items from Fulgora. Is that a problem? Feels like you're kind of standing still there. You are standing still. Why? Oh, simply because I tell you to stand still. Well, that's good. It's good that you do what you're ordered to. A bit sad how the science has slowed down so much over here. But that is most assuredly a holmium problem. Yeah, holmium problems. Typical of the area. Yeah, I want more of these. Although I suppose those on their own don't solve my problems, right? I need all the ingredients for everything. So we can just lead this run while we do the rest of the achievements, which is what we're on to right now. Even mass production 3, when we head back, we can do more mass production. Get those green ships flowing. Make Spidertron. Do some tank-related achievements on Novice, I think. Are you winning? We've already won. We already got all of the gated achievements. Now it's just a case of crossing the ones off the list. However, we focused most of today on doing... Well, early on we set up the things to produce these electric circuits, and I hope those electric circuits are still being produced. Yep. These things have made 360,000 each, and we just burn them all. Highly amusing. But yes, the main focus today has been building up the quality base, because in order to get the only achievement that matters on this list, no room for more, we need to get a lot of legendary items. Specifically, legendary processing units, legendary holmium, legendary superconductors, which are made of legendary copper and plastic, legendary supercapacitors, which involve legendary batteries as well, and I think some legendary green circuits, and legendary power armor Mark II, made of processing units, electric engines, which is steel and iron, low-density structures, which can come from scrap, and speed and efficiency modules, which I really should have thought more about. Those speed and efficiency modules are going to take a lot of greens and reds, which I notably don't have. Not even on Vulcanus. Yeah, nowhere near on that one. Well, I'll figure that one out in due time. Burning chips, basically Intel. Was Intel the one that had the reputation for them burning? Why do I feel like it was more Nvidia's thing? At least with all this burning and upcycling, we don't have a lot of leftover in the overflow chests here. Alright, we are 62% of the way towards System Edge. Funnily enough, that is the journey we have to make once we're at... Yeah, that's the 60 kilometers we need to cover, but it's going to be a lot more dangerous. Danger or not, though, I'm going to take a short break. Grab some water, even though we're towards the end here. The end for today, at least, and I do need to do the long play vote, so you just enjoy us plowing through these. It's quite zen-like. And I'll be right back. There we go. I'm sure if there was a catastrophic issue, you would have alerted me, but I'm not seeing anything broken here. Glorious. Whoa, one more epic electro plant. I like what I see. And I see what I like. A lot of other good switches. Oh! Enough advanced circuits to pop them out and grab them here. Wonderful. Let's make sure we can actually grab all of these as they come in. I certainly do not want to lose grip on any of these and just have them float by helplessly. We've almost finished the upgrade on the scrap recycling as well. To the point where the belt actually looks pretty good and full. Excellent. Only takes 6 processing units. This actually shouldn't be too hard to fill up. Might even get to the point where we want them upgraded to rare. Now that would be nice. Okay. Crossing the threshold now. We reach the solar system edge. And we begin a journey to the shattered planet. Now, there's no way in hell this ship could make the 4 million kilometers. But it doesn't have to. Its job here is to make 60,000 kilometers. And we just done 1,000. So a good start, right? Ammo check right now, 17,000 bullets, 9,000 rockets. And that's in storage. That doesn't count what's on the belt. On the belt, there is an additional 4,000 bullets. And 3,000 rockets. 4,000 rockets, even. So it is my firm belief that these 2 railguns can shatter everything. And then all of the DACA that we have here can take care of everything that comes our way. Hey, there's Promethium. Oh, the Promethium actually tanked a round. That's a problem. Because if a Promethium comes on the edge of this, it could come down and actually skirt the edge of the ship. That's a hilarious problem to have. That is a lot of asteroids. This could be a very, very bad decision. Yeah, these things have more health than regular asteroids. Concerning. Very concerning. Yeah, little grabby hands working overtime here to keep us satiated on rocks. Including these wee grabby hands that keep throwing them away. But there we go. 10,000 kilometers worth Shatter Planet done in a heartbeat. Ammo now down by 1,000. Yeah, how fast do these things fire? Oh god, once every 3 seconds. I really should have gotten some research to improve railgun speed. Oh well, too late for that now. I have to hope that the asteroids line up nicely for multi-kill shots. Maybe it'll do... Yes! Ask and you shall receive. Boom. Although that's maybe a bad sign that there are just oh so many of them coming. Well, this is rather terrifying to look at, isn't it? Good thing huge asteroids just go straight down. I feel quite worried about this. Oh well, have no fear. My incredibly slow-firing railguns are here. $62 out of 88. 30,000 kilometers and 60,000 kilometers. Have some faith. You off to another world? The Shattered Planet isn't a physical entity that you can interact with. It doesn't even show up anywhere. It's a massive disappointment. And it's a 4 million kilometer journey. And it's taken us a few minutes to do 20,000, so... it's hours and hours of journeying. Excuse me. And the wall just becomes covered in asteroids and it murders the frame rate of the game. So I don't even know why they thought it was in a good enough state to leave in the game. And you achieve nothing by going there. You arrive there, there's nothing. All you get are Promethium asteroids, which we're comfortably getting here at like the 10,000 kilometer mark. And the Promethean science doesn't really do anything either. Just such a waste of time. Oh, I'm starting to see one of the problems here. These Promethium chunks are twice the health of regular ones, so it's actually becoming even more of a nuisance to fire our way through. Problematic. Oh god, there's a lot of them. Right, how's that ammo situation looking? Another 1,000 is gone, and the rockets are starting to deplete. I'm more interested in the throughput issue here, right? It's important that the ammo on the belt doesn't dry up. And if it dries up, the guns on the right are going to feel it first. Explosive asteroids would be better at this point, even though they cost more and do less damage. The area of effect would, I think, yeah, wow. With so many asteroids here, it would be a big boon. Whoa, that's getting close. We're not even halfway towards where we need to be, and this is looking dangerous. Do we need to slow down? Not yet. We might lose the ship. We really might lose the ship. Okay, we're slowing down. Jeez, that was intense. They only ever fall straight down? Only ever fall straight down. Nothing to worry about. Not even a scratch. Oh, Lord. It's concerning. We're also going concerningly slow now. I think I speed up a bit more than that. As I maintain, giant asteroids only ever fall down. Yeah, they don't come in at angles like... Actually, is anything coming in at an angle? Well, things that you explode certainly do. But yeah, no need to be concerned. What do you say? Newer punished? I'm finding some newer punishment around here. Ah, a lot of asteroids around here. Almost like a planet shattered or something. Good God. You might have noticed that the railgun took some heavy damage there, but we have some repair packs to fix things. Yes, we do. I was actually checking out how repair packs work on ships, because I was a little dubious about them, and I actually think that repair packs only work at 1/3 efficiency on ships. They are slow, and instead of repairing 300 damage, I think one repair pack only heals 100 damage. Yeah, I am quite convinced of that. Who has to say you have to come back from 60,000? Exactly, the achievement is only to make it to 60,000, not to come back alive. We've burned through 6,000 ammo, and that includes ammo that we're actively producing, so a little concerned about that. Only a little, though. Come on, concern is for other people. We're 44,000 kilometers deep, and we only need to make it 60,000 kilometers deep. And this is on a ship I pulled out of my backside, by the way. Maybe you were there for the design process. It did take 4 hours to design the ship, though. And it feels like it also took 4 hours to build the bloody thing. 45,000, 46,000. The ammo on the belt is holding. That I'm grateful for. Even on the right side, although that's some thin moments of ammo there. This can't keep up. That's a problem. If it truly can't keep up, I'll have to pause thrust, but let's hope it doesn't come to that. Look at that graceful giant asteroid only falling down. And the slower you move, the more time the big rocks get to go sideways. Ah, but you see, if they never go sideways, that's just more time for never. Yeah, the Promethium stuff being twice as tanky really hurts me here, huh? How's the railgun ammo looking, by the way? Plenty of it on the belt, and plenty of it in the ship. Barely touching that railgun ammo, right? Right? I banked 500 and we still have 500 in there, so... Well, I guess that's the beauty of only using 2 railguns. Yeah, we just crank that stuff out pretty quickly. Nice. 53,000! We're gonna make it. Well, some big asteroids, but we're gonna make it. Has the time achievement been done by any chance? Brother, when I say 100% achievements, I mean 100% achievements. That's not the one. There we go, getting on track like a pro. Only took us 70 minutes. Am I getting on track like a pro? Here we go, express delivery. What a nightmare that achievement was. Better believe I'm turning around as soon as I can from this, though. Holy moly, this is dangerous. 56, 57. Yeah, maybe when I said there was only one achievement left to do, really, and that was no room for more. Maybe I should have said that after I'd gotten this one. This is more tense than it had to be. Granted, we didn't get dinged good and proper, but they came pretty damn close. Get back to the safety of Novice in 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get out of here. That is as far as we will ever need to go towards the Shattered Planet, because look at that, it's 4 million kilometers. Who's got time for that? I don't know how long that 60,000 kilometer journey took, but we would have to do that 10... many more times. 40 more times, maybe. And just to reiterate, only reason I'm doing this whole bloody challenge is because nobody else will. I did another search to try and find someone else who's done 100% Deathworld with Space Age, and I got really excited because I finally got a hit on it. Only to find it was my links to my own videos. I was like, oh, come on! Thought I was going to settle in for some lovely evening viewing, but no, it was just me. Who wants to watch me? Oh, this guy. Why does it feel even more deadly on the way back? Ah! Good thing I brought some walls. Egads. It's meant to get safer the further you get away from Shattered Planet. Have you seen Anti's default settings 100%? Nothing springs to mind there, but I'm not interested in default settings. Default settings is not really any pressure to it. The whole point about 100% to combine it with Deathworld is that it makes the keep your hands clean achievement really interesting. Because on standard settings, you can just ignore biters. Oh no, an attack is coming, it's 3 biters. Okay. I might need to have 2 guns or wall them off. Oh no. But that early game pressure, oh, I love it. It was nightmarish, but I love it. And we got it all done, one shot, no deaths, no reloads, no nothing. I feel quite accomplished from that. But yeah, standard settings, just even... I'm not even sure I've ever played Factorio on standard settings. Saw Deathworld, went Deathworld, never looked back. Apart from doing some testing every now and then, I've never ran an actual campaign of this game on anything but Deathworld. Or 600%, that's pretty fun too. Time to speed up and ram our way through. If we sped up at all, I think we would be the Shattered. Jesus, I'm feeling every inch of the way back here as well. I'm with you there, Jetpack. On non-novice, Deathworld does nothing, not even Gleba. Which is why we look at Gleba and no threat whatsoever. Not in the slightest. Not entirely true. Some of the buggers have actually expanded towards me here. So, you know, if they expanded much further into my spore cloud, I might alert them. But it would be trivial for me to just go off into Novice, kill them, expanding my my no man's land, and all would be well. By the way, these things only fall down. Didn't there used to be solar panels on this side? We're not going to run out of fuel, are we? No, but we have burned down quite a few of those uranium fuel cells. Why does something not seem right here? No, it's just the way the wires look. I was wondering if they were actually correctly wired up. I find it particularly funny that you do runs that the so-called Factorio Pro streamers like Nihilus never do a hard run like this, yet they act super smug and arrogant. I don't hold it against him, he's Swedish, he can't help it. And then again, so am I. Yeah, Nihilus does some good work and good designs. It's not really the kind of content that I want to be watching, but it's good design work. Nihilus is Danish. You're merely proving my point, though. They're just Swedes, but poorer. Man, it feels good to just avoid these giant chunks out here. It only ever goes straight down. Oh, well, I suppose that's why I had backups there. Poor little lasers on the back trying to do something against that. How many replacements of that do I have, actually? Can't I do a search for my turbines? I got 6 additional turbines and only 19 pipes or so. So let's hope for no more solar winds blowing asteroids into my way. That's a good theory while it lasted. No, it just entered superposition and changed its location. It was still going downwards. Egads, these belts are getting guy thin now. I should probably pause thrust just to let it fill out a bit. Knowing we still have another 20,000 kilometers of this nightmare to go. I'm sure it'll be fine. Fine enough for me to double check on good old... what's it called? Another epic electro plant is made. Truly epic. How about those modules? Beautiful. Wait, why are these not going? Ah, I knew this would be a problem. We're out of chips. I could actually just set it up. See all the vast amounts of chips that I make in Vulcanus? I could just ship those chips over. Ship those chips over. I mean, Master from ActRaiser 2 already does the full rounds. It would be no skin off his nose to pick up a couple full stacks of chips from Vulcanus and drop them off. But honestly, what difference does even better stuff... Whoa, what the hell is this? Absolutely clartered with scrap here. They only ever fall straight down. That must have been the spaceship tilting a bit. Now, I'm pretty sure the real reason is that because these railguns can only fire once every 3 seconds, it gets distracted, so one of the ones on the side managed to get through. It would be sorted with better railgun technology. That's what we'll say, right? But they only ever fall straight down. Living and dying on that statement. Yeah, curious, is it not? Always seems to be there. Must be some... You can even see it on the ship, right? It's lopsided. There's all these heavy foundries pulling it down on this side, so it's causing us to slightly drift out and edge into the completely perpendicular asteroids. I need to work on our parallel parking. God, I wish these wouldn't flash. I know you don't have fuel. That's because I'm purposely not giving you fuel, but you are working because you're over 500 degrees. Come on, Woob. You had years to polish this. Alright, we're almost out of the mud here. 4,500 kilometers, and we are outside of Shattered Planet range and back into Solar System edge. We're still deadly, but it's a lot less deadly. Also, only ever falls straight down. See, it will not go to the left of this cursor. Won't go to the left of the cursor. Not a shadow of a chance. But we're safe now. We got out of there alive. Can't understand why you can't just set thrust with logic on the engines themselves. Yeah, the workaround is really easy, isn't it? It's just throw in every now and then. I guess there's other ways to do it, but You see, they simplified getting temperature straight off of a nuclear reactor. Although I guess they did that because of the introduction of the heat thingamajiggers. Alright, the thing is pretty much completely safe right now. Look at how much gentler it is at Solar System Edge compared to Shattered Planet. So I think we're pretty safe there. Can go back to enjoying Fulgora. Fulgora and my endless quest to grind out quality. Yeah, so what's causing this? Why is it absolutely chock-a-block now? It might mean that one of our things that pulls off to the side is no longer up to the task. Well, what's more likely is I can't just process the scrap fast enough. And that appears to be exactly what it is. Yeah, that's right, because I increased the speed at which this scrap gets dealt with. And now what I need is this. And then it's going to say, no sir, we don't have the gubbins for that. And I say, okay. What can a man do? You can upgrade these things at least to be of higher quality. And then what's stopping you from making more of these? Nothing really, just slowly but surely working way through all my processing units. Let's not have too many of these, though. There we go, just like that. That sped things up a fair bit. Beacons on quality reduces quality. You could do a little bit of beaconing to speed it up, but it still hurts the quality boost considerably. I believe you can see that here. Quality minus 1.5 for speed plus 30. Not worth it if you're going for quality, and we're absolutely going for quality. I see, I didn't know that, says Danny Hay. Well, we're all here to learn, I think. Oh, well now. What the heck is this? This could be the source of my problems right here. These are not being done for quality, so let's speed them up. Scary stuff. Yeah, simply too much iron coming out here. Too much quality iron, it seems. But I was wanting some epic and legendary iron, so at least I'm getting that. Just have that go faster, just in case. There we go, that took care of that. You sure it wouldn't be faster straight in the recycler? What do you mean? There are many things that can go straight into a recycler here. I'm not sure what context you mean. Okay. I want to do a quick recap on what is still needed to get me this quality stuff, and if I... You know, is it going to take 5 hours or is it going to take 50 hours? Because if it's 50 hours, then something needs to be made 10 times faster. I'm quite certain that we'll get the processing units. Those will get rolled highly often enough, I'm sure. I mean, currently when it comes to processing units, we already have 36 of them. And we only need 160, so that seems fine. Quite confident that the electric engines won't be a problem, because it's only a few of them. They can be prod modded, and it only needs metal products, so that's not a big deal. Surely. How have I not made any... Oh, right, no, of course. We've got plenty of legendary sprockets. They're just hiding in different places. Look at that, 106 of them scattered around. Low density structures. I already have 9 legendary and we don't need that many of them, so that should be fine. It's those modules that concern me. There's a lot of modules. What I could do is make them on Vulcanus. Because Vulcanus craps out loads of reds and greens. So if I just keep rolling them until I get legendary ones, that might be better. Although it's very low chance each time I roll. Yeah, I might shuffle that one over to Vulcanus. And I'm going there next anyway because I need to sort out their tungsten, or maybe after Gleba. So yeah, the modules are still a concern, because I'm not convinced that I'm getting enough legendary circuits to do so. Yeah, look at that, 12 and 5. That's enough to make 1.5 of them. Although, that's rather a lot of epic advanced circuits. Maybe it's not so hopeless. Because with the quality mods, I could actually roll all of the rare and epics and see if I get enough legendary modules that way. Not insubstantial. There are rather a lot of greens that are just going back around because they are just rare, right? Yeah, see, these ones just get ruffled up a bit. I might actually want to bank the rare greens. Does that mean I want this set aside but for greens? Yeah, because currently the greens break down into things that I don't want them broken down, basically, is what I'm getting at. So how about we have this again? Except instead of low density structures, you bring out the green machine. And how about instead of no power, we have power. And then just double on that, please. And by double, I mean more than double. I really don't want these things getting ground down because I just don't need what they get ground down for. There we go. Feel a bit more confident about that. And I got no reason that these things shouldn't be big, fancy, grabby things. Well, here's a reason. I'm out of them. Oh well, good enough reason then. Other than that, we are working on the holmium. Rather well, I might add. Legendary amounts of holmium. Already at 92, and we know we have more from grinding these down. So the holmium is almost done, which is a huge step. It's the main step, so I'm glad that's how that's going. I need plastic, copper, batteries, and circuits. Plastic, copper, batteries, and circuits. Plastic, yeah. Batteries, whoa, those are looking good on the epic batteries. Copper plates, looking good. And what was the other thing? There was one more. It was green circuits. And they're not called green, they're just called electronic circuits. Yeah, but we've ascertained that's potentially going to be a problem. So actually, all in all, I think everything is set up really well for doing Room for No More. Is that what it was called? Yeah, Room for No More. That'll be no big deal now. Now that we set up this awesome factory that can still be tweaked and made a bit better. And I could even get more scrap process here, but I think we're actually seeing the limit of how much scrap we could throw onto the belt here without there being clogging issues. Or are we? Maybe we're not being ambitious enough. I think he rotated belt at the LDS buffer. No, it's just that it... wait, what? What the... Oh, God. Yeah, how did that happen? Well, I guess a bunch of LDS is getting thrown in there. There we go. That's why I set up multiple of them, because these can't grab everything. Curiously, can you limit the stack size thing? If I had a stack inserter... Wow. It would probably be prudent to limit it to 12, so that these things can grab them entirely, instead of letting some of them slip by. Hadn't considered that. Probably still won't consider it. Consider it a nice little present if something comes through here, gets recycled, and becomes even better than before. Yeah, sure, let's believe that. Little concerned about the copper plates. Remember, I do need some good, high-quality copper plates. And I don't think I ever bothered to grab any of those. So maybe I actually do this again. Oh, but I'm out of these fancy grabbers, aren't I? No, here's the thing. If the copper plates become really good, they come out here. Hey, I knew I set this filter up for good reason. Beautiful. So we are finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel with regards to cycling these things up in quality. Excellent. So I'm pretty satisfied with how this is going. It's going to take another one stream at least. But another one long stream like that, I think we should have everything done. And if somehow that's still not enough, even after, say, increasing mass production, then we can have it idle while we play some Slay the Spire. So it's going to be win-win-win. As for me, though, I think we're going to save it here. This is stream 10, is it not? What's that Shattered Planet thing called? I guess we can just call it Shattered Planet. Stream 10, Shattered Planet. But it's not quite Cheerio, is it?